Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Brianna. I step out of the glass doors of McDaniels Industries, the afternoon sun hitting my face with a warm welcome. The 50-story skyscraper behind me houses some of the most ambitious financial minds in New York, including mine, at least for the hours between 9 and 5. That was some presentation you gave to the Harrington Group. Aaliyah Franklin falls into step beside me, her designer heels clicking rhythmically against the pavement. You had Nathan practically salivating when you broke down those fourth quarter projections? Thanks. I can't help the smile that spreads across my face. I spent all weekend preparing those slides, almost didn't get to sleep last night. Well, it paid off. I heard Nathan talking about putting you on the Singapore account. Aaliyah adjusts her Hermes bag on her shoulder, somehow making the movement look graceful. Seriously? My heart skips. The Singapore account would mean a substantial bonus, maybe even that promotion I've been eyeing. Don't act so surprised. You're the best analyst we have. She pulls out her phone as it buzzes. Sorry, it's the nanny. Apparently, Zoe decided to give herself a haircut using her art scissors. I laugh. How does she manage 3 5-year-olds and still have any hair left herself? That's what I pay her the big bucks for. Aaliyah types rapidly into her phone, her manicured nails a blur on the screen. Speaking of which, Evan wants to know if you'd like to come over for dinner this weekend. He's grilling, and the girls have been asking about you. They seem to really like you. I'd love to. I navigate around a businessman who stopped abruptly to take a call. How do you do it all, Aaliyah? 3 kids, marriage to a billionaire, and still crushing it at work? Aaliyah looks up from her phone, a genuine smile softening her features. Don't let the Instagram posts fool you. Half the time I'm running on dry shampoo and 3 hours of sleep. Last week, I showed up to a board meeting with the Cheerio stuck to my blazer. Still, you make it look easy. Nothing about it is easy, but it's worth it. She glances at her watch. I've got to run. School pickup. Evan's in Berlin until tomorrow. We say our goodbyes at the corner where 5th Avenue splits, and I continue alone through the crowded Manhattan streets. The late afternoon crowd buzzes around me, a mix of tourists taking photos and locals hurrying home. I pause at the window of Galerie Lumière, a small French art gallery that changes its featured artist monthly. This time they're showcasing contemporary oil paintings, vivid landscapes that seem to breathe with emotion. I linger longer than I should, imagining the freedom of expression the artist must have felt, the release of creating something that exists purely for beauty's sake. 3 blocks down, I slow my pace as I pass Cornerstone Books, its window display featuring new releases alongside leather-bound classics. My fingers itch to run along their spines, to inhale that distinct paper and ink scent that always makes me feel at home. I check my watch, still an hour before I need to be home. Giving in to temptation, I push open the door, the little bell announcing my arrival. Brianna, haven't seen you in almost 2 weeks. Marcus, the owner, looks up from his inventory spreadsheet. I was beginning to think you'd abandoned us for one of those soulless chain stores. Never. I breathe in deeply, letting the familiar scent wash over me. Just busy with work. Well, your hold came in. He reaches under the counter and pulls out Zadie Smith's latest novel. And I put aside that first edition of Baldwin we talked about. Just came in yesterday. My heart leaps with excitement that I never feel when closing million-dollar deals. Here, surrounded by stories and ideas, I feel a completeness that the gleaming offices of McDaniels Industries could never provide. As I browse through the shelves, I imagine what it would be like to work in a place like this, or better yet, to write my own stories. The half-finished manuscript sitting in my laptop, the one I peck at during late nights when sleep evades me, flashes through my mind. In my daydreams, I see my name on book spines, hear discussions of my characters in places like this. The financial security of my current job keeps these dreams firmly in the someday category. Yet standing here with the weight of a book in my hands, that someday feels tantalizingly close. I think of the Singapore account, the promotion it could lead to. More money, more prestige, and less time for passion projects. Still, a girl can dream. I run my fingertips over the embossed cover of the Baldwin First Edition, feeling the slight texture beneath my skin. $150 isn't cheap, but it would be a perfect addition to my growing collection. I don't hesitate to hand Marcus my credit card. You know, I set that aside specifically for you. Marcus leans across the counter, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Had 3 other customers ask about it? Why me? I tuck a curl behind my ear. Because you don't just buy books, you breathe them. He slides the wrapped package toward me. That manuscript you mentioned last time. How's it coming along? My smile falters. It's there, waiting for me to have time. Time has a funny way of never showing up unless you drag it kicking and screaming into your schedule. Walking out of Cornerstone Books with my purchases tucked safely in my bag, I can't shake Marcus's words. For the past 3 years, I've been saying I'll work on my novel when I have time. Yet somehow, between client meetings and financial projections, that mythical free time never materializes. The Singapore account would mean a substantial raise, maybe even 6 figures more annually. Financial security isn't something I take lightly. Not after watching my parents struggle through layoffs and tight budgets. The memory of our electricity being shut off my senior year of high school still makes my stomach clench. But at what cost does that security come? A woman brushes past me, nearly knocking my bag from my shoulder, but I barely notice. My mind is too busy calculating the hours I spend each week poring over spreadsheets versus the minutes I steal to write. The equation doesn't balance. It never has. I pause at the corner of 5th and 23rd, waiting for the light to change. Crowds surge around me, a sea of professionals in their corporate armor, men and women who look just like me, carrying the same determined expression, the same expensive bags, the same hidden dreams perhaps. The digital display counts down. 5, 4, 3. What would happen if I allocated even just 5 hours a week to writing, or spent one Saturday a month at that watercolor class I've had bookmarked for 2 years? The light changes, and I move forward with the crowd, but my thoughts remain fixed. The bustling sounds of Manhattan, car horns, snippets of conversation, street performers' music, fade into white noise as my mind wanders down paths not taken. I imagine what it would feel like to see my name printed on a book cover, to stand in a gallery looking at my paintings, to create something that exists because I brought it into being, not because a client needed quarterly projections or investment strategies. My phone buzzes, and I pull it out to see an email from Nathan. Singapore account. My thumb hovers over it, but I slide the phone back into my pocket. Whatever it says can wait until I'm home. The rest of my walk passes in a blur of daydreams and calculations. What if I scaled back at McDaniels? Requested a 4-day work week? The pay cut would sting, but my savings could absorb it. I could use that extra day to write, to paint, to breathe. By the time I reach my building, resolve has hardened in my chest. Something has to change. I've spent years building a life that looks impressive on paper, but leaves me empty in the spaces between breaths. In the elevator, I pull out my phone and open my calendar. I block off every Sunday afternoon for the next month. Writing time, do not reschedule. Then I open the browser and register for that watercolor class I've been eyeing, clicking confirm payment before I can second guess myself. It's not a dramatic overhaul. I'm not quitting my job tomorrow to become a starving artist. But it's a start, a small rebellion against the tyranny of someday and when I have time. As the elevator doors slide open on my floor, I feel lighter than I have in months. The path forward isn't clear, but at least now I'm acknowledging there's more than one route to take.
Chapter 2. Derek. The Louis XIV ballroom at the Plaza dazzles with crystal chandeliers reflecting off champagne flutes and designer jewelry. I adjust the cuffs of my Tom Ford suit, feeling the familiar weight of expectation settling across my shoulders as I scan the room. Another night, another sea of Manhattan's elite gathered to write checks for whatever cause has captured their collective conscience this month. Derek Beckham. Just the man I wanted to see. Harold Weinberg, managing partner at one of New York's most prestigious law firms, approaches with his signature too-wide smile. His handshake is firm, practiced, the grip of a man who spent decades convincing juries of things they didn't initially believe. Harold, how's Rebecca? Thriving. Just opened her third gallery in Soho. She's around here somewhere, probably talking some poor bastard's ear off about postmodern expressionism. He laughs, the sound hollow against the ambient chatter. But let's talk about you. Heard McDaniels finally got you to sit on their board. I nod, accepting a flute of champagne from a passing server. Just making it official. I've been advising Nathan for years. Smart move on their part. Your touch turns everything to gold these days. The compliment slides off me like rain on glass. I've heard variations of it at every event for the past decade. The Midas touch. The golden boy of Wall Street. Empty phrases from people who want something. You'll have to excuse me, I say, spotting the mayor across the room. Need to catch him before he disappears. Harold nods, already scanning the crowd for his next target. I navigate through clusters of New York's financial and social elite, exchanging pleasantries, deflecting investment inquiries, promising to touch base next week with people whose calls I'll likely never return. The routine is so familiar I could perform it in my sleep. Just closed on a place in the Hamptons. 8 bedrooms, private beach access. Told her the necklace cost $40,000, but between us, it was closer to $80,000. Couldn't believe they seated us by the kitchen. Do you know who my husband is? Fragments of conversation float past me, each one more vapid than the last. I drain my champagne, the expensive bubble suddenly tasteless in my mouth. The room is full of people I've known for years, people I've vacationed with, made deals with, shared boxes at the Met with. Yet I feel utterly alone. These relationships, if you can call them that, exist in a carefully maintained equilibrium of mutual benefit. I help you, you help me. We smile for the cameras, and nobody ever has to see past the veneer. When was the last time someone asked me a question they didn't already know the answer to? When was the last time I had a conversation that wasn't, at its core, a transaction? Across the room, Jenna throws her head back in laughter, golden hair catching the light as she touches the arm of some young tech entrepreneur. She's in her element here, has been since she was old enough to join me at these functions. My daughter navigates social waters with an effortlessness I've always admired, forming connections that seem genuine despite the artificial environment. A pang of something, pride mixed with envy perhaps, tightens my chest as I watch her. 27 years old and already more comfortable in her own skin than I've ever been in mine. She's a natural, your girl. I turn to find Nathan McDaniels beside me, following my gaze to Jenna. Gets it from her mother, I reply, the familiar half-truth easy on my lips. Jenna's social grace is all her own, but it's simpler to credit Caroline than acknowledge the complex reality. Heard she's raised nearly $500,000 for her literacy initiative. Nathan swirls his scotch. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She has her own gravitational pull. I just signed the checks. Nathan chuckles, but his eyes are already drifting toward the CEO of Goldman Sachs several feet away. We should catch up properly soon. Talk about that Singapore situation. Of course. And just like that, I'm alone again in the crowded room. The walls seem to press inward, the air growing thicker with perfume and pretense. 48 years old, billions in the bank, my name on buildings and boardroom doors, yet standing here feels like looking through glass at a world I can touch, but never truly feel. I need air. I need someone who sees Derek, not Beckham Investments. Someone who doesn't have an angle or an agenda. I slip out onto one of the plaza's stone balconies, the night air a welcome relief from the suffocating perfection inside. Below, Fifth Avenue pulses with yellow cabs and pedestrians, real people living real lives. The contrast with the ballroom behind me couldn't be starker. Taking a deep breath, I loosen my tie and lean against the railing. The cool stone beneath my palms grounds me in a way the champagne couldn't. Through the glass doors, I spot a group gathered around Senator Mitchell's wife. Her eyes shine as she describes the women's shelter her foundation just opened in Queens. Her hands gesture animatedly. No calculated movements or practiced smiles. Just genuine passion for something that matters. Beside her, a renowned surgeon explains his recent trip to Sudan, where his team performed life-saving procedures on children who would otherwise have died. His voice carries no pretension, just urgency and purpose. When did I last feel that way about anything? I run a finger around my collar, uncomfortable with the realization. My days consist of moving money from one column to another, making more of it, protecting it. The charitable foundation bearing my name does good work, certainly. But when was the last time I was personally involved beyond signing checks? The door behind me opens, releasing a burst of music and chatter. Jenna steps out, her blue eyes, so like mine, softening when she spots me. Hiding from the vultures, Dad? She joins me at the railing, bumping my shoulder playfully with hers. Taking a strategic retreat, I correct, making her laugh. Well, you missed Eliza Porter absolutely destroying Senator Jenkins over his voting record on education. It was magnificent. Her eyes sparkle with the same intensity I noticed in the shelter directors. She's agreed to speak at my literacy fundraiser next month. The pride in her voice is unmistakable. Whatever cynicism I feel about these gatherings clearly hasn't infected Jenna. She's found meaning here, carved out purpose despite, or perhaps because of, her privileged position. You've really made something of that initiative, I say, meaning it. She shrugs, but I catch the pleased smile she tries to hide. Someone has to fight for those kids. Did you know the literacy rate in some parts of the Bronx is comparable to developing nations? In New York City? She shakes her head, indignation coloring her cheeks. It's unacceptable. Looking at her now, I see flashes of the little girl who once insisted we stop the car to help a lost dog, who cried when she learned some of her classmates didn't have books at home, who organized a toy drive at 12 because she couldn't bear the thought of children without Christmas gifts. When did I stop seeing the world through those eyes? When did making another billion become more important than making a difference? You know what I think about sometimes? Jenna's voice pulls me from my thoughts. She's looking out at the city now, her profile etched against Manhattan's glittering skyline. Mom used to say money was just an amplifier. It makes you more of whatever you already are. A tightness forms in my throat. Caroline was right about that, as she was about many things. Our marriage may have fractured under the weight of my ambition and her expectations, but she gave me Jenna, and for that, I'll always be grateful. I've been thinking about that cabin in Vermont, I admit, surprising myself with the confession. Do you remember the summers we spent there, before everything got complicated? Jenna finishes, her voice gentle. I remember. You taught me to fish in that little creek. Mom made those ridiculous flower crowns. We were happy there. Simple happiness. When did that stop being enough? Inside, the benefit continues. Deals being made, connections forged, the machinery of wealth and influence grinding on. But out here, watching my daughter's face soften with memories, I'm struck by how little of it matters in the grand scheme of things. What's the point of all this? The money, the power, the endless acquisition, if there's no one to share it with. No real connection to anchor it to something meaningful. I've built an empire but lost sight of why I wanted it in the first place. To provide for Jenna, yes, but also to create a life worth living. One filled with purpose and, perhaps most importantly, love. I think I'll visit the cabin next weekend, I say, the decision crystallizing as the words leave my mouth. Take some time to reconnect with, I don't know, something real. Jenna studies me, curiosity and something like hope crossing her features. That sounds good, Dad. Really good.
Chapter 3. Brianna. The warm glow of Edison bulbs casts a honeyed light across our corner table at Inkwell Cafe, where mismatched vintage chairs and weathered oak tables create an atmosphere of curated coziness. I wrap my hands around my oversized ceramic mug, inhaling the rich aroma of my cardamom latte, while Jenna practically vibrates with excitement across from me. I'm telling you, Brie, Nalini Reyes is completely reinventing contemporary fiction. Jenna's eyes widen as she leans forward, her voice dropping dramatically as though sharing a scandalous secret. Her prose is like drinking expensive whiskey after a lifetime of boxed wine. I can't help but laugh at her intensity. That good, huh? Better. She taps her fingernails against her own cup, a cappuccino adorned with an intricate leaf design. The way she writes about immigrant experiences without making it feel like trauma porn. Chef's kiss. Nearby, a group of college students erupts in laughter over something on a shared phone screen. The barista calls out an order with practiced efficiency, the espresso machine hissing in punctuation. There's something magical about these Saturday morning meetups with Jenna. Islands of authenticity in our otherwise carefully managed lives. And don't even get me started on her dialogue, Jenna continues, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. It's how people actually talk, you know? Not how authors think people talk. The whole time I was reading, I kept thinking, Brianna would absolutely devour this. A warmth spreads through me that has nothing to do with my coffee. Jenna remembers my tastes, catalogs books she thinks I'll enjoy. In the cutthroat world of Manhattan finance where I spend my weekdays, these small acts of genuine consideration feel increasingly rare. I'll add it to my TBR pile, I promise. Already mentally reshuffling my reading schedule to accommodate her recommendation. But fair warning, that pile is getting dangerously tall. Might need to reinforce my nightstand soon. Occupational hazard of being friends with me. Jenna grins, breaking off a piece of her almond croissant. Flaky crumbs scatter across the table as she gestures with it. Literary enabler is basically my job title at this point. I take a sip of my latte, appreciating how Jenna inhabits each moment so completely. While I'm often caught between analyzing the past and planning for the future, she's fully present, laughing without reservation, expressing excitement without self-consciousness. It's a quality I've always admired, this ability to embrace life's small joys without qualification. Speaking of literary obsessions, I say, setting down my mug, I finally finished that Gabriel Martinez collection. You were right. Absolutely stunning work. Jenna's eyes light up. The one with all the magical realism elements? Where the grandfather turns into a constellation? That's the one. The way he blends mythology with modern-day struggles. I shake my head, searching for words adequate to describe the experience. It felt both timeless and completely of the moment. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Oh my God. Jenna clasps her hands together. You have to meet my dad. He's obsessed with Martinez. Literally has first editions of everything he's ever published. The sudden pivot catches me off guard. Your dad? Derek Beckham, literary nerd extraordinaire. She rolls her eyes affectionately. It's his secret identity behind all the finance stuff. He actually corresponded with Martinez before he died. Has these amazing letters framed in his study. I try to reconcile this image with the imposing figure I've seen in business magazines. The stone-faced billionaire investor whose companies shape markets. That's surprising. He's full of surprises. Something softens in Jenna's expression. Actually, I've been meaning to get him out more. He's been weirdly isolated lately. Work and more work, you know? She traces the rim of her cup absently. I think he's lonely. The vulnerability in her admission hangs between us. Despite her socialite status and seemingly effortless confidence, Jenna worries about her father like any daughter would. It's hard watching someone retreat into themselves, I offer gently, especially someone you care about. Exactly. Jenna nods, relief crossing her features at being understood. I keep trying to drag him to gallery openings or dinner parties, but he just goes through the motions. But books, that's real for him. If you two started talking about Martinez, he might actually engage like a human being instead of some finance bot running investor protocols. I smile at her description. Well, any fellow Martinez fan is worth meeting in my book. See what I did there? Created a literary connection? Jenna taps her temple, looking pleased with herself. I'm basically a friendship matchmaker. Your two favorite things. Books and more books. Oh, speaking of books, you have to hear this passage from Reyes's latest book release. I've been obsessed with it. Jenna flips through her well-worn copy, pages marked with multicolored sticky notes. It's about belonging. Identity isn't a fixed address, but a constellation of moments, each one bright with intention and memory, mapping the journey home. Something quickens in my chest, that perfect encapsulation of what I've been trying to express in my own writing. The notebook buried in my tote bag suddenly feels like it's pulsing with potential. That's exactly it, I murmur, more to myself than to Jenna. The way she captures those fractured experiences, but weaves them into something whole. Jenna points her fork at me. You got that look. What look? That faraway writer look, like you're mentally composing something. Her gaze narrows with friendly suspicion. Are you still working on those short stories you mentioned last month? Heat rises to my ears. My writing has always been my most closely guarded secret. Pages filled with characters wrestling with identity, belonging, desire. Things I rarely voice aloud. I've been playing around with some ideas, I admit. Nothing serious. You always say that. Jenna throws up her hands, nearly knocking over her cup. Seriously, Bree, you should share something at book club. We're doing that original works night next month. My stomach clenches. In front of everyone? I don't know. It would be amazing. A safe space to test the waters. She reaches across the table to squeeze my hand. No pressure, but think about it. Your perspective is too valuable to stay hidden in some journal. I try to imagine myself reading my work aloud, revealing those intimate thoughts to a circle of relative strangers. But then again, maybe Jenna's right. Maybe it's time to give my words room to breathe outside the confines of my private notebooks. I'll consider it, I say, surprising myself with how much I mean it. Jenna beams. That's all I ask. Now, what if we did a genre exploration thing for summer? 1 month historical fiction, then magical realism, then maybe something completely different like, I don't know, Space opera? What about noir? I suggest, feeling my creative mind spark. Those atmospheric detective stories with morally ambiguous characters? Yes, Jenna claps. And gothic horror for October. We dive into a playful debate about the merits of various literary genres, building an imaginary syllabus that spans continents and centuries. For these precious moments, I'm not thinking about Monday's investment report or the promotion I've been angling for. Here, my mind pirouettes through fictional worlds, tracing narrative arcs and character motivations, the parts of me that feel most alive but get the least oxygen in my day-to-day existence. You know what I love about you? Jenna says, interrupting my passionate defense of magical realism. You have all this knowledge tucked away. You're quietly brilliant, but you never show off about it. I shake my head, embarrassed by the praise. I just read a lot. It's more than that. You absorb everything. Really think about it. She gestures at the cafe around us. Most people just want to say they've read the right books or seen the right exhibits. You actually engage with them. Her words settle around me like a warm blanket. Jenna has this gift for seeing the best parts of me, the parts I sometimes forget exist when I'm buried in spreadsheets and client meetings. You give me too much credit, I say softly. If it weren't for you dragging me to half those exhibits, I'd probably become a complete hermit. Someone's got to save you from yourself. She winks. Remember that experimental dance performance last spring? You were so resistant to going. And it ended up being transformative, I finish, remembering how the dancers' movements had unlocked something in me, inspiring a short story I'm still proud of. You were right. Usually am. She grins mischievously. That's the thing about Jenna. She pushes me beyond the careful boundaries I set for myself. While I calculate risks and consider consequences, she leaps with absolute confidence that the universe will catch her. And remarkably, it usually does. As she continues chattering about potential book selections, my mind drifts to her father, Derek Beckham, financial titan by day, literary enthusiast by night. These glimpses Jenna offers paint a picture far more complex than his public persona suggests. A man who appreciates Gabriel Martinez's nuanced prose can't be the cold-blooded shark the business pages make him out to be. I've seen photos of him at charity events, tall, broad-shouldered, with that distinguished salt and pepper hair and piercing blue eyes that seem to evaluate everything they see. Even approaching 50, there's something magnetic about him, a silverfox, as the saying goes. I take a last sip of my now lukewarm latte, savoring the lingering sweetness. My phone buzzes on the table, a reminder of a conference call I scheduled for this afternoon. Reality intruding on our literary sanctuary. I should probably head out, I say reluctantly, gesturing to my phone. Got that client portfolio review to prepare for. Jenna pouts dramatically. On a Saturday? That's criminal. The joys of quarterly reports. I shrug, slipping my phone into my bag. Some of us don't have the luxury of a trust fund, you know. Low blow, Cameron. She clutches her chest in mock offense. I'll have you know I earned my way into that junior curator position through hard work and... Okay, fine. Maybe a few well-placed calls from Daddy's assistant. But I'm killing it now on my own merit. We both laugh, the honesty between us one of the foundations of our friendship. Jenna's never pretended her family connections didn't open doors, but she's walked through them on her own terms. Seriously, though, she continues as we gather our things. Think about meeting my dad. I'm having a little dinner thing next Friday. Just a few people. Oh, and he often goes to that bookshop near 5th. Maybe you can catch him there one of these days. The city pulses around us as we exit into the street. Weekend crowds browsing shop windows. Street performers setting up on corners. The perpetual symphony of honking taxis. I take a deep breath, letting the energy of Manhattan wash over me. Okay, I decide, Surprising myself. Why not? Literary discussions with a billionaire? Just another Saturday in New York, right? Jenna squeals and throws her arms around me. You're the best. Dad's going to love you. Just mention Martinez and watch him transform from corporate robot to total book nerd. We part ways at the subway entrance. Promises to text later hanging between us. As I descend the steps, swiping my Metro card with practiced ease, I can't help but wonder what Derek Beckham will be like in person. Will he be the intimidating titan I've seen in financial magazines, with eyes that calculate your worth in milliseconds? Or will he be the literature lover Jenna describes, someone who appreciates the quiet power of prose and the alchemy of a well-constructed metaphor? I imagine us standing in some book-lined study in his penthouse, disagreeing over the significance of a particular passage. Would he be dismissive, condescending? Or might he actually listen to my perspective, engage with it genuinely? A smile tugs at my lips as I picture Jenna's father transformed from stern businessman to animated bibliophile, gesturing emphatically as he quotes his favorite lines. There's something endearing about the image, this powerful man harboring a passionate appreciation for words and the worlds they create. By the time I reach my stop, I've crafted half a dozen imaginary conversations with Derek Beckham, each one revealing a different facet of the man behind the fortune. And despite my initial reluctance, I find myself looking forward to meeting him, curious to discover which version of him is real, or if he's someone I haven't imagined at all. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 4. Derek. I stand outside Arcadia Books, a narrow brownstone tucked between a delicatessen and an artisanal coffee shop, its weathered green awning a quiet oasis amid Manhattan's relentless vertical ambition. The bookstore's bay window displays an artfully arranged selection of new releases alongside leather-bound classics, a perfect metaphor for the balancing act between innovation and tradition that's defined my career. Taking a deep breath, I feel a lightness spread through my chest that's been absent during weeks of acquisitions meetings and shareholder presentations. Here, I'm not Derek Beckham, the CEO, or Derek Beckham, the investor, or even the board member. I'm just another bibliophile seeking the particular high that comes from discovering a perfect phrase or an unexpected narrative turn. You going in or just admiring the architecture? An elderly woman with a cane gestures toward the door I've been unconsciously blocking. Sorry. I step aside with a quick smile, holding the door for her. Got momentarily distracted. Happens to the best of us, she replies, shuffling past with a knowing nod. The shop's interior greets me with that distinctive amalgamation of paper, binding glue, and wood polish, the olfactory signature of serious bookstores everywhere. A bell chimes softly above the door, announcing my arrival without fanfare. The space feels deliberately curated to slow the frenetic New York pace. Narrow aisles forcing careful navigation, reading nooks inviting lingering contemplation. The contrast to my corporate world is immediate and startling. No one here hustles with aggressive purpose or stares at screens with frantic intensity. Instead, a graduate student type runs her finger thoughtfully along book spines while an older man sits in a worn leather armchair, completely absorbed in a thick history volume. 2 teenagers huddle in a corner by the poetry section, reading passages to each other and laughing quietly. I watch them, these strangers united by their passion for the written word, and feel a momentary pang. When did I last allow myself this pure form of engagement? When did reading become something squeezed between conference calls or reduced to scanning industry reports? Making my way toward the fiction section, I navigate the narrow aisles with care, nodding at the shop owner who recognizes me with a discreet smile. He understands my preference for anonymity here, the secret corner of my life where billion-dollar decisions and corporate maneuvering have no relevance. The magical realism shelf beckons like an old friend. My fingers trace the embossed spine of Martinez's Constellations of Memory, his final masterpiece published just months before his death. I pull it from the shelf, the weight familiar in my hands. Opening to a random page, I find the passage about the grandfather ascending to the night sky, stars rearranging themselves to accommodate his story. "That's the part where I completely lost it," comes a soft voice beside me. "When his family looks up and sees his memories mapped across the stars." I turn to find a young woman with natural curly hair and intelligent eyes studying me with unexpected directness. She stands with quiet confidence, a canvas tote bag filled with books slung over one shoulder. "You know Martinez's work?" I ask, surprised by the intrusion but intrigued by her observation. "I'm Brianna." She extends her hand with a warm smile. "Jenna's friend? She mentioned I might find you here." The connection clicks into place. "Jenna's book club friend." "That's me." Her handshake is firm, her palm warm against mine. "She told me you're something of a Martinez expert. Even corresponded with him before he passed." I carefully return the book to its place on the shelf, oddly pleased by this introduction. I wouldn't call myself an expert, just an enthusiastic reader who got lucky with a few exchanges. More than a few, from what Jenna tells me. First editions, signed copies, personal letters. Her eyes dance with genuine interest. I'm thoroughly jealous, by the way. "Jenna has a gift for dramatic exaggeration," I say, but can't help smiling. Though I do have a letter where Martinez explains how he constructed the constellation metaphor. The man had a mind like no other. The way he weaves mythology through modern struggles. Brianna nods enthusiastically, creating something both ancient and completely new. It's beautiful. I find myself relaxing into the conversation, her enthusiasm infectious. "What drew you to Martinez, initially?" Brianna considers the question thoughtfully. "His ability to make the extraordinary seem inevitable. Magic doesn't feel like a literary device in his work. It's just the natural expression of emotions too complex for ordinary reality to contain." The observation strikes me with its precision. Most casual readers focus on the fantastical elements of Martinez's work, missing the emotional architecture underneath. "That's exactly it," I agree, studying her with new interest. He once wrote that magical realism isn't about escape, but about seeing reality more completely, including the parts we've been taught to dismiss as impossible. Brianna's eyes light up. "Yes, like in Whispers of Salt, when the grandmother's tears crystallize into gemstones. It's not about magical crying. It's about grief becoming something tangible that transforms a family." "You've read Whispers. That's his most underappreciated novel. The dinner scene alone is worth it." She steps closer, animated now. "When the table starts floating because their arguments have made everything in the house too unstable to remain grounded." I find myself laughing. Perfect metaphor for family dynamics. "Exactly!" We drift toward the contemporary fiction section, our conversation flowing effortlessly from Martinez to other authors we admire. I'm startled by how easy it is to talk with her. No carefully measured words, no strategic pauses to consider implications or agendas. "What about Ishiguro?" she asks, pulling out The Remains of the Day with reverent fingers. "Masterful restraint," I respond. "The way he builds entire emotional worlds through what's deliberately not said." "Yes." Brianna clutches the book to her chest. The quiet devastation of missed opportunities. It wrecks me every time. I notice a small reading nook with 2 armchairs in the corner. Should we sit? Continue this literary dissection in comfort? She nods, following me to the intimate space. The chairs face each other, close enough for conversation, but maintaining a respectful distance. As we settle in, I'm struck by how natural this feels, discussing literature with a stranger who somehow doesn't feel like one. So, beyond Martinez and Ishiguro, who else occupies your literary pantheon? I ask. Zadie Smith, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, the usual suspects. She tucks one leg beneath her, getting comfortable. But I also have a secret passion for well-crafted mysteries. Give me a ton of French novel and I'll disappear for days. The Dublin Murder Squad series? Fantastic psychological depth. You've read them? Her surprise is evident. I'm a businessman, not an automaton. I reply with a wry smile. Though I admit my schedule doesn't allow for as much reading as I'd like these days. Our conversation weaves through genres and decades. Classic Russian literature to contemporary American fiction, speculative futures to historical sagas. I find myself mentioning books I haven't discussed in years, remembering passages with an immediacy that surprises me. What about art? She asks, after we've exhausted our mutual admiration for Donna Tartt. Jenna mentioned you have quite the collection. Another passion with insufficient time allocated to it, I admit, though I did manage to catch the Rothko exhibition at MoMA last month. I missed that. Brianna's disappointment is palpable. The timing conflicted with a work project I couldn't postpone. What's your favorite museum in the city? The Frick, she answers without hesitation. It feels like being invited into someone's impossibly cultured living room rather than a formal institution. The Vermeers alone make it worthwhile. The quality of light in Officer and Laughing Girl. It's something that stays with you. I study her as she speaks, noting the genuine passion that animates her features. There's something refreshing about her unguarded enthusiasm, so different from the calculated interactions that fill my days. Actually, I find myself saying, there's a private showing at the Whitney next week. New acquisition of several significant contemporary pieces. Very small guest list. Her eyebrows raise. Are you inviting me to this exclusive event, Mr. Beckham? I am. The decision feels impulsive yet right. You clearly have a deep appreciation for art. Why waste the experience on someone who wouldn't fully value it? Just like that, an incredulous laugh escapes her. We've known each other all of 30 minutes. 30 very illuminating minutes. I hold her gaze. Besides, you're Jenna's friend. That's recommendation enough. Brianna considers this, head tilted slightly. A private showing at the Whitney. A slow smile spreads across her face. Well, how could any self-respecting art lover refuse such an offer? Excellent. I feel an unexpected surge of pleasure at her acceptance. I'll arrange the details through Jenna. I look forward to it. She glances at her watch and sighs. Speaking of time, I should probably head out. I have dinner plans across town. Well, it was a pleasure meeting and speaking with you, Brianna, I say, offering a hand. She takes it. The pleasure was all mine, Mr. Beckham. Derek. I give her hand a gentle squeeze. Just Derek. Sure, she says, followed by a small smile. Thank you for the great conversation, Derek.
Chapter 5. Brianna. I step through the glass doors of the Whitney, my heartbeat quickening to match the hushed energy of the space. The private showing feels different from regular museum visits, more intimate, as if the art is being revealed just for us. Security guards stand discreetly at corners, and well-dressed attendants offer flutes of champagne from silver trays. What do you think so far? Derek materializes beside me, his presence commanding even in this refined setting. He hands me a glass of champagne, our fingers brushing momentarily. It's magnificent. I take a sip, the bubbles dancing on my tongue. I can't believe I'm here. The guest list must be incredibly exclusive. Only 20 people. His eyes scan the room with practiced ease. Artists, collectors, a few critics, and me. I smooth my midnight blue dress, suddenly conscious of being here on his invitation. The finance girl who crashed the party. You belong here more than half these people. Derek leans closer, his voice dropping to a confidential tone. See that man in the gray suit? Multimillionaire tech investor. Couldn't tell a Pollock from a paint spill. I laugh, relaxing into his unexpectedly playful mood. And here I thought everyone would be art history PhDs with monocles. God, no. That would be insufferable. He guides me toward the first installation with a gentle hand at the small of my back. Let's start here. The centerpiece of the room is a massive canvas, dominated by geometric forms in brilliant primary colors. I step closer, drawn to how the shapes seem to vibrate against each other. It's like looking at order and chaos having a conversation, I murmur, circling to view it from different angles. The structure is technically perfect, but there's something wonderfully unrestrained about the execution. Derek watches me with an intensity that makes my skin warm. Most people just nod appreciatively and move on. I'm not most people. The words come out more boldly than intended. No, you certainly aren't. His smile reaches his eyes, creating fine lines I hadn't noticed before. What else do you see? We move through the exhibition like this, pausing before each piece, exchanging observations. Derek knows the background of most works, the artist's intentions, their techniques, the market significance. But he listens to my impressions with genuine interest, never correcting or condescending. This one's my favorite, I declare, stopping before a smaller canvas tucked between two louder pieces. It features layers of translucent white paint, creating subtle depth, with a single thread of crimson running through like a lifeline. Why this one? Derek stands beside me, shoulders almost touching. It's honest. No tricks, no showing off. Just vulnerability beautifully executed. I tilt my head, considering. Also, it reminds me of how I felt moving to New York, this clean slate with one persistent thread of identity running through. When did you move here? 4 years ago for my position at McDaniels Industries. I take another sip of champagne. Finance department. I analyze investment portfolios and acquisition targets. Derek's eyebrows raise slightly. McDaniels? That's quite a coincidence. Why's that? I'm on their board. He studies my reaction. Recently appointed, actually. Nathan McDaniels is something of a protege. You're kidding. I nearly choke on my champagne. So technically you're... what? My boss's boss's boss? Something like that. His mouth quirks with amusement. Though I promise, this isn't some elaborate corporate espionage to evaluate employees after hours. I should hope not. My spreadsheet discussions aren't nearly as interesting as art criticism. I laugh, but my mind races through implications. Nathan's brilliant, though. The company's thrived under his leadership. He has good instincts, Derek agrees, guiding me toward a sculpture installation. Young but impressive potential. Speaking of work, what drew you to finance? It seems at odds with your artistic sensibilities. Practical rebellion, I admit. My parents are both academics, literature professors with beautiful minds, but perpetually empty bank accounts. I wanted security but didn't want to abandon beauty entirely. I traced the air above the sculpture's curve. Numbers have their own elegance, you know. A perfect portfolio has balance, contrast, rhythm, just like great art. Derek's gaze softens. That might be the most poetic description of finance I've ever heard. What about you? Art collector and corporate titan seems an unusual combination. Not so different from finance and art appreciation. He guides me toward a quieter corner. Business is strategic, analytical. Art feeds something else entirely. I need both. The evening flows easily after that. We discuss favorite artists, travel experiences, books that changed us. Derek is surprisingly funny, with a dry wit that emerges between thoughtful observations. Unlike most men with power, he listens completely when I speak, no glancing around for someone more important, no checking his phone. You know, I half expected you to be insufferably pretentious, I confess after my second glass of champagne. Some billionaire showing off his art knowledge to a young woman as a way to feed his ego. Derek laughs, the sound rich and genuine, throwing his head back slightly. A few nearby attendees glance our way, curiosity mingling with envy. God, no. Is that really how I came across? He shakes his head, the corners of his eyes crinkling. I just wanted someone to discuss art with who isn't overly pretentious about it. Do you know how exhausting those conversations can be? You mean you don't enjoy debating the post-structuralist implications of negative space for hours on end? I raise an eyebrow, feeling lighter than I have in months. Exactly. Half these collectors couldn't tell you why they actually like a piece beyond its investment potential or name recognition. Derek gestures toward a nearby group engaged in what appears to be a very serious discussion. Listen, I love a Basquiat or Warhol as much as the next person, but I also have a weird soft spot for comic book art and vintage travel posters. Really? I can't hide my surprise. Why is that shocking? His eyes dance with amusement. I have an original Frank Miller Batman sketch in my office that probably gets more daily appreciation from me than anything here tonight. That's refreshing, I admit, something warm unfurling in my chest. I consider all art to have inherent worth and meaning. He takes my empty glass, setting it on a passing server's tray. Even the things critics dismiss. Who decides what's meaningful anyway? If it speaks to you, that's what matters. I study him in the gallery's soft lighting, realizing I've been making assumptions about him all evening, ones he keeps gracefully dismantling. The distinguished billionaire with unassailable taste should be pontificating about investment-grade masterpieces, not defending comic book art with genuine passion. What about you? He asks. Any artistic guilty pleasures? I don't believe in guilty pleasures, I say with conviction. Only pleasures. But if you're asking about my less sophisticated art loves, I collect vintage children's book illustrations, and I have an entire wall of framed album covers in my apartment. Which albums? Everything from Aretha Franklin to Radiohead. The visual storytelling of album art is a dying medium. Derek's expression brightens with genuine interest. I'd love to see that collection sometime. The directness of his statement hangs between us, neither an innocent observation nor an overt proposition. Just possibility, shimmering in the air. The curator announces the evening is concluding, thanking everyone for attending. The small crowd begins dispersing toward the exit. Outside, the Manhattan night has turned cool. Where are you headed? Derek asks, standing close enough that I can smell his cologne, something woodsy and expensive, but not overpowering. Upper West Side. Let me drive you home. He gestures toward a sleek black car idling at the curb, a driver standing attentively beside it. Common sense tells me to decline. This isn't a date. He's significantly older, unfathomably wealthy, and technically connected to my workplace. I should thank him for the evening, call an Uber, and keep things professional. That would be the rational choice, but something about tonight has felt different from the moment I stepped into the gallery. The conversation flowed without effort. His interest seemed genuine, and for once, I didn't feel like I was performing, either the competent finance professional or the well-read art enthusiast. I was just myself, and that seemed to be exactly what he wanted. Yes, I say, surprising myself. I'd like that. His smile deepens, a small victory lurking at the corners of his mouth. The driver steps forward, opening the door to reveal a sumptuous leather interior. "After you," Derek says, his hand momentarily resting against my back as I slide into the car. The door closes with a soft, expensive thud, and I watch as he walks around to the other side. Through the window, I observe his confident stride, the way the gallery lights illuminate his profile for a moment. My heart beats a little faster as he joins me in the quiet cocoon of the back seat. This is probably a mistake, a voice in my head warns, but tonight I'm choosing to ignore it.
Chapter 6. Derek. The city lights flicker past the tinted windows as we speed uptown. I steal glances at Brianna's profile, illuminated intermittently by passing street lamps. She's different from women I typically encounter, thoughtful, substantive, with opinions that aren't carefully calibrated to please me. "Your address?" I ask, realizing we've been sitting in comfortable silence. 86th and Columbus. She turns toward me, her eyes reflecting the city lights. Top floor of a brownstone conversion. Nothing fancy, but it has character. I lean forward to relay the information to my driver. When I settle back against the leather seat, I notice we're sitting closer than before, the space between us charged with possibility. "Thank you again for inviting me tonight," Brianna says. "It was unexpectedly wonderful." "Unexpectedly?" I raise an eyebrow. "Well, yes." Her smile turns playful. "When a billionaire invites you to a private art showing, you assume there's an agenda involved." "And what agenda have I revealed so far?" "That's just it, none that I can detect. You actually seem to care about the art." I laugh, genuinely amused by her candor. "Is that so hard to believe?" "In my experience?" Her eyes meet mine directly. "Yes." The car slows to a stop in front of a handsome brownstone. Through the window I can see the historic detailing on the facade, tastefully preserved. My driver comes around to open the door, and I step out first, extending my hand to help Brianna. "I should probably just say goodnight here," I say, though every instinct argues against this sensible course of action. Brianna hesitates, her hand still in mine. "Or you could come up and see my album cover collection, since you expressed such interest." For a moment I'm transported back decades, to simpler times before every interaction was weighted with business implications and strategic considerations. When was the last time I simply followed an attraction without analyzing all possible outcomes? Standing here on this quiet Upper West Side street, Brianna's invitation hanging in the cool night air, I feel something I haven't in years. Spontaneity. "I'd like that," I say, surprising myself with the decisiveness in my voice. I turn to my driver. "I'll call when I need you." He nods discreetly and returns to the car. Brianna leads the way into the building and up a narrow staircase to the top floor. Her midnight blue dress catches the light as she moves, creating shadows and highlights that remind me of the painting she admired earlier. "Fair warning," she says, unlocking her door. "My place isn't exactly what you're probably used to." She pushes the door open to reveal a space that immediately feels like her, warm, thoughtful, with unexpected touches of whimsy among streamlined modernism. Bookshelves line the walls, interspersed with the promised album covers in simple black frames. The windows are tall, offering a view of the city skyline that would cost millions downtown. "This is wonderful," I say, meaning it. After countless sterile penthouses and overly designed mansions, there's something refreshing about a space that feels genuinely lived in. "Make yourself comfortable," she says, slipping off her heels by the door. "Can I get you something to drink? Whatever you're having." She disappears into what I assume is the kitchen while I gravitate toward the album covers. They're eclectic, everything from classic jazz to indie rock, unified by the quality of the artwork rather than genre. "I have champagne," she calls out, "left over from a book club meeting. It's not Dom Perignon, but it's decent. Sounds perfect." I move from the albums to her bookshelves, scanning titles. Literary classics mingle with contemporary fiction, economics textbooks, art monographs. The collection is curated but not pretentious, much like its owner. "Finding anything interesting?" Brianna returns with 2 glasses of champagne. "Everything's interesting." I accept the glass, our fingers brushing. "Your collection says a lot about you." "Oh, and what does it say?" She settles onto her sofa, tucking one leg beneath her. I remain standing, suddenly aware of the intimacy of the situation. I'm in her apartment, the place where she reads these books and listens to these albums, where she's most herself. That you're curious, that you don't confine yourself to expected categories. I gesture toward a shelf where Zadie Smith sits beside a volume on financial derivatives. That beauty and practicality coexist for you. "You got all that from my bookshelf?" She takes a sip of champagne, watching me over the rim of her glass. I'm a good reader. I finally sit beside her, leaving a respectful distance. Of books, of art, of people. "And what are you reading right now, with me?" The directness of her question catches me off guard. It's been a long time since anyone challenged me so effortlessly, without agenda or artifice. I find myself wanting to match her honesty. "Something unexpected." I shift slightly closer. Something that makes me want to turn the page. I settle next to her, the sofa cushion dipping slightly beneath my weight. The space between us feels charged with potential energy, not quite touching but aware of every inch separating us. "So tell me about your album covers," I say, nodding toward the framed collection on her wall. "Which one has the best story?" Brianna glances at her collection, a soft smile playing on her lips. "That one. The blue abstract with gold accents. I found it at a flea market in Berlin during a college study abroad. The seller had no idea it was a rare misprint worth 4 times what I paid. Smart investment." "I didn't buy it as an investment." She leans forward, her eyes lighting up. "I bought it because something about those swirls of color made me feel, I don't know, understood somehow." Her earnestness is disarming. In my world, art is discussed in terms of provenance and projected value increases. When was the last time I purchased something simply because it moved me? That's the best reason to own art, I admit, finding myself drawn closer to her. The only reason that truly matters. Our eyes lock, and I notice flecks of amber in her irises, catching the warm light from the nearby lamp. The champagne glass in my hand suddenly feels superfluous, an unnecessary barrier. I set it on the coffee table. "I've been thinking about something all evening," I say, my voice dropping lower. "What's that?" Her question comes out barely above a whisper. "What it would be like to kiss you." The words hang between us, honest and unadorned. No corporate maneuvering, no tactical advantage. Just a man expressing desire to a woman who's captured his attention completely. Brianna's lips part slightly, her breath catching. She doesn't look away or retreat. Instead, she places her own glass beside mine with deliberate slowness. "I've been wondering the same thing," she admits. "That's all the invitation I need." I close the distance between us, one hand coming up to cradle her face. Her skin is impossibly soft beneath my fingertips as I trace the curve of her cheekbone. She leans into my touch, eyes half closing. The first contact of our lips is gentle, testing, exploring. Her mouth is warm and tastes faintly of champagne. I pull back just enough to gauge her reaction, finding her eyes now fully closed, her expression one of quiet anticipation. This time when our lips meet, there's nothing tentative about it. My hand slides to the nape of her neck, fingers threading through her curls as I deepen the kiss. She responds immediately, matching my intensity, her hand coming to rest against my chest. A quiet sound escapes her throat, somewhere between a sigh and a moan, and it ignites something primal within me. I draw her closer until she's practically in my lap, the sleek fabric of her dress gliding beneath my hands as they roam her back. "Derek," she breathes against my mouth, not pulling away, but pausing for breath. The sound of my name on her lips sends a jolt of electricity down my spine. "Tell me if you want to stop," I murmur, trailing kisses along her jawline to the sensitive spot beneath her ear. "I don't want to stop." Her hands find my shoulders, then move to my tie, loosening it with deft fingers. Not even a little bit. Her boldness fuels my own. I find the zipper of her dress, sliding it down slowly enough that she could object if she wanted to. Instead, she helps me, shrugging the fabric from her shoulders until it pools around her waist. The sight of her nearly takes my breath away, smooth skin glowing in the low light, the delicate lace of her bra a contrast to the strength in her shoulders, her collarbones, her steady gaze. "You're perfect," I tell her, voice rough with desire. She laughs softly, fingers now working the buttons of my shirt. "Nobody's perfect." "Then you're as close as it gets." I capture her mouth again, more urgently this time. My shirt soon joins her dress, discarded on the floor beside the sofa. The feel of her skin against mine is intoxicating, better than the champagne, better than the rush of closing any business deal. Her hands explore my chest, my shoulders. With the same curiosity and appreciation she showed the artwork earlier. I lift her easily, settling her fully on my lap. She moves against me instinctively, creating friction that draws a groan from deep in my chest. The remaining barriers between us, her bra, my pants, the last threads of restraint, suddenly seem like unnecessary obstacles. "Bedroom?" I manage to ask between kisses. Her answer is to stand, taking my hand and pulling me up with her. I follow her lead through her apartment to where the night awaits us. Every step an affirmation that whatever this connection is, we're choosing to pursue it. Consequences be damned.
Chapter 7. Brianna. Derek follows me into my bedroom, his hand warm and steady in mine as I guide him through the darkness. Moonlight spills through my half-drawn curtains, casting silver across my unmade bed. I should feel self-conscious about the scattered books on my nightstand, the dress I forgot to hang up this morning, the fact that I'm bringing my good friend's father into my most intimate space. But something about the hunger in Derek's eyes makes everything else fade away. "Come here," he murmurs, pulling me against his chest. "I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product." For several moments, we remain connected, his weight a comforting pressure against my back as we both struggle to catch our breath. His heart hammers against my spine, an echo of my own racing pulse. Sweat cools on our skin in the night air, and I'm suddenly aware of every place our bodies touch, every small movement as we gradually return to ourselves. Derek presses a gentle kiss to my shoulder, a tender contrast to the intensity of moments before. His arms wrap around me, holding me close as though I might disappear if he lets go. I feel simultaneously utterly spent and completely alive, aware of sensations I've never experienced before. The pleasant ache in muscles I didn't know I had. The lingering pleasure still humming through my veins. In this perfect, quiet moment, it's easy to forget everything else. Who he is, who I am, all the complications that wait for us outside this bedroom. Right now, there's just this. His breath on my skin, the comforting weight of him, and the strange certainty that something fundamental has shifted between us. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 8. Derek. I check my watch as I settle into the corner booth at Montclair, a high-end bistro downtown that Jenna loves. The white tablecloths and understated elegance create a hushed atmosphere that usually allows for productive business lunches. But today my mind isn't on business. It's been exactly 76 hours since I left Brianna's apartment. Not that I'm counting. Dad! Jenna's voice cuts through the restaurant as she approaches, turning heads with her exuberance. I stand to greet her, accepting her quick hug and perfume-scented kiss on the cheek. You're looking well. Just well? She spins in a little circle, showing off her pale blue dress. I'll have you know this is straight from the Milan runway. Stunning, then. I pull out her chair. Always stunning. Jenna slides into her seat with practiced grace, immediately signaling the waiter for her usual sparkling water with lime. As she chatters about her morning at the gallery and the new exhibition she's helping to curate, I find myself nodding along while my thoughts drift to dark curls and intelligent brown eyes. Dad? Hello? Jenna waves a hand in front of my face. Where'd you go just now? Sorry, sweetheart. Just thinking about a deal we're closing today. The lie comes easily, too easily. I've never been in the habit of lying to my daughter. You work too hard. She unfolds her napkin with a practiced flick. That's why I scheduled this lunch. You need breaks, you know. So you're looking out for your old man now? Someone has to. Her smile softens her words. Anyway, I wanted to tell you about this book Brianna recommended to me. It's absolutely brilliant. At the mention of Brianna's name, heat rushes through me. I take a large gulp of water to cover my reaction. She said it reminded her of conversations with you, actually. I nearly choke. She did? Yeah, something about how the protagonist has this worldview that evolves throughout the story. She said it was like watching you discuss art with her that night at the gallery opening. Jenna's face shows nothing but innocent enthusiasm. You two really hit it off, didn't you? We had some interesting conversations. Understatement of the century. The waiter arrives to take our orders, giving me a moment to compose myself. Jenna orders her usual salad with grilled chicken, while I go for the steak, rare. When the waiter leaves, Jenna leans forward with a glimmer in her eyes. I'm so glad you liked her. Brianna's my absolute best friend, you know? She's been weirdly quiet the past few days, though. My grip tightens on my water glass. Has she? Yeah, says she's busy with work, but I think there might be a guy. Jenna's eyes sparkle with mischief. She gets this look when she's into someone, all distracted and dreamy. The thought of Brianna looking dreamy over our encounter sends a jolt of satisfaction through me that I have no right to feel. I adjust my position, suddenly uncomfortable in my expensive suit. Dad, are you okay? You seem off today. Fine. I force a smile. Tell me more about this book. While Jenna launches into a detailed description of the plot, my mind replays moments from that night. Brianna's fingers tracing patterns on my chest, the taste of her skin, the way she'd looked up at me with those intelligent eyes before we'd finally fallen asleep. I shouldn't be thinking about this while sitting across from my daughter, but I can't help myself. What I feel for Brianna isn't just physical, though God knows the chemistry between us is unlike anything I've experienced before. There's something about her mind, her perspective, that challenges me. She doesn't defer to me the way most people do, doesn't seem impressed by my wealth or position. She sees me, not Derek Beckham the billionaire, but just Derek. And that's why I think you should come to book club with us next week. I snap back to attention. I'm sorry, what? Book club? At Brianna's place. You should come. Jenna takes a bite of the bread the waiter has placed between us. You'd enjoy it, and you just admitted you need more cultural enrichment in your life. I don't recall saying that. Well, you were thinking it. She grins. Come on, Dad, it'll be fun. A few of Brianna's work friends, me, maybe that curator I've been telling you about. The thought of seeing Brianna again in a social setting where we'd have to pretend nothing happened between us sends a conflicting rush of desire and anxiety through me. I want to see her again, desperately, but not like this. Not pretending to be strangers with polite interest in each other's opinions on literature. I don't think book club is my scene. I keep my voice even, reasonable. Since when do you have a scene? Jenna laughs. You're Derek Beckham. You belong everywhere. If only she knew how untrue that was. How out of place I feel right now, harboring thoughts about her best friend that would horrify her if she knew. The weight of my secrets presses down on me, making the restaurant's air feel suddenly stifling. At least consider it, Dad, Jenna presses, leaning forward with that look I've never been able to resist since she was 5 years old. It's next Wednesday at 7. You can even leave early if you hate it. Our food arrives, and I cut into my steak, watching the pink juices pool on the white plate. The thought of sitting in Brianna's apartment again, this time surrounded by strangers discussing metaphors and character development while pretending I haven't seen every inch of her naked body, sounds like an exquisite form of torture. Dad, Jenna persists, stabbing a cherry tomato with her fork. Please, for me. You're always saying we should spend more time together outside of family dinners. I sigh, recognizing when I'm cornered. I'll consider it. Jenna's face lights up immediately. Really? That's practically a yes coming from you. I said I'll consider it, I repeat, but my tone lacks conviction even to my own ears. I have that Tokyo deal closing next week, which will be wrapped up by Tuesday, according to your assistant. Jenna grins triumphantly. I checked before I came. Your Wednesday evening is completely clear. I raise an eyebrow. You called Marissa? I texted her. She takes a dainty bite of her salad. We have a good relationship. She thinks you work too hard, too. My staff is supposed to work for me, not conspire with my daughter. It's not conspiracy, it's care. Her eyes soften. Seriously, Dad, you spend too much time alone in that big house or locked in your office. When's the last time you did something just for enjoyment? Saturday night flashes through my mind. Brianna's laughter as I pinned her against her bed, the way she gasped my name. That had definitely been enjoyable. Fine, I concede, if only to direct my thoughts away from that dangerous territory. I'll come to book club, but I'm not promising to stay the entire time. Yes, Jenna claps her hands together like she's won a prize. Brianna will be thrilled. She really appreciates a perceptive mind like yours. After you left the gallery that night, she kept talking about how refreshing it was to have a genuine conversation about art with someone who actually gets it. My chest tightens at this information. Did she? She said most guys in the art world she meets either talk down to her or try to impress her with pretentious nonsense they've memorized. Jenna rolls her eyes. But she said you were different. I take another bite of my steak to hide my expression. She's very knowledgeable herself. That's why you'll love book club. Brianna leads the discussions, and she has this way of drawing out everyone's perspectives while adding these brilliant insights of her own. Jenna's admiration for her friend is clear in her voice. Her apartment's perfect for it, too. All those bookshelves and that cozy seating area. She lives near 86th in Columbus. I remember that seating area all too well, specifically how the cushions felt against my back when Brianna straddled me there. I know the place, I say, then immediately regret it when Jenna looks confused. Have you been to her apartment before? No, I correct quickly. I meant I know the building. Beckham Developments owns property in that area. Oh, right. She accepts the explanation without question. Well, it's settled then. Book club on Wednesday. I'll let Brianna know you're coming. The prospect of seeing Brianna again sends a current of electricity through me. Back in her apartment, with its walls lined with books, the subtle scent of her perfume lingering in the air. I shouldn't care, but I do. I care far too much about everything related to Brianna Cameron. Don't make a big deal of it, I tell Jenna, trying to sound casual. I might need to leave early. Sure, Dad. Her knowing smile suggests she sees right through my attempted indifference. Whatever you say. The conversation shifts to Jenna's latest charity project, but my mind remains fixed on Wednesday, on Brianna's apartment, on seeing her again in the place where everything changed between us. It's foolish, risky, and potentially disastrous, especially with Jenna there, but I can't deny the anticipation building inside me. I need to see her again, even if it's across a room full of people discussing fictional characters while we pretend our own story never happened.
Chapter 9. Brianna. I wipe my sweaty palms on my jeans for the 4th time in 10 minutes as I arrange the last of the cheese and crackers on my serving platter. The clock on my oven reads 6:52 p.m., 8 minutes until book club officially starts, though Jenna always arrives early to help set up. Except tonight, she's bringing Derek. My apartment, which normally feels like my sanctuary, suddenly seems too small, too intimate. Every corner holds a memory from that night. Derek kissing me in my living room, his lips on my neck, his body covering mine on the couch where everyone will soon be sitting. I gulped down half a glass of wine to steady my nerves. What possessed me to agree when Jenna texted that her father wanted to join book club? The smart answer would have been a polite, maybe next time. Instead, I typed back, of course, everyone's welcome. The doorbell rings, sending my heart into my throat. 8 minutes early. It has to be them. When I pull the door open, Jenna bounces in with her usual exuberance, a bottle of expensive rosé in one hand. Bree, I brought reinforcements. And there he is, filling my doorway with his broad shoulders, looking devastatingly handsome in dark jeans and a gray cashmere sweater that makes his blue eyes even more intense. Derek's gaze locks with mine, and the air between us crackles with unspoken words. Brianna. He says my name with such gentle familiarity that I worry Jenna will notice. Mr. Beckham. So glad you could join us. I step back, gesturing them inside with what I hope passes for casual hospitality. Derek, please. His mouth quirks up at one corner as he enters my space. I think we established that at the gallery opening. Right, the gallery opening. The only time we've officially met according to the fiction we're presenting to the world? Of course, Derek. His name feels dangerous on my tongue. Make yourself comfortable. Jenna immediately heads for the kitchen, familiar with my apartment's layout after countless evenings spent here. I'll get this wine breathing. Dad, you can put your coat in Bree's bedroom. I freeze. My bedroom. where Derek and I can take it, I interject quickly, reaching for his coat. Our fingers brush during the handoff, and the electric current that runs through me is embarrassingly potent. His eyes darken momentarily before he composes himself. "Thank you," he says, voice deeper than necessary. The doorbell rings again, saving me from having to respond. Within 15 minutes, my apartment fills with the regular book club attendees: Mia and Taylor from my office, Eduardo from the coffee shop downstairs who's working on his English Lit degree, and Rachel, my neighbor from across the hall. Everyone settles into their usual spots, leaving Derek to take the armchair nearest my position on the couch, the seat nobody usually claims because it's slightly angled away from the group. From here, he can watch me without being obvious about it. "Okay, everyone," I say, once wine has been poured and snacks distributed. "Let's talk about The Silent Path. Initial thoughts." The discussion begins smoothly enough. Eduardo opens with observations about the author's use of setting as metaphor, and Rachel builds on that with connections to the protagonist's internal journey. I nod along, making my usual notes to guide the conversation, but my focus keeps drifting to Derek's presence. He sits with quiet confidence, occasionally sipping his wine, watching me with an intensity that makes my skin heat. When he finally speaks, the room seems to still. I found the protagonist's reluctance to acknowledge what they truly wanted fascinating, he says, his gaze fixed on me. The way they constructed elaborate justifications for denying themselves happiness when the path forward was clearly marked, just invisible to them because they refused to see it. Is he talking about the book or us? My voice cracks and I clear my throat. That's an interesting perspective, though I think the protagonist's hesitation came from legitimate concerns about how their choices might hurt others. Derek's eyebrow lifts slightly. Sometimes the greater hurt comes from dishonesty. But honesty without consideration of consequence is just selfishness, I counter, feeling the conversation shifting into dangerous territory. Jenna looks between us, clearly delighted by the intellectual sparring. This is exactly why I wanted Dad to come. He always cuts through to the heart of things. If she only knew. I did appreciate how the author explored the theme of timing, I say, deliberately steering us back to safer literary ground. How some connections happen when we're not ready for them, or when circumstances make them complicated. I think when something is right, you make it work regardless of timing, Derek says, leaning forward slightly. The complications become challenges to overcome, not excuses to walk away. My chest tightens. That's a rather privileged perspective, don't you think? Not everyone has the luxury of ignoring practical considerations. I didn't say ignore them. His eyes never leave mine. I said overcome them. The room has grown quiet, the other members watching our exchange with interest. I realize I'm clutching my wine glass too tightly and force myself to relax. Let's talk about the secondary characters, I suggest, my professional book club facilitator voice returning. Specifically, the best friend who remained oblivious throughout. Did anyone else find that unrealistic? As the conversation flows around us, Derek continues watching me, occasionally offering insights that are intelligent and thoughtful, showing he's actually read the book. Each time he speaks, I'm reminded of how much more there is to him than his billionaire persona. The conversation shifts when Rachel points out a plot twist none of us saw coming. I nod along, offering my thoughts while secretly stealing glances at Derek, who sits with one ankle crossed over his knee, looking far too comfortable in my space. I thought the friend's betrayal felt forced, Taylor says, wrinkling her nose, like the author needed conflict but couldn't find a natural way to create it. Disagree, Jenna jumps in, leaning forward with that familiar sparkle in her eyes she gets when she's passionate about something. The betrayal worked because it was building throughout the entire book. Remember how the friend kept making those little comments? The ones that seemed supportive on the surface, but had this undercurrent of jealousy. I turned to look at her, impressed. Jenna catches literature's nuances in ways that still surprise me after all these years. While everyone sees her as the social butterfly, I've always appreciated her insight. That's exactly right, I say. All those seemingly throwaway lines were breadcrumbs leading to that moment. Jenna beams, clearly pleased with the validation. The author showed us who the friend really was the whole time. We just didn't want to see it because the protagonist didn't. Sometimes we're blind to what's right in front of us, Derek adds, his voice a low rumble that sends a shiver down my spine, especially when acknowledging it would force us to make difficult choices. Eduardo nods enthusiastically. That's why the confrontation scene hit so hard. Everything was finally out in the open. I noticed the wine bottles are empty and several plates need refilling. Speaking of out in the open, I think we need more refreshments. Let me grab some things from the kitchen. Need a hand? Derek asks, already half rising from his seat. No, I've got it, I say quickly, not trusting myself alone with him, even for a minute. Keep the discussion going. I want to hear more about everyone's take on that confrontation scene. In the kitchen, I arrange more crackers and cheese on the serving plate, then pull out the stuffed mushrooms I'd prepared earlier. My hands work automatically while my mind replays Derek's comments. Is he sending me messages through his literary analysis? Or am I just reading into everything because I'm hyper-aware of his presence? I return to the living room, balancing 2 plates, and set them on the coffee table. Help yourselves. These mushrooms look amazing, Mia says, reaching for one. I return to the kitchen for the final tray, my famous spinach puffs that everyone always devours within minutes. As I walk back toward the group, I slow my steps, suddenly conscious that the only available space to set down the tray is directly in front of Derek. I lean forward, holding my breath as I place the tray on the table. Derek reaches for one at the exact moment my hands are still on the plate. His fingers brush against mine, and that now familiar current runs through me, making my pulse jump. It's brief, barely a second of contact, but my body responds as if he's caressed me deliberately. His eyes meet mine, dark and knowing. I wonder if anyone else can see it, this invisible thread pulling taut between us. These are my favorite, he says, his voice pitched low enough that only I can hear. I straighten up quickly, hoping the flush I feel creeping up my neck isn't visible. I'm glad. I hope everyone enjoys them. But the others are deep in conversation, Eduardo gesticulating as he makes a point about the book's ambiguous ending, Jenna nodding along while Rachel refills her wine glass. No one notices this moment between Derek and me, this silent acknowledgement of what simmers beneath the surface. I return to my seat and try to focus on the discussion, but I'm acutely aware of Derek's every movement, the way he chews thoughtfully, how he runs his thumb along the rim of his glass, the slight shift of his body when he turns to respond to a comment. Each action feels like it's performed for me alone, a private show in a room full of people. When Jenna launches into an impassioned defense of the protagonist's final choice, gesturing with the same enthusiasm she's always had, I force myself to give her my full attention. But even as I respond to her points, I feel Derek's gaze like a physical touch, intimate and knowing in ways that make me both terrified and exhilarated.
Chapter 10. Derek. I watch the minute hand tick toward 9 o'clock, counting down the seconds until this charade can end. While the literary discussion has been stimulating more than I expected, sitting this close to Brianna without touching her has become its own exquisite torture. She's been magnificent tonight. Every thoughtful comment, every graceful movement as she plays hostess, only confirms what I've known since our first encounter. She's extraordinary. The way she challenged my interpretations of the text, pushing back with her own insightful analysis, turns me on almost as much as the memory of her body against mine. When Eduardo finally stretches and announces, "Well, I should head out. Early shift tomorrow," I have to suppress my smile. The rest follow suit, gathering bags and jackets. Rachel compliments the food one last time. Mia and Taylor debate a plot point as they step into the hallway. Jenna lingers, collecting wine glasses. "That was fun! Dad, what did you think of your first Cameron Book Club experience?" "Intellectually stimulating." I meet Brianna's eyes across the room. "I can see why you enjoy it so much." "I should get going too," Jenna says, checking her phone. "That new exhibition at the Klein Gallery opens tonight. I told some friends I'd meet them there." "Perfect. Don't let us keep you," I say casually. "I'll help Brianna clean up before heading out." Brianna's eyes widen slightly. "Oh, that's not necessary." I insist. My tone makes it clear this isn't up for debate. "It's the least I can do after you hosted." Jenna beams, oblivious to the current running between us. "See? Dad can be helpful sometimes." She kisses my cheek, then hugs Brianna. "Text me later, Bree!" And just like that, my daughter bounces out the door, leaving us alone. The click of the lock engaging sounds unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. Brianna stands frozen by the couch, arms wrapped around herself. "I should probably go too," I say, taking a deliberate step toward the kitchen with a stack of plates. Her shoulders relax slightly. "Right, of course." I place the dishes in the sink, listening to her soft footsteps as she moves around the living room, collecting glasses. When she enters the kitchen, arms full, I take them from her hands, setting them aside without breaking eye contact. "What are you doing?" she whispers, but doesn't back away. What I've been thinking about all night. In one fluid movement, I back her against the counter, my hands finding her waist. Do you have any idea how hard it was to sit there, listening to you dissect fictional relationships when all I could think about was touching you? Her breath catches. "Derek, we can't..." "Can't what?" "Want each other?" I press my body against hers, feeling her heat through our clothes. "Because I do want you, Brianna. You drive me absolutely wild." I capture her mouth with mine, swallowing her protest. For one heartbeat, she remains rigid, hands flat against my chest, not pushing me away but not pulling me closer either. Then, with a soft sound between a sigh and a moan, she melts into me. Her fingers curl into my sweater as I deepen the kiss, walking her backward until she's trapped between the refrigerator and my body. My hand slides up her side, thumb grazing the underside of her cleavage through her shirt. "This is crazy," she gasps when I release her mouth to trail kisses down her neck. "Is it?" My voice sounds rough even to my own ears. Or is it the only thing that makes sense? Her pupils are dilated, lips swollen from my kisses. The sight sends blood rushing south. "Your daughter was just here," she says, but her hips press forward against mine. And now she's not. I capture her wrists, pinning them above her head with one hand, while the other traces the curve of her jaw. "It's just us, Brianna. No audience. No pretending. Tell me you haven't been thinking about this too." Her chest rises and falls rapidly, her internal conflict written across her face. I wait, holding her gaze, giving her the choice. "I have," she finally whispers. "God help me, I haven't stopped thinking about you." Victory surges through me. I kiss her again, harder this time, my grip on her wrists loosening as she responds with equal fervor. When she breaks free to run her hands through my hair, tugging me closer, I let out a groan. "You have no idea what you do to me," I murmur against her skin. "All night, watching you in this space, knowing what we did the last time we were alone here." She cuts me off with another kiss, her tongue sliding against mine. My hands move to her hips, lifting her onto the counter with ease. She wraps her legs around my waist, drawing me closer to her center. "I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, We have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixavon Romance. Chapter 11. Brianna. I wake to sunlight filtering through unfamiliar curtains, momentarily disoriented before the events of last night come rushing back. The book club, everyone leaving. Derek staying to help clean up. The kitchen counter, then the couch. And finally, somehow, my bedroom. A warm weight presses against my back, an arm draped possessively across my waist. Derek's steady breathing tickles my neck, his body curved protectively around mine. I blink in surprise, realizing he's still here. I didn't expect him to stay the night. I shift slightly, careful not to wake him, and check the time on my phone. 9:30. I haven't slept this late in months. As I'm contemplating whether to get up or enjoy a few more minutes of his warmth, the scent of fresh coffee reaches me. I frown. Did I set the coffee maker last night? I don't remember doing that before we... The arm around my waist tightens, and Derek's lips press against my shoulder. "Good morning," he murmurs, voice deliciously raspy with sleep. I turn in his embrace, finding myself face to face with sleepy blue eyes and tousled silver hair. He looks younger somehow, more vulnerable without his usual commanding presence. The sight does something funny to my chest. "Morning." I resist the urge to touch his face, to trace the lines at the corners of his eyes. This feels too intimate, too domestic. I smell coffee. His lips curve into a smile. Breakfast should be here any minute. Breakfast? I prop myself up on one elbow. What do you mean? I ordered us some food. He stretches languidly, the sheet slipping dangerously low on his hips. Hope you don't mind that I used your address. Before I can ask more questions, a soft knock sounds at my front door. Derek sits up, reaching for his phone on the nightstand. Perfect timing. He scrolls through something, then tosses back the covers and stands, gloriously naked and completely unself-conscious. "I'll get it." "Wait, you can't." I gesture frantically at his state of undress. He chuckles, grabbing his boxers and pants from the floor. "Relax. I'm not an exhibitionist." I watch him pull on just enough clothing to be decent, then pad barefoot out of my bedroom. The front door opens and closes, followed by a brief exchange of voices. A minute later, delicious aromas waft through my apartment. Curiosity gets the better of me. I slide out of bed, wrapping myself in my robe before following the scent to my kitchen. The sight that greets me stops me in my tracks. My small dining table has been transformed. White paper containers are arranged neatly, alongside fresh flowers I definitely didn't have yesterday. Derek moves with practiced ease, pouring coffee into my favorite mug. What is all this? I approach cautiously, as if the scene might disappear if I move too quickly. Breakfast. He hands me the coffee, perfectly prepared with the right amount of cream. I thought you might be hungry after last night. I take a sip, surprised that he knows exactly how I like it. But how did you? I had it delivered. He shrugs like it's the most natural thing in the world. The French bakery on Westfield makes an incredible pain au chocolat that I thought you'd enjoy. There's also croque madame, fresh fruit, and those little yogurt parfaits with granola. I stare at the spread, then at him, then back at the food. You just ordered all this? At 9 in the morning? 9:15, actually. His smile turns slightly smug. Being able to get what I want, when I want it, is one of the perks of my position. Right? Because he's Derek Beckham, billionaire. The man probably hasn't stood in a checkout line in decades. I sink into a chair, feeling strangely off balance. I'm not used to this. To breakfast? He slides into the chair opposite mine, lifting the lid on one of the containers to reveal perfectly arranged berries. To being pampered. I accept the plate he offers, loaded with pastries still warm from the oven. To someone taking care of me. Something flickers in his eyes. Satisfaction, maybe, or pride. Get used to it. I enjoy spoiling beautiful women who spend the night screaming my name. Heat floods down to my legs at the memory. I wasn't screaming. The neighbors might disagree. He takes a bite of his croissant, eyes never leaving mine. You're magnificent when you come, you know that? I hide my face behind my coffee mug. You can't just say things like that. Why not? It's the truth. He reaches across the table, fingers brushing mine. And I'm finding I like being honest with you, Brianna. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. I look up, studying his face. No one has ever looked at me quite the way Derek does. Like I'm precious and desirable, and fascinating all at once. The coffee is perfect, I say, instead of addressing his comment. How did you know how I take it? I pay attention. He spears a strawberry with his fork. I notice things about you. The simple statement shouldn't make my heart race, but it does. In a world where people are constantly distracted, half listening while scrolling through their phones, being truly seen feels like a rare gift. I bite into the pain au chocolat, chocolate melting on my tongue. This is incredible. I thought you'd like it. His satisfaction is evident in the curve of his lips, the warmth in his eyes. We eat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the morning sun streaming through my kitchen window. The intimacy of sharing breakfast after sharing my bed creates a bubble around us that feels separate from reality. But reality has a way of bursting bubbles, and as I spread jam on a piece of toast, I can't help but think about Jenna. Derek. I set my knife down, gathering my courage. We should probably talk about what this means. He looks up from his coffee, expression unreadable. This? Us? Last night. This morning. I gesture between us. Whatever is happening here? His face softens. What do you want it to mean? That's not really an answer. I push my plate aside, suddenly less hungry. And it's complicated. Because of Jenna. It's not a question. I nod, tracing the rim of my mug with my finger. She's one of my closest friends. We've known each other for years. This book club was actually her idea. And now you've slept with her father. Derek says it matter-of-factly, no judgment in his tone. Twice? How are we supposed to navigate that? My voice comes out smaller than I intended. I can't imagine telling her the truth about us. He reaches across the table, capturing my hand in his. We'll figure it out together, I promise. And even if we don't, we can just run away to Italy together. The intensity of his gaze sends a shiver down my spine, but I pull my hand away. I'm being serious. Jenna will freak out when she finds out about us. When, not if. A slow smile spreads across his face. That's promising. I roll my eyes. You're impossible. I'm optimistic. He leans forward, elbows on the table, and determined. When I want something, I find a way to make it happen. And you want? You? The single word hangs in the air between us, heavy with meaning. I want to see where this goes. I want to take you to dinner, to that gallery opening next month, to my place in the Hamptons when summer arrives. My pulse quickens at the certainty in his voice, the casual way he plans months ahead. But Jenna is an adult. Derek's expression grows more serious. Yes, this will be awkward. Yes, she might be upset initially, but Jenna loves me and she cares about you. She wants us both to be happy. You make it sound so simple. I stand up, needing to move, to think. But relationships are messy, especially when they involve people close to you. Derek watches me pace, his eyes tracking my movements. Nothing worth having comes without complications, Brianna. That's easy for you to say. I cross my arms over my chest. You're used to getting what you want. Not always. Something flickers in his eyes, an old pain, quickly hidden, and never without effort. But you... He stands, closing the distance between us. You've become important to me, more important than I expected. His hands settle on my shoulders, warm and steady. I'll figure out a way to make this work, to make sure everyone is happy, Jenna included. I want to believe him. The certainty in his voice, the determination in his eyes, they make his promises seem possible. But reality isn't so easily shaped, even by billionaires. What if you can't? I ask quietly. What if Jenna hates the idea of us together? What if it ruins our friendship? Then we'll deal with that together. His thumb traces my collarbone, a gentle caress. But I know my daughter. She might be shocked, she might be uncomfortable, but she won't stand in the way of something real. Is that what this is? I search his face. Something real? Derek's hands frame my face, his touch reverent. It has the potential to be. Don't you feel it? I do feel it. The connection between us that seems to transcend physical attraction, the ease of our conversations, the way he sees me. But I also feel the complications, the potential for hurt, the messiness that lies ahead. I'm not convinced it's going to work out as neatly as you think. My honesty hangs between us, but I don't regret it. Jenna might surprise you. And you might be surprised by how well I know my daughter. He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Give us a chance, Brianna. That's all I'm asking.
Chapter 12. Derek. I've never been a patient man. When I want something, I move decisively to claim it. Yet here I am, carefully orchestrating secret meetings and clandestine dinners, like a teenager sneaking around behind his parents' backs. For Brianna, though, the discretion is worth it. 3 weeks after that morning together, I find myself sitting in my car outside her apartment building, checking my watch. The small blue box on the passenger seat catches the light when I shift, the Tiffany logo unmistakable, even in the dim evening glow. Inside lies a platinum bracelet with a single diamond charm, elegant enough to make a statement, subtle enough that she can wear it anywhere without raising eyebrows. My phone buzzes with her text. Coming down now. I straighten my tie in the rearview mirror and pocket the box. No need to give her the gift in the car where anyone might see. I've reserved the private dining room at Eloise for precisely this reason. The building door swings open and she emerges, stealing my breath. She's wearing a burgundy dress I had delivered to her apartment yesterday. A risk that paid off beautifully. The fabric hugs her curves in all the right places, the color rich against her skin. Her hair falls in soft curls around her face, and as she slides into the passenger seat, the scent of her perfume fills the car. You look stunning. I lean over to kiss her, lingering just long enough to taste her lipstick. This dress is ridiculous. She runs her hands over the fabric. I can't believe you had my measurements. I pay attention. I pull into traffic, my hand finding hers across the console. And I have an excellent memory for anything that involves your body. Her laugh fills the car, warm and rich. I'm still not used to this. To what? To dating a man who sends couture dresses to my apartment with handwritten notes. She squeezes my fingers. It's a bit overwhelming. Would you prefer I stop? I glance over, catching the conflict in her expression. I didn't say that. Her eyes dance with amusement. Just because something's overwhelming doesn't mean it's unwelcome. I navigate through evening traffic, enjoying the comfortable silence between us. This is what I've come to appreciate most about Brianna. The ease we found together, the natural rhythm we've fallen into despite the complications surrounding our relationship. At Eloise, the maitre d' recognizes me immediately. Mr. Beckham, your private room is ready. I guide Brianna with my hand at the small of her back, keenly aware of the other diners. McDaniel's Industries employs hundreds of people in this city. While the chances of running into someone from their finance department are slim, I'm not willing to take unnecessary risks with Brianna's career. Once safely ensconced in the private dining room, with its soft lighting and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, I finally relax. This place is incredible. Brianna turns slowly, taking in the view. I've read about it in magazines, but I never thought I'd actually eat here. Only the best for you. I pull out her chair, my hand lingering on her shoulder as she sits. The sommelier appears with the champagne I pre-ordered, a vintage Dom Perignon that pairs perfectly with the tasting menu I've arranged. Once we're alone again, I raise my glass. To discretion! Her lips quirk into a smile as she clinks her glass against mine. Necessary, but frustrating. McDaniel's anti-fraternization policy is particularly strict. I take a sip, watching her over the rim of my glass. Though technically as a board member rather than an executive, I'm in a gray area. A very dark gray area. She runs her finger around the rim of her glass. I doubt the distinction would matter to HR. No, probably not. I reach across the table for her hand. Are the accommodations becoming too much? The secrecy? Her eyes meet mine, direct and honest. Sometimes I feel like I'm living a double life. At work, I'm just Brianna Cameron from finance. With you, I'm... You're what? I'm someone who gets whisked off to secret dinners and showered with gifts that cost an arm and a leg. She smiles, but there's something troubled in her expression. It's like a fantasy. Does that bother you? I trace circles on her palm with my thumb. Not exactly, it's just different. She squeezes my hand. But you make it worth it. The waiter arrives with our first course, a delicate arrangement of sea scallops with truffle foam. When we're alone again, I reach into my pocket and place the blue box on the table between us. Her eyes widen. Derek. Open it. She hesitates, then lifts the lid. Her sharp intake of breath is exactly the reaction I hoped for. It's beautiful, she whispers, lifting the bracelet from its velvet cushion. Allow me. I take it from her fingers and secure it around her wrist, enjoying the contrast of the platinum against her skin. Something to remind you of me when we're apart. As if I could forget. Her eyes shine with emotion. The chef outdoes himself with each course. Seared foie gras that melts on the tongue. Dover sole so delicate it barely needs chewing. A beef tenderloin that rivals anything I've ever tasted. I watch Brianna savor each bite, her pleasure evident in the small sounds she makes, the way her eyes close momentarily. Is it always like this for you? She gestures around the room with her fork. Private dining rooms and perfect meals, Not always. I reach for my wine, a Bordeaux the sommelier suggested would complement the beef. It's different with you. Better. How so? Because I'm not here to impress a business partner or secure a deal. I set my glass down, leaning forward. I'm here because watching you enjoy yourself makes me happy. Simple as that. Her smile transforms her face, softening the scholarly intensity I've come to admire. The bracelet catches the light when she adjusts her napkin, drawing my eye, marking her as mine. The thought stirs something possessive in my chest, something I haven't felt in years. The waiter clears our plates and brings dessert, a chocolate soufflé with hazelnut crème anglaise. Brianna takes a bite and makes that small sound of pleasure that never fails to affect me. We should do this more often, I say, reaching across to wipe a smudge of chocolate from the corner of her mouth. She captures my hand, her expression shifting to something more serious. When are we going to tell Jenna about us, Derek? The question lands like a stone in still water. I should have anticipated this, but somehow I didn't. I've been thinking about that, I say carefully, buying time. Brianna's eyes don't leave mine. It's been weighing on me. Every time we talk, I feel like I'm lying to her. You're not lying. Lies of omission are still lies. She sets her fork down. She's my best friend. Every time I see her, I feel this guilt. I hate it. I run a hand through my hair, wishing I had a ready answer. The truth is, I've been avoiding thinking about it. Jenna is my daughter, my only child. The idea of telling her I'm dating her best friend fills me with a particular kind of dread. I understand, I say, because I do. It's not a simple situation. We need to rip the Band-Aid off. Brianna's voice has that determined edge I recognize from our first meeting. Soon and quick. The longer we wait, the worse it gets. I've been planning something, I say, the lie slipping out with practiced ease. I just haven't finalized the details yet. Her eyes narrow slightly. What kind of something? I've backed myself into a corner. I thought maybe dinner at my place. Neutral territory, private. When? I need to check my calendar. Another evasion. The truth is, I have no idea how to approach this. Jenna and I have always been close, but this could change everything. Brianna's face falls slightly. She sees through me. Of course she does. You don't have a plan, do you? I consider lying again, but find I can't. Not to her. No, I admit. I don't. She looks down at her dessert, no longer interested in it. I see. Brianna. I reach for her hand. I love my daughter. More than anything. This isn't something I can approach carelessly. I know that. I love her too. She's my best friend. Then you understand why this needs delicacy. What I understand is that the longer we keep this secret, the more it will hurt her when she finds out. Brianna's voice catches. And she will find out, Derek. Secrets like this don't stay buried. She's right, and we both know it. I squeeze her fingers, the weight of responsibility settling heavily on my shoulders. I promise I'll plan something soon, I say, meaning it this time. Within the next 2 weeks, we'll tell her together. Brianna searches my face, looking for sincerity. Whatever she sees must satisfy her because she nods slowly. 2 weeks, she agrees. No longer. No longer, I echo, already dreading the conversation to come. But for Brianna and for Jenna, I'll find a way through this maze I've created.
Chapter 13. Brianna. The alarm's shrill beep drags me from sleep. I fumble for my phone, squinting at the time. 6:15 a.m., just like every weekday. But this morning feels different, heavier somehow. My limbs refuse to cooperate as I try to swing my legs over the side of the bed. No, I groan. the wave of nausea hitting me with such force that I barely make it to the bathroom in time. I grip the cold porcelain, my knuckles tight as I empty my stomach. When the heaving finally stops, I slump against the bathroom wall, pressing my cheek to the cool tile. "This isn't good," I whisper to the empty room. "Not good at all." It's the third morning this week I've woken up sick. I've been blaming it on stress, the secrecy with Derek, the guilt about Jenna, the looming deadline of our 2-week agreement to come clean. But as I drag myself up to rinse my mouth, a terrible suspicion begins to form. My reflection stares back at me, eyes wide with dawning realization. I grab my phone from the bedroom and open my period tracker app, my heart pounding against my ribs. No, no, no. The screen confirms what I already know. I'm late, 8 days late. I'm never late. This can't be happening. I slide down to sit on the bathroom floor, my legs too weak to hold me. Not now. My mind races through calculations. Then, I press my palms against my eyes, trying to block out reality. A baby. Derek Beckham's baby growing inside me right now. "Breathe, Brianna," I tell myself, forcing air into my lungs. "Just breathe." The implications cascade through my mind like falling dominoes. My career at McDaniel's, over. My friendship with Jenna, destroyed. My carefully planned future, derailed. And Derek, my stomach lurches again, sending me scrambling back to the toilet. When I'm done, I rinse my mouth and splash cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. I need to know for sure. I dress quickly in leggings and an oversized sweater, not bothering with makeup. The corner drugstore is just opening when I arrive, still quiet enough that I don't have to make awkward eye contact with anyone as I grab 3 different pregnancy tests and pay with cash. Back home, I follow the instructions with shaking hands. 3 minutes to wait. The longest 3 minutes of my life. I pace my small bathroom, refusing to look at the tests lined up on the counter. This isn't happening. This can't be happening. But it is happening. When the timer on my phone chimes, I force myself to look. 3 tests, 3 positive results. No ambiguity, no reprieve. I'm pregnant. Saying the words aloud makes them real in a way that seeing those little plus signs doesn't. I'm pregnant with Derek Beckham's baby. I sink onto the edge of my bathtub, mind spinning. My mother's voice echoes in my head, her warnings about being careful, about not letting a man derail my ambitions. She'd worked so hard to put me through college, had sacrificed so much to give me opportunities she never had. "What would you say now, Mom?" I whisper, tears threatening. "Your daughter got herself knocked up by her best friend's billionaire father." The absurdity of it almost makes me laugh, a wild sound that catches in my throat. I need a plan. That's what I do. I plan, I organize, I control what I can, but this feels beyond my ability to manage. If anyone finds out I'm sleeping with Derek, I'll lose my job. If Jenna learns I'm carrying her father's child, I'll lose my best friend. If Derek discovers I'm pregnant, that thought stops me cold. Derek finding out changes everything. He's protective, possessive even. He wouldn't just let this go. No, he'd want to take control, to fix it, to make decisions about my life, my career, our relationship. And once that happens, there's no turning back. The secret would be impossible to contain. Everyone would know. Everyone would judge. No one can know, I decide, my voice steady despite the trembling in my hands. No one can find out I've been sleeping with Derek Beckham. The finality of the decision settles over me like a heavy cloak. This is my burden to carry, alone, at least for now. I'll figure out what to do, how to handle this without destroying everything I've built, everything I care about. For now, the secret stays mine, just mine. I pull out my suitcase from the closet, the old blue Samsonite I bought for a trip to New Orleans 3 years ago. It feels heavier now, weighted with purpose rather than vacation clothes. Just the essentials, I remind myself, folding a stack of underwear into a neat square. My hands work methodically while my mind races. I've already checked my bank account. $42,378.16 in savings. Living frugally in a small town somewhere west, I could stretch that for almost 2 years. Long enough to have this baby and figure out what comes next. I place my hand on my still flat stomach. Looks like we're starting a new adventure, little one. My apartment feels both familiar and foreign as I move through it, selecting what to take and what to leave behind. The bookshelf catches my eye, hundreds of beloved volumes I've collected over the years. Can't take you all, I whisper, running my fingers along the spines. I select just 5 favorites, the ones that have gotten me through the hardest times. They'll have to be enough. In the kitchen, I empty the refrigerator, throwing away perishables. No point leaving anything to rot. I wipe down counters, feeling a strange compulsion to leave everything spotless, as if cleanliness might somehow absolve me of what I'm doing. My phone buzzes on the counter. Derek's name flashes on the screen, and my heart constricts. I silence it without answering. Then I open my settings and find the option to factory reset. 1 click, and everything will be gone. Contacts, photos, messages, all evidence of the life I'm leaving behind. Not yet, I mutter. I need it a little longer. At my desk, I pull out a sheet of cream stationery, the expensive kind, with my monogram at the top, a gift from Jenna last Christmas. The irony isn't lost on me as I uncap my pen and begin to write. Dear Jenna. The words flow easier than expected, the repressed truth finally finding release. I tell her everything, how it started with Derek, how I never meant for it to happen, how deeply I regret betraying her trust. I hope that someday she might find it in her heart to understand, if not forgive. I won't ask you to contact me. I won't burden you with my address or new number. This is my mess to clean up. I just couldn't disappear without telling you why. You deserve that much at least. I'm so sorry, Jenna. I love you. Brianna. Tears splash onto the paper, blurring my signature. I blot them carefully, fold the letter, and seal it in an envelope. I'll mail it once I leave this apartment. I move to my laptop next, methodically deleting social media accounts. Facebook, gone. Instagram, gone. Twitter, gone. I set up an automatic email response for work contacts. I've had a family emergency and must take indefinite leave. I apologize for any inconvenience. Family emergency, not entirely a lie. My phone buzzes again. A text from Jenna this time. Book club tonight. Don't forget to finish the Midnight Library. We're meeting at Sarah's, 7 p.m. I've got wine duty. Love you. My chest aches. I won't be there. I'll never sit in her cozy living room again, debating plot points and character motivations while passing around plates of cheese and fruit. Those evenings of easy friendship are over now. I type out a simple response. Can't make it tonight. Not feeling well. Then put my phone down before I can change my mind about leaving. Back to packing. I fold sweaters and jeans, pack toiletries and medications. Into a small velvet pouch goes the sapphire necklace my mother left me before she died. For when you need something blue, she'd said, never knowing how blue I'd feel when wearing it now. I check train schedules on my laptop. There's an Amtrak heading west tomorrow morning. I book a one-way ticket to Missoula, Montana. Somewhere quiet, beautiful, far from New York and everyone I know. Somewhere I can blend in and disappear. This is the right thing, I tell myself, zipping up my suitcase. The only thing. But as I look around my apartment, at the photos of Jenna and me laughing at her birthday party last year, at the literary prints Derek helped me select for my living room, at all the evidence of a life I've loved, I wonder if I'm making the biggest mistake of all.
Chapter 14. Derek. 3 days, 72 hours without a word from Brianna. I stare at my phone for the 100th time today, checking the timestamp on the last text she sent me. Sunday night, 10:43 p.m. Tonight was amazing. Sweet dreams, Derek. That was the last I heard from her. My messages since then show delivered, but not read. My calls go straight to voicemail. Something's wrong. I pace my office, ignoring the stack of contracts my assistant left for review. This isn't like her. At first, I thought she might be busy with work or taking some space. Our arrangement is still new, still secret. But Brianna isn't the type to disappear without explanation. Not my Brianna with her organizational skills and consideration for others. I grab my keys and jacket, striding toward the elevator without bothering to tell anyone I'm leaving. The drive to her apartment takes 20 minutes, 19 with the way I'm driving. Every red light feels like a personal affront. The doorman recognizes me from previous visits. "Good afternoon, Mr. Beckham. Shall I announce you to Miss Cameron?" "No need." My smile feels stretched thin across my face. I'm expected. A lie, but necessary. I take the elevator to the top floor, knocking firmly on her door. No answer. I knock again, harder. "Brianna? It's Derek. Open up." Nothing but silence greets me. The hallway stretches empty in both directions. No witnesses. I reach into my pocket for the small leather case I keep for emergencies. It's been years since I've picked a lock, a skill from my less privileged youth that occasionally proves useful. The pins click into place with surprising ease, muscle memory taking over where conscious thought fails. The door swings open and I step inside, closing it quietly behind me. "Brianna?" My voice echoes in the empty apartment. Everything looks normal at first glance. Furniture in place. No signs of struggle. The living room is meticulously clean. Too clean. The coffee table that usually holds stacks of books and literary journals is bare. The throw blanket she loves to curl under while reading is gone from the couch. My stomach tightens as I move toward her bedroom. The bed is made with military precision. I open her closet to find gaps in the clothing. Not everything is gone, but enough. The practical pieces. The comfortable ones she wears most often. "What is happening?" I mutter, opening dresser drawers to find similar patterns. Essentials taken, unnecessary items left behind. The bathroom tells the same story. Toothbrush gone. Favorite shampoo missing. 3 empty spots in her medicine cabinet where daily items should be. Back in the living room, I notice what I missed before. Spaces on her bookshelves where favorite volumes used to sit. The framed photo of her mother. Gone. The small blue ceramic dish where she keeps her keys. Empty. She didn't just leave for a few days. She packed. She planned. "Why would you do this?" I ask the empty apartment, anger and fear battling for dominance in my chest. "Why wouldn't you tell me?" Did I push too hard? Did someone find out about us? Is she running from me or toward something else? I sink onto her couch, my head in my hands. The scent of her perfume lingers faintly in the cushions, making my chest ache with a hollow pain I haven't felt in decades. My phone is in my hand before I realize I've moved. I dial her number again, listening to it ring through to voicemail. Her voice, professional, warm, feels like a punch to the gut. "You've reached Brianna Cameron. I can't come to the phone right now, but leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as possible." "Brianna, it's me." My voice comes out rougher than intended. "I'm at your apartment. I'm worried about you. Whatever's happening, whatever I did or didn't do, just call me. Please." I hang up, feeling pathetic and powerless. 2 sensations I've spent a lifetime avoiding. Derek Beckham doesn't beg. Derek Beckham doesn't get left behind. Yet here I am, sitting in an empty apartment, desperate for any clue to where she's gone. I pull out my wallet and find the business card for my head of security. One call and I could have people searching for her, tracking her credit cards, finding her location. The temptation is overwhelming. But something stops me. Something about the deliberate nature of her departure. The care she took to leave no mess, no chaos. This wasn't impulsive. She made a choice. My phone rings, jolting me from my spiraling thoughts. Jenna's name flashes on the screen. I consider ignoring it. I'm in no state to play the role of composed father figure right now, but something compels me to answer. Jenna, now's not... How could you? Her voice cracks, raw with emotion. My best friend, Dad? Really? The floor seems to tilt beneath me. I stand up too quickly, blood rushing from my head. What are you talking about? My voice sounds distant even to my own ears. Don't. A strangled sob comes through the line. Don't lie to me, not now. I have her letter right here. Letter? The word feels foreign on my tongue. What letter? Brianna sent me a goddamn letter. Actual paper in an envelope with a stamp, like we're living in the 1800s. She laughs, a bitter, broken sound. 6 pages explaining your relationship. How it started. How you've been sneaking around for the past few weeks. I press my palm against Brianna's kitchen counter, steadying myself. My mind races. A letter? Why would Brianna write Jenna a letter instead of talking to her? Why now? Where are you? I ask. My apartment. Not that you... I'm coming over. No, you're... Jenna. My voice shifts into the tone I use in boardrooms when I need immediate compliance. I'm coming over, 20 minutes. I hang up before she can object. The drive to Jenna's downtown loft passes in a blur. Traffic lights, pedestrians, other cars, all meaningless obstacles between me and answers. I park haphazardly in the visitor space, not bothering to straighten out. Jenna's red-rimmed eyes greet me when she opens her door. She's still in pajamas despite it being mid-afternoon, her blonde hair pulled into a messy bun. She looks young, vulnerable, a reminder that despite her confident exterior, she's still finding her footing in the world. Let me see it. I don't bother with pleasantries. She steps aside, letting me enter. Pages are scattered across her coffee table, Brianna's neat handwriting covering each one. You know what the worst part is? Jenna crosses her arms, watching me scan the first page. I'm not even mad about you two being together. I'm hurt you both lied to me, but I would have understood eventually. I look up sharply. Then why do you sound like you want to murder me? Because of what you drove her to do. She snatches the 4th page from the table, thrusting it at my chest. She left because of you. Left because she couldn't handle the guilt of being with you and being my friend. And now she's gone. Jenna's voice cracks again. The letter came by certified mail. She made sure I had to sign for it. When? I struggle to form complete thoughts. When did she leave? The letter was postmarked Monday. Jenna sits beside me, anger temporarily displaced by shared concern. She must have mailed it right before leaving. Dad, what happened between you two? The letter explains your relationship, but not why she ran. I need to find her. The words come out with absolute certainty. I need to talk to her. She doesn't want to be found. Jenna's voice softens. She says that in the letter too. She needs time to figure things out. She doesn't get to make that decision alone. My hands clench into fists. Not anymore.
Chapter 15. Brianna. I watch my daughter sleep in her crib, her tiny chest rising and falling with each breath. Chloe has Derek's eyes, that deep, penetrating blue that seems to see right through you. At 3 months old, she's already developing a personality as strong as her father's. Determined, stubborn, quick to demand what she wants. Just like your daddy, I whisper, brushing a finger across her velvet soft cheek. The thought of Derek sends a familiar ache through my chest. A dull, persistent pain I've learned to live with, like a badly healed fracture that throbs when it rains. Montana has plenty of rain in spring. I adjust Chloe's blanket and slip out of the nursery, leaving the door cracked open just enough to hear if she stirs. My small rental cottage sits on the outskirts of Missoula, surrounded by enough trees to make me feel hidden, but close enough to town that I don't feel isolated. The perfect place to disappear. My laptop waits on the kitchen table, manuscript open to chapter 16. I've found a strange sort of freedom in fiction, creating worlds where problems resolve neatly, where difficult decisions come with clear answers. My agent, still strange to think I have one of those, emailed this morning about interest from publishers. Brianna Cameron, romance novelist. I shake my head at the absurdity as I make a cup of herbal tea. Who would have thought? Except I'm not Brianna Cameron here. In Missoula, I'm Anna Carver, single mother, emerging writer, occasional artist who sells watercolors at the local farmer's market. Anna, who moved from Chicago after a complicated breakup and keeps to herself. Anna, who deflects personal questions with practiced ease and never mentions New York. I take my tea to the small desk by the window, surveying my current painting. A cityscape at sunset, the buildings silhouetted against a sky of burning gold and crimson. I keep painting New York, despite my best efforts to forget it. Some memories refuse to stay buried. My savings account dwindles with each passing month. The advance from my book will help, but I'm still months away from seeing that money. I've been careful. Investment banking taught me financial discipline, if nothing else. But babies are expensive, and Montana's cost of living isn't as low as I'd hoped. Worth every penny to keep Chloe safe, to keep her away from the chaos and complications of the Beckham empire. And away from her father, I murmur, guilt stabbing through me for the 1,000th time. I check my burner email account, the no one knows about, the one I use to track Derek's public movements through business news and social media. No new alerts. He's been quiet lately, or at least the algorithms think so. The last story I saw featured him at a charity gala, some statuesque blonde on his arm. I closed the tab before I could read her name. Some pain isn't worth inviting in. Spring rain taps against my windows as I return to my manuscript. The cursor blinks, waiting. My protagonist is facing the moment of truth, the confrontation I've been building toward for 16 chapters. The moment she must decide whether love is worth the risk of disaster. I wish real life came with such clear turning points, such obvious choices. In reality, I woke up with a positive pregnancy test and realized my entire world had spiraled beyond my control. Derek's daughter, Derek's best friend, Derek's baby. Somehow, I'd become defined entirely by my relationship to a man who had the power to upend my life without even trying. So I ran. I packed what I could carry, withdrew cash in amounts small enough not to trigger alerts, and disappeared. I left Jenna a letter because I owed her that much, the truth, an apology, an explanation. I didn't tell Derek about the baby, the most unforgivable sin of all. I sip my tea, now lukewarm, and try to focus on my fictional world instead of my fractured reality. The rain intensifies, drumming against the roof. Somewhere in New York, Derek is probably looking out at the same rain, unaware that across the country, his daughter is sleeping peacefully in a hand-me-down crib. And I'm here, caught between worlds. Half Anna Carver with her simple life and creative pursuits. Half Brianna Cameron, who still dreams of a corner office and a man whose touch felt like coming home. I put my laptop away after 2 chapters of solid progress. My protagonist has finally confronted her demons, something I wish I had the courage to do myself. The rain has subsided to a gentle patter, perfect white noise for creative work. I stretch, feeling the satisfying pop in my lower back after hours hunched over my keyboard. These quiet moments alone with my work center me in a way finance never did. In New York, success meant spreadsheets and projections, client meetings and power suits. Here, success is measured in word counts, and the small joy of finding exactly the right phrase to capture a feeling. I wander to my easel by the window where afternoon light creates the perfect conditions for painting. My watercolors wait, already set up from this morning's session. With Chloe still napping, I have perhaps an hour to lose myself in art. This is what freedom feels like, I whisper to myself, mixing a particular shade of blue on my palette, the same blue as Derek's eyes, the same blue as Chloe's. My hand moves across the paper with confidence I never felt drafting financial reports. Each stroke builds the Manhattan skyline, a view I once saw every day, but now recreate from memory. The Empire State Building emerges, then Central Park in the distance, a splash of green amid concrete and glass. I was never meant for that world of quarterly projections and investment strategies. Looking back, I can see how the constant pressure hollowed me out, bit by bit. Here, creating worlds with words and images, I'm whole again. Complete. My own person. Your mama's an artist, little one, I murmur toward the nursery. And a writer. Not some corporate drone anymore. The baby monitor remains silent. I add details to my painting. Tiny windows reflecting sunset. The shadowy outlines of water towers on rooftops. My New York, both loved and left behind. I was suffocating there, I remind myself, trapped in Derek's orbit, caught between loyalty to Jenna and my feelings for him. The pregnancy just forced a decision I needed to make anyway. This quiet life, just Chloe and me, is exactly what we both need. I dip my brush in the cobalt blue again, working on the shadows between buildings. Who would have thought Brianna Cameron would end up in a cottage in Montana, selling watercolors at farmers markets and writing romance novels? Certainly not the ambitious finance graduate who once plotted her path to CFO. This is better, healthier, more authentic. So why does my chest ache when I think about Derek? I set my brush down, suddenly unable to continue. My gaze drifts to the small framed photo on my bookshelf, the only connection to my past I allowed myself to keep. Jenna and me, arms thrown around each other, faces bright with possibility, before everything complicated, before Derek. God, I miss him. The realization hits with physical force, stealing my breath. I miss his voice in the morning, still rough with sleep. The way his hand would find the small of my back in a crowded room. How he'd bring me coffee exactly how I liked it without asking. I miss how his eyes crinkled at the corners when he really smiled. How he'd argue passionately about books with me, neither of us willing to concede a point. The safety I felt in his arms, like nothing could touch me there. Stop it, I tell myself firmly. You made your choice. I rinse my brush with more force than necessary. The life I've built here, the quiet mornings writing, afternoons painting, evenings reading with Chloe asleep on my chest, this is real. This is sustainable. This doesn't hurt anyone, except Derek, who doesn't even know he has a daughter, except Jenna, who lost her best friend without warning, except me, trying to outrun a heartache that followed me 2,000 miles across the country. The baby monitor crackles with Chloe's first post-nap whimpers. I set down my half-finished cityscape, grateful for the interruption of my spiraling thoughts. Coming, sweetheart, I call, already moving toward the nursery. I may miss Derek with an intensity that sometimes steals my breath, but I have Chloe. I have my art. I have stories to tell. For now, that has to be enough. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 16. Derek. 2 years. 731 days without her. Not that I'm counting. I check my watch. German-made, costs more than most cars as I stride through the doors of Literati, the independent bookstore Brianna used to love. The familiar scent of paper and coffee hits me, stirring memories I can't afford to indulge. Not today. Not when I'm meeting Jenna. My daughter sits at a corner table, nose buried in a novel. The sight almost makes me smile. At least something of Brianna lingers. Her love of books passed on to Jenna through years of friendship. "Is that the new Louise Miller?" I ask, settling into the chair across from her. Jenna startles, then smiles. Her face has matured in these 2 years, hardened slightly around the edges. Losing your best friend will do that. "Dad, on time for once." She marks her place with the leather bookmark. And yes, it's amazing. The protagonist reminds me of... She trails off, both of us aware of the name she won't say. "How are you?" I ask instead, signaling to the barista for my usual double espresso. "Better." Jenna shrugs. "The gallery's doing well. Dating's still trash as hell." "Language," I mutter automatically. She rolls her eyes. "I'm 29, not 12. The barista brings my espresso, leaving with a lingering smile I don't return. 2 years of this. Women making themselves available, business connections trying to set me up. 2 years of going through motions with women whose names I struggle to remember the next morning. None of them are her. "You look tired," Jenna observes, studying me over the rim of her mug. "Is it the Shanghai deal?" "Just haven't been sleeping well." The Shanghai deal closed weeks ago. Beckham Development continues its global expansion, making me richer by the day. Empty victories. "You should try melatonin." "I should try not giving a damn about..." I stop myself. Take a breath. "The new releases, what looks good?" Jenna's eyes soften with pity. I hate pity. "Dad, have you considered... maybe it's time to stop looking?" My jaw tightens. "We're here to discuss books. It's been 2 years. Her voice drops. "The private investigators, the reward money. If she wanted to be found, you'd have found her by now." I take a scalding sip of espresso, letting it burn all the way down. 3 books. That's what we agreed to discuss. 3 books, Jenna. She sighs, pulling a list from her purse. "Peace Offering. Fine. The new Michael Kim is brilliant. Political thriller set in North Korea. Then there's Aisha Taylor's debut about immigrant families in Boston. And Samantha West has a new romance that's surprisingly not terrible." Romance? Another knife twist. "I'll take the Kim. Politics and espionage I can handle. Love stories are off the table." "How's work?" I ask, steering toward safer ground. Jenna brightens, talking about her gallery's upcoming exhibition. I listen, nodding at appropriate intervals while my mind drifts. 2 years since Brianna disappeared from my life. 2 years since Jenna opened her door to me, tear-stained and furious, talking about the letter that explained everything. How Brianna had fallen in love with me, her best friend's father. How she couldn't bear the scandal that would follow if we went public. How sorry she was to hurt us both. What the letter didn't explain was why she cut all ties. Why she disappeared so completely that my resources, virtually unlimited, Couldn't trace her. Bank accounts closed. Phone disconnected. Social media erased. Dad, you're not listening. I refocus on Jenna's frustrated expression. Sorry, you were saying about the abstract painter from Seattle? She sighs. It's like talking to a wall sometimes. I'm here, aren't I? Physically. She sets down her mug. Look, these coffee dates were your idea. Your attempt at rebuilding our relationship after everything. But they only work if you're actually present. She's right. Our relationship fractured when she discovered my relationship with Brianna. For months, she wouldn't speak to me. The betrayal was too raw. Her father and her best friend sneaking around behind her back. Only recently has she softened, agreed to these tentative meetups centered around our shared love of literature. I'm trying, I say, the closest to an apology I can manage. Tell me more about the exhibition. Jenna studies me, deciding whether to push or let it go. She chooses mercy. It opens next Friday. You should come. She hesitates. Bring someone if you want. There's no one to bring. There hasn't been, not really, since Brianna. I'll be there. I check my phone, habit rather than necessity. Another notification from a PI agency. Another dead end. 731 days of dead ends. Jenna flips her phone around, showing me the cover of a book. Some artistic watercolor design of a woman silhouetted against a sunset. Before you completely shut down, there's this new author I've been obsessing over. I take another sip of my espresso, letting the bitterness coat my tongue. Let me guess. More romance? Yes, but... Hard pass. I set my cup down with a decisive click. Dad. Jenna leans forward, her blue eyes, so like mine, narrowed with determination. This isn't your typical bodice ripper. Anna Carver is... different. I arch an eyebrow. Different how? Does the brooding male kidnap the virgin to his private island instead of his penthouse? Groundbreaking. God, you're annoying sometimes. She huffs, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. It's called Whispers in Winter. And for your information, there's no brooding male, no virgin, and no kidnapping. A romance without the Holy Trinity? Revolutionary. Jenna ignores my sarcasm. It's about second chances. About finding your way back to someone after you thought everything was lost. Her fingers trace the edge of her book. The writing, it's raw, honest, like she's lived every word. Something in her voice makes me pause, makes me actually look at her. There's an intensity in her expression I haven't seen in years, not since Brianna used to get her fired up about some literary injustice or another. So who is this Anna Carver? I ask, surprising myself with genuine curiosity. Jenna's face lights up at my engagement. That's the thing. Nobody really knows. She appeared out of nowhere about 8 months ago. No social media presence, no author events. Her bio just says she lives somewhere on the East Coast with her collection of rare books and rarer regrets. Sounds pretentious. Sounds mysterious, Jenna counters. And her words. She pulls up a passage on her phone, slides it toward me. Read this. I take the phone reluctantly, scanning the highlighted text. Time doesn't heal all wounds. That's the cruelest lie we tell ourselves. Some wounds stay fresh forever, bleeding at the slightest touch. The trick isn't to heal. It's to learn to live with the bleeding, to find beauty in the way the blood catches light. Something uncomfortable shifts in my chest. There's more, Jenna says quietly, watching my face. She reaches over, scrolls to another passage. What we never speak of. How love can be both the wound and the knife that caused it. How we carry both within us, blade and blood, unable to surrender either. I slide the phone back, unsettled by how the words echo in my hollow spaces. It resonated with me, Jenna says, her voice soft. After everything with Brianna, with us. The name still lands like a physical blow. It's just words on a page, Jenna. Is it, though? She presses. I think you should read it. The whole thing. I look away, focusing on the books lining the shelves behind her. Safe, predictable spines in alphabetical order. I don't read romance. You used to read everything. Her words cut with precision. Before Brianna. Before I lost the only woman who ever made sense of the noise in my head. Before I lost my daughter's trust. It won't change anything, I say, but my conviction wavers. Maybe not. Jenna reaches into her tote bag and pulls out a paperback, the same watercolor cover from her phone. She slides it across the table. But maybe it will help you understand why I'm finally ready to forgive you both. My fingers hover over the book, not quite touching it. You're manipulating me. A small smile touches her lips. I learned from the best. Corporate takeovers, hostile negotiations. You've built an empire on knowing exactly how to get what you want. And what do you want? For you to stop drowning yourself in espresso and regret. She pushes the book closer. For you to read something that might actually speak to you, instead of hiding behind political thrillers and business biographies. I pick up the book, turning it over to read the back. The synopsis is sparse, almost cryptic, just like the author. Fine, I concede, tucking it into my jacket pocket. But don't expect me to join your book club discussion about it. Jenna's smile widens. I wouldn't dream of it.
Chapter 17. Brianna. The mountain air drifts through the open window of my cabin, carrying the scent of pine and possibility. I adjust Chloe on my hip as she babbles happily, her chubby fingers reaching for my curls. She's the spitting image of her father, those penetrating blue eyes that see straight through me, even at 12 months old. Mama, she says, patting my cheek with sticky fingers from the banana I gave her earlier. Yes, baby girl? I kiss her forehead, breathing in that intoxicating baby scent that somehow makes all of this exile worthwhile. Melissa, my literary agent, clears her throat from the other side of my rustic dining table. Her sleek city outfit looks hilariously out of place against the backdrop of my simple Montana cabin. All clean lines and sophistication amid my deliberately ordinary life. Brianna, you're not listening to a word I'm saying. She taps her manicured nail against the sales figures spread across the table. Your book is crushing it. Whispers in Winter hit the New York Times list last week. People are obsessed with Anna Carver. I shift Chloe to my other hip, wincing as she grabs another fistful of hair. I hear you, Mel. That's great news. Great news? It's phenomenal news for a debut author. She catches herself. Sorry, effing phenomenal. She smiles at Chloe, who giggles and buries her face in my neck. Language, I mutter, though the admonishment feels hollow. 2 years ago, I was dropping F-bombs in boardrooms, analyzing market trends with ruthless precision. Now I'm worried about my daughter's virgin ears in a cabin thousands of miles from my old life. Melissa leans forward, her expression growing serious. This is where it gets real, Bree. We need to capitalize on this momentum. Book signings, interviews, a social media presence. People want to know who Anna Carver is. My stomach tightens. We've discussed this. No public appearances. You can't hide forever. Watch me. I set Chloe down on her playmat, where she immediately gravitates toward her favorite stuffed elephant, a gift from Melissa on her last visit. The whole point of a pen name was anonymity. A pen name gives you creative freedom, not witness protection. Melissa gestures around my cabin. What are you even doing out here, Bree? You were a rising star in finance. You had friends, a life in New York. Now you're holed up in Missoula like you're running from the mob. I busy myself picking up scattered toys, avoiding her penetrating gaze. I needed a change. A change is moving to Brooklyn. This is a complete identity erasure. She softens her voice. Is it about Chloe's father? The toy truck in my hand clatters to the floor. Chloe looks up, startled, then returns to gnawing on her elephant's ear. It's complicated, I manage, the words feeling inadequate for the tidal wave of emotions behind them. Complicated how? Did he hurt you? Her voice sharpens with protective anger. Because if that bastard... No. I cut her off firmly. Nothing like that. He doesn't even know about her. Melissa's eyes widen. You never told him you were pregnant? I sink into the chair opposite her, suddenly exhausted. Like I said, complicated. She studies my face for a long moment, then glances at Chloe, who's now attempting to stand using the coffee table for support. Those eyes, they're not yours. Nothing gets past you. I manage a weak smile. So what's his deal? Married? I shake my head. Worse. He was my best friend's father. Melissa leans back, a low whistle escaping her lips. Damn, Bree. Yeah. I wipe invisible dust from the table, hence the complicated. And the book? She taps the cover of my novel, where a woman stands silhouetted against a winter landscape. This is about him, isn't it? I don't answer, which is answer enough. You poured your heart into these pages, then ran away to Montana to make sure he never reads them. She laughs, shaking her head. That's some twisted logic. I didn't think it would sell. I watch as Chloe successfully pulls herself up, wobbling proudly. It was therapy, not a career move. Well, therapy or not, you've got 500,000 readers who are dying to know more about you. It's up to you if you want to capitalize on that. I pace the cabin's worn hardwood floors, absently picking up toys as Melissa's words hang in the air. Fame. Recognition. A real career as a writer. Something I'd fantasized about during late nights at my finance job, typing stories on my laptop while spreadsheets and projections waited impatiently in other tabs. You know, I say, watching Chloe wobble precariously before plopping down on her padded bottom. When I was in college, before I sold my soul to Wall Street, I used to daydream about seeing my name on a book cover. So what's stopping you now? This is your chance. My gaze drifts to Chloe, who's now chewing contemplatively on her elephant's ear, those piercing blue eyes. Derek's eyes, focused in stubborn concentration. The same expression I'd seen countless times across conference tables and intimate dinners. That genetic stamp I can never erase. It's not that simple. Make it simple for me. Melissa leans forward, chin resting on her interlaced fingers. Because from where I'm sitting, you're passing up the opportunity of a lifetime. I pick up Chloe, who squirms against my hip, reaching back toward her abandoned toys. The weight of her grounds me, reminds me what's at stake. If I step into the spotlight, Derek will know. My voice drops instinctively, though there's no one to overhear in our isolated cabin. He'll see my face on some book jacket or morning show and he'll do the math. And that would be bad because billionaires don't just shrug when they discover they have secret children. They hire lawyers, expensive ones. The familiar knot of anxiety tightens in my chest. They file for custody. They win. Chloe squirms harder, and I set her down, watching as she crawls with determined speed back to her play area. You don't know that I know exactly what he'd do. The certainty in my voice stops her. Derek Beckham doesn't lose, and he doesn't share. Not his companies, not his properties, and certainly not his flesh and blood. You make him sound terrifying. I shake my head, moving to the window where Montana's rugged landscape stretches toward the horizon, as far from Manhattan's jagged skyline as I could reasonably get. He's not a monster. That's what makes this harder. I trace a finger along the window frame, remembering. He's brilliant and charismatic and genuinely cares about people. But he's also used to controlling everything in his orbit. Behind me, Melissa sighs. So the plan is to hide forever? To keep Anna Carver a faceless mystery while you and Chloe live like recluses? Not forever. Just for now. I turn back to face her. Chloe's my whole world, Mel. I can't risk losing her. What about financial security? These royalty checks won't last forever if you don't build your brand. I gesture around the modest cabin. We don't need much. I saved most of my finance bonuses. We're comfortable. Melissa stands, gathering her portfolio of marketing materials, all the plans for an Anna Carver that will never fully exist. At least consider some limited publicity, phone interviews, written Q and As, where we can control the narrative. You wouldn't have to show your face. I pick up a building block Chloe has discarded, turning its colorful surface in my hands. I'll think about it. That's all I'm asking. She slides the portfolio back into her sleek leather bag. For what it's worth, I think you're being paranoid, but I respect your choice. I watch Chloe playing, oblivious to the weight of decisions being made around her. Her entire existence is a secret, kept from the man whose determination and intensity shine through in her every determined move. The man who would move heaven and earth to get what he wants, what he would want if he knew is her. I'm not being paranoid, I murmur, more to myself than to Melissa. I'm being realistic. The certainty settles in my chest, cold and heavy. This success I've found as Anna Carver will have to remain half-realized, a shadow of what could be, because stepping into the light means risking everything, risking her. No accolade, no bestseller list. No dream fulfillment is worth that price.
Chapter 18. Derek. I turn another page, surprised to find myself so caught up in what Jenna called beach reading. The weight of the hardcover feels substantial in my hands as I stretch out on the terrace of my Hamptons estate, Atlantic waves crashing rhythmically against the private shoreline below. The sky bleeds orange and purple as the sun makes its descent, but I haven't bothered turning on the outdoor lighting yet. I'm too engrossed. Whispers in Winter shouldn't be this good. Romance novels aren't my thing. Never have been. Yet here I am, completely invested in this fictional relationship between two people who seem more real to me than most of my actual acquaintances. I didn't leave because I stopped loving you, I read aloud, the protagonist's words striking something raw inside me. I left because I loved you too much to watch you become someone else for my sake. I lower the book, staring out at the darkening horizon. The prose is too intimate, too knowing. It cuts straight through the nonsense in a way that makes me uncomfortable and compelled at the same time. Like someone has been watching me, studying the patterns of my life, my choices, my regrets. Particularly the regrets. My phone buzzes on the teak side table. Jenna's name flashes on the screen. Finished it yet? Her text reads, followed by the smirking emoji she knows I hate. I pick up the phone, typing back a response with one hand while keeping my place in the book with the other. Almost. It's actually good. 3 dots appear immediately. Told you! Anna Carver is amazing! My book club is obsessed! I set the phone down without responding. The protagonist in the novel, a hard-driving CEO with a reputation for ruthlessness in business and women, has just realized what he's lost by prioritizing control over vulnerability. The scene is written with such clarity that it feels like a mirror rather than fiction. Damn, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. Standing, I walk to the edge of the terrace, book still in hand. The house behind me, 14,000 square feet of architectural brilliance, feels suddenly empty even with the staff moving quietly through its spaces. 3 other properties just like it sit in my portfolio. Manhattan, Aspen, London. all equally beautiful, equally hollow. The book has made me melancholy in a way I don't appreciate. I drain the last of my whiskey, the expensive single malt warming a path down my throat without touching the strange coldness the story has awakened. Back at the table, I open my laptop, curious about the person who wrote words that could reach inside me and stir up things better left settled. The search results for Anna Carver are surprisingly sparse for someone whose debut novel is apparently selling like crazy, according to Jenna. The publisher's website offers a generic bio. Anna Carver lives in the American Northwest, where she draws inspiration from nature and literature. Whispers in Winter is her debut novel. No photo, no personal details, no social media accounts filled with the oversharing most writers seem addicted to these days. Interesting, I murmur, clicking through other search results. A few promotional articles appear, along with glowing reviews, but nothing substantive about the author herself. It's almost as if she's deliberately maintaining her anonymity. In an age where most people document their every meal and mood swing online, the absence is striking. On a whim, I check sales rankings. Her novel sits at number 3 on the New York Times list, an impressive feat for an unknown debut author. The acclaim is universal, with critics praising the authentic emotional landscape and startlingly intimate portrayal of power, grief, and second chances. I closed the laptop, picking up the book again. The faceless Anna Carver has managed to do what countless business rivals have failed to achieve. She's gotten under my skin, made me question things I've considered settled fact for decades. "Who the hell are you?" I ask the book, as if it might answer. Only the sounds of the Atlantic respond, waves continuing their endless assault on the shore below, constant and changing all at once. I close the book with a decisive snap, mind still swimming in the currents of Anna Carver's words. There's something undeniably special about her writing, a raw authenticity that is rare to find these days. I've read thousands of documents, contracts, and reports in my lifetime, but nothing has felt this personally invasive, as if she somehow tapped directly into my consciousness. "Whispers in Winter," I murmur, tracing my finger along the embossed title. "Worth every damn penny." An idea forms, crystallizing with the clarity that's made me billions. I reach for my phone, scrolling past Jenna's unanswered text to find one of my assistant's contact. "Marcus, I need you to acquire something." "Of course, Mr. Beckham. What can I get for you?" His voice is crisp, efficient, exactly why I pay him an obscene salary. "Anna Carver, the author. Find out if there are any limited editions of her novel. First prints, signed copies, manuscripts. Anything rare or unique. Price is no object." "The romance novelist?" I detect the faintest note of surprise in his voice. "Is that a problem?" My tone drops 10 degrees. "Not at all, sir. I'll get right on it. Anything else?" I hesitate, then decide to go all in. Find out if she does private appearances, book signings, literary events, exclusive readings. I want to be notified of any opportunity to meet her. "Consider it done." I end the call, turning back to the panoramic ocean view. The sky has darkened completely now, stars beginning their nightly emergence above the Atlantic. Below on the beach, the house lights cast long reflections across the wet sand where waves retreat. Collecting rare books isn't new for me. My library contains first editions worth millions: Hemingway, Fitzgerald, Joyce. But those were calculated acquisitions, investments with guaranteed returns. This feels different, almost personal. I want these books because something in Carver's words has touched me in ways I can't fully articulate. "Brianna would have loved this," I say to the empty terrace, the thought surfacing without warning. My chest tightens with the familiar ache that accompanies her memory. 2 years since she vanished from my life, leaving nothing but questions and a void that success, money, and power have failed to fill. Brianna Cameron, with her passion for literature that burned brighter than any ambition I've ever witnessed. Books weren't escapes for her. They were windows, bridges, ladders, ways to understand the world and herself. The hours we'd spent discussing novels in bed, her curls spilled across my chest, her voice animated as she dissected themes and characters, tearing apart narratives with an intelligence that consistently impressed me. "You don't read enough romance," she'd told me once, tucking herself against my side in the library of my Manhattan penthouse. "You're missing whole universes, Derek." I'd laughed then, kissing her forehead. "I live in the real world. It's more profitable." "And infinitely less interesting," she'd countered, eyes dancing with that challenge that always made me want her more. I walked back to my chair, picking up Carver's novel again, weighing it in my hand. This book would have been perfect for one of our literary debates. Brianna would have highlighted passages, dog-eared pages, filled the margins with her insightful notes. We would have stayed up arguing about the protagonist's choices, about the nature of sacrifice and redemption. She would have seen layers I missed, connections invisible to my pragmatic mind. But Brianna isn't here. Her absence is a persistent wound, not the agonizing tear of immediate loss anymore, but the dull, constant ache of phantom pain. Something vital amputated from my life. I drained the last drops from my whiskey glass, the expensive liquor tasteless now. "Marcus better find those books," I mutter, standing to head inside. "Every last one of them. It's irrational, this sudden obsession. But perhaps irrationality is exactly what I need. Something unprofitable, impractical. Something that would have made Brianna smile, that crooked smile. The one that appeared whenever I surprised her by stepping outside my carefully controlled existence. Anna Carver's words have awakened something dormant in me. And for the first time in 2 years, I'm allowing myself to feel it fully, without trying to bury it under work or women or wealth."
Chapter 19. Brianna. I adjust the headset, trying desperately to get comfortable in my overstuffed armchair while balancing my laptop. My heartbeat accelerates as the call timer indicates the interviewer will be connecting any moment. Chloe Bear, Mommy's going to be on the phone for a bit. I glance at my daughter who sits on her colorful playmat, utterly fascinated by a plastic set of stacking rings. Her dark curls, so like mine, bounce as she concentrates, tongue poking out the corner of her mouth. The ring of the incoming call sends my stomach into a free fall. "Hello, this is Kate Wilson from Book Lovers Blog. Am I speaking with Anna Carver?" I take a deep breath, slipping into the identity I've crafted so carefully. "Yes, this is Anna. Thank you for having me today." "The honor is mine." Whispers in Winter has completely captivated our readers. Currently sitting at number 3 on the New York Times bestseller list. How does that feel for a debut novelist? My fingers trace the worn edge of my armchair, remembering Melissa's coaching. Be personable but mysterious. Engage without revealing too much. Surreal, honestly. I still check the list daily to make sure it wasn't a printing error. Kate laughs, the sound warm and genuine through my headphones. "I assure you, it's no error. Your portrayal of power dynamics and vulnerability in relationships has struck a chord with so many readers. Was that intentional?" "I wanted to write something authentic," I say, watching as Chloe abandons her rings to crawl toward her wooden blocks. Something that explored how people with different backgrounds and perspectives can connect deeply, despite, or perhaps because of, their differences. The Montana wilderness features prominently in your novel. Do you find the landscape influences your writing process? I smile, glancing out my window at the Bitterroot Mountains in the distance. Moving to Missoula was the best decision I've ever made, second only to keeping Chloe. Absolutely. There's an honesty to this landscape that demands the same from those who inhabit it. You can't pretend to be something you're not when faced with that kind of raw, natural power. Chloe makes a clattering sound as she knocks over her block tower, giggling at the destruction. Is that Do you have a child with you? Kate asks. For a moment, panic flutters in my chest. I've been so careful to keep my personal life separate from Anna Carver. But Melissa's words echo in my mind. Authenticity sells books. Let them see just enough of you to feel connected. Yes, my daughter, I admit, smiling as Chloe looks up at the sound of my voice. She's my most honest critic. That's wonderful. Many readers have wondered about the inspiration behind Gabriel Reed's character in your novel. His complexity feels so lived in. Was he inspired by someone in your life? My throat tightens as images of Derek flash through my mind. His confident stride, the rare vulnerability in his eyes when we were alone, my imagined vision of his devastating hurt when I left without explanation. I watch Chloe playing, seeing traces of him in the determined set of her jaw, the analytical way she examines each block before placing it. The novel draws from personal experience, I say carefully. Gabriel's character was inspired by a relationship that taught me a great deal about love, sacrifice, and how sometimes the hardest choices are the only ones that make sense at the time. Many readers have interpreted the ending as hopeful, yet ambiguous. Was that deliberate? Life rarely gives us neat endings, does it? I reach down to stroke Chloe's hair as she crawls over with a small picture book. Sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that leave room for possibilities. That's what makes your work so compelling. Now, our readers are dying to know. Will there be a sequel? Will Claire and Gabriel find their way back to each other? I think about the manuscript taking shape on my computer. Words pouring out in late-night sessions after Chloe's asleep. Words that attempt to make sense of choices made, paths not taken. I'm exploring possibilities. Their story doesn't feel finished to me either. Your readers will be thrilled to hear that. One last question, Anna. What would you say to aspiring writers who hope to create work as emotionally resonant as yours? Write what scares you, I answer without hesitation. The stories that make your heart race, the truths you're afraid to face, that's where the real connection happens. Chloe tugs at my pant leg, holding up her book with an expectant expression. Thank you so much for your time today, Anna. Is there anything else you'd like to share with your readers? I look at my daughter, at the quiet life we've built here in Montana. So different from corporate New York, from the path I once thought was mine. Just gratitude. For reading, for connecting, for understanding me, for loving my novel, and believing in me when I sometimes don't believe in myself. Kate's voice brims with enthusiasm. Well, Anna, this has been absolutely delightful. Our readers will be thrilled with this interview. Thank you so much for sharing your time and insights. I know I speak for everyone at Book Lovers when I say we can't wait to see what you write next. Thank you for having me, I reply, my professional voice holding steady even as Chloe tugs more insistently on my pant leg. It's been a pleasure. The call disconnects, and I slip off my headset with a long, deep sigh. The tension I've been carrying in my shoulders releases as I slide down in my chair, staring at the ceiling for a moment. Book Mama! Chloe's demand breaks through my post-interview haze. Coming, sweetheart. I scoop her up, settling her on my lap as she pushes the colorful board book into my hands. The very hungry caterpillar again? This caterpillar must be your best friend by now. She nods emphatically, dark curls bouncing, and I begin reading, exaggerating each bite the caterpillar takes through various foods. Chloe giggles and pokes her tiny finger at the illustrations. I made it through an interview without revealing too much. Without anyone connecting Brianna Cameron, former finance employee from New York, with Anna Carver, reclusive Montana-based novelist. Without Derek finding us. After finishing the story, Chloe wiggles down to return to her blocks, content now that she's received her reading fix. I grab my sketchbook from the side table, opening to a fresh new page. My pencil moves across the page, almost of its own accord. First, the outline of my face, then Chloe's cherubic features. I capture her determined little frown as she concentrates on her blocks, the curve of her cheek so reminiscent of her father. "Look at us, Chloe Bear," I murmur, shading in our matching curls. Two Cameron girls making it work. On paper, we look complete. A mother and daughter, happy in their mountain sanctuary. The sketch doesn't reveal the sleepless nights, the constant financial calculations, or the way I sometimes wake up reaching for a man who isn't there. My phone pings with a text from Melissa. "Just got word from your publisher. They want to discuss a 3-book deal. You're doing it, Bree." A smile spreads across my face. I'm doing it. Building a life, supporting my daughter, creating something meaningful from the broken pieces of what I left behind. When I fled New York, pregnant and terrified of what Derek would do when he found out, I had no roadmap, just determination and ideas of stories just waiting to be told. "Mama's going to write more books," I tell Chloe, who responds by holding up a red block triumphantly. "Rah!" she exclaims, her version of red. "That's right, smarty pants. Red." I add a few more touches to our portrait, carefully detailing Chloe's eyes, those unmistakable Beckham blue eyes that stare back at me every day, a living reminder of Derek. My pencil hesitates, then adds a small heart in the corner of the page. The ache surfaces, as it always does in quiet moments. I wonder what he's doing right now. Is he in a board meeting at McDaniels Industries, commanding attention with just his presence? Is he at that little cafe we discovered in Soho, the one with the chocolate croissants I loved? Does he ever think of me, the woman who disappeared without explanation? Does he hate me for what I did? I close the sketchbook, pressing my palm against its cover, as if I could push down the feelings rising in my chest. Whatever Derek might feel about me now, I made the only choice I could. His role at McDaniels Industries, the fact that he had Jenna already. I couldn't force him into fatherhood again, couldn't risk Chloe becoming an obligation rather than a joy. And Jenna. My dear friend Jenna. What does she think of me now that it's been 2 years since I told her that I had been sleeping with her father? "We're okay, aren't we?" I ask Chloe, who looks up at me with those piercing blue eyes. "Kay," she agrees, offering me a block as comfort.
Chapter 20. Derek. "Mr. Beckham, I've sent over the reports you asked for." Marcus's voice fades into background noise as I stare at my phone screen. The Book Lovers blog podcast paused mid-sentence. I press play again for what must be the 15th time in the last hour. Do you have a child with you?" the interviewer asks. "Yes, my daughter. Anna Carver." "No," Brianna responds. "She's my most honest critic." That voice. I'd recognize it anywhere. In a crowded restaurant, through distorted phone lines, in my dreams that still haven't stopped after 2 years. The soft lilt when she's amused, the thoughtful pause before answering a question, the warm undertone that makes you feel like you're the only person she's talking to. "Sir, the financials need your approval before—" I hold up my hand, silencing Marcus without looking away from my phone. "I'll need the jet prepared," I say, my voice sounding distant even to my own ears. Tonight, sir. But the board meeting tomorrow. Cancel it." I finally look up at my assistant, who takes an involuntary step back at whatever he sees in my expression. "And remember what I told you? How I wanted everything you could get on the new author, Anna Carver? Send the information to me as soon as you can. This is urgent." Marcus nods, already tapping on his tablet. "May I ask what this is regarding?" "What is it regarding? That the woman who vanished from my life without a trace, the woman I searched for until my investigators told me it was hopeless, the woman whose absence has been a constant throbbing wound for 2 years, that woman is now a best-selling novelist I've been reading obsessively for weeks, that she has a child. It's personal," I managed to say, turning my chair toward the windows overlooking Manhattan. "Very personal." The door clicks shut as Marcus leaves. I press play again, closing my eyes to focus solely on her voice. The novel draws from personal experience. Gabriel's character was inspired by a relationship that taught me a great deal about love, sacrifice, and how sometimes the hardest choices are the only ones that make sense at the time. My hands clench into fists. Gabriel, the powerful businessman in her novel who falls for a woman from a different world. The man whose past makes him afraid to open his heart fully. The character I connected with so deeply without understanding why. She wrote me. She wrote us. And Jenna. Christ, Jenna recommended the book. The irony would be laughable if I weren't struggling to breathe through the tightness in my chest. I read it. I gave the book a chance even though I hate romance. And I couldn't put it down. Read it in one night, then immediately started it again. The way Claire and Gabriel circled each other, the undeniable pull despite their different worlds. The intimacy that felt so real, I found myself rereading passages just to live in those moments longer. Montana. She's in Montana with a child. Our child? The math isn't difficult if she has a daughter who sounds young enough to be crawling. Brianna left 2 years ago, 9 months for pregnancy, a child who's likely around a year old now. My child, a daughter I've never met. The realization hits me with physical force, driving the air from my lungs. I have another daughter. A little girl growing up without me, not knowing who her father is. Does she have Jenna's eyes? My mother's smile? Does Brianna tell her anything about me at all? I stand abruptly, moving to the bar in my office. The expensive scotch burns down my throat, but it does nothing to ease the storm building inside me. Anger, hurt, confusion, longing. They all war for dominance. Montana, I whisper to myself. She's been in Montana this whole time, right under my nose. I slam the empty glass down on the bar with enough force that the crystal makes a dangerous cracking sound against the marble. My decision crystallizes like ice in my veins. Montana. We are heading to Montana. Not tomorrow, not after I wrap up business. Tonight. With hands that barely contain my rage, I pull out my phone and dial Marcus. My most trusted employee answers on the first ring, as always. Book me on the first flight to Montana. Use the private terminal. My voice comes out clipped, controlled, though inside I'm anything but. You're flying commercial, sir? The surprise in his voice would be comical under other circumstances. In 15 years, I've never once flown anything but my own aircraft. No time to wait for the jet to be ready. Just get me there. I pace across my office, already mentally packing. I pause, adding, and book me a rental car. Something discreet. Nothing flashy that'll draw attention in a small city. Will do, sir. Destination in Montana specifically? Marcus is efficient as always, no doubt already typing. Missoula, and that research on Anna Carver, I need it immediately. Everything you found. Already sent to your secure email, sir, he responds without missing a beat. You should have it now. Ending the call, I turn to my laptop and open the files Marcus has sent. There isn't much. Anna Carver is clearly a pen name, but there are promotional photos from her publisher. They're artfully composed. Face partially obscured. Focus on her hands holding a book. Silhouette against a window. Clever. But not clever enough. It's her. Even with her face shadowed, I'd know the curve of her neck, the way she tilts her head when she's thinking. The rare close-up confirms it. Those are Brianna's eyes, Brianna's lips, though her hair is different now. Longer, curlier. I scroll through the sparse biography. No specific address, of course, but it's a start. The reality of it all crashes down on me as I stare at her photo. A daughter. I have another daughter. My fingers trace over a blurry image captured at a small bookstore event. There, in the corner of the frame, a baby carrier. Just the edge of it visible, but unmistakable. Why? I whisper to the photograph. Why would you keep this from me? The answer comes almost immediately, and it's like being punched in the gut. Jenna. My relationship with Brianna was secret, something neither of us had planned. My daughter, my grown daughter, Had no idea I was seeing her best friend. 2 years ago flashes through my mind, the dinner I took her to, where she had asked me when we were going to tell Jenna the truth about our relationship. I had stalled, told her I was planning something, and the disappointment in her eyes was palpable. Not too long afterwards, she was gone. Resignation letter on her desk. Apartment abandoned. Phone disconnected. You were protecting me, I realize, the anger in my chest morphing into something more complex. The pregnancy would have blown everything apart. Jenna would have been devastated to learn about us. The scandal would have rocked McDaniels Industries just as we were finalizing that crucial merger. The press would have had a field day with the billionaire who'd been secretly seeing his daughter's best friend. So Brianna disappeared, became Anna Carver, raised our child alone. I down another scotch, letting the burn clear my head. None of that matters now. What matters is that I have a child I've never met. A little girl growing up without knowing who her father is. My phone buzzes with flight details from Marcus. 4 hours until takeoff. Enough time to pack, to prepare. I'm coming, Brianna, I say to the empty office. And this time you're not disappearing on me again. I shove a few essentials into an overnight bag, not bothering with anything elaborate. Clothes can be purchased. Time cannot. As I stride through the office toward the elevator, my mind races through possibilities. Missoula isn't big. Finding her shouldn't be difficult. A successful author in a small city would stand out. Someone will know where she lives, and I'm not above using my resources to find out. The car waits at the curb, driver holding the door open. As I slide into the back seat, I check my watch. The countdown has begun. Airport, private terminal, I instruct, then lean back against the leather seat. Montana. After 2 years of emptiness, of searching and eventually giving up, she was just a few hours away. So was my daughter. The daughter who doesn't know me, who might have my eyes, my stubborn chin, my mother's smile. I'm going to find them. And nothing, not distance, not the past, not even Brianna herself, is going to stop me.
Chapter 21. Brianna. I adjust the soft cotton blanket around Chloe's legs as we stroll through downtown Missoula, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the brick buildings. The air has that perfect Montana crispness that still surprises me after 2 years. Clean and sharp, nothing like New York's perpetual blend of exhaust and food carts. What do you think, sweet girl? Should we check out our book? I smile down at Chloe, who's contentedly watching the world from her stroller, her dark curls peeking out from beneath her little yellow knit hat. She babbles something that sounds suspiciously like buh, which I choose to interpret as book. That's right. I laugh, tapping her nose gently. You're getting so smart. Soon you'll be reading them yourself instead of just chewing on them. We turn onto Higgins Avenue, and there it is. Fact and Fiction, the independent bookstore that's become something of a second home to me since moving to Missoula. The little bell above the door jingles as I navigate the stroller inside, immediately enveloped by that distinctive bookstore smell of paper, coffee, and possibility. Well, look who it is. Maria, the silver-haired owner, calls from behind the counter. My favorite author and her toughest critic. We were in the neighborhood, I reply waving. Just wanted to see how things were looking. Front and center as promised. Martha gestures toward the display near the entrance, where several copies of Whispers in Winter stand proudly, the watercolor cover art catching the light from the store's front windows. My heart does that little flip. It always does when I see my book, displayed in a real bookstore. Not Anna Carver's book, but mine. The name might be different, but the words, the story, the soul of it is all Brianna Cameron. I wheel Chloe closer to the display, crouching down beside her stroller. Look, baby girl, Mommy made that. I pick up a copy and hold it where she can see it. Remember all those nights I was typing away while you were sleeping? This is what came from that. Chloe reaches for the book with her chubby hands, and I let her touch the glossy cover. Her tiny fingers trace over the embossed title letters, a look of concentration on her face that reminds me so much of her father, it makes my chest ache. "You can touch, but no eating," I warn her softly. "Books are for reading, not for lunch." Placing the book back on the display, I straighten up and take in the sight of my novel among the bestsellers and staff picks. Number 8 on the New York Times list. A dream I barely dared to have, coming true in ways I couldn't have imagined. "I sold 3 more copies this morning," Martha says, coming over to join us. "That book club from the university bought them all. They're reading it next month." "That's amazing," I reply, a warmth spreading through me. I push Chloe's stroller deeper into the store, stopping at the little reading area with its comfortable armchairs. Unbuckling her, I lift her onto my lap and settle into one of the chairs, breathing in the peaceful moment. "What do you think, Chloe Bear? Should Mommy write another book?" I whisper against her curls. She responds by grabbing a strand of my hair and tugging. I'll take that as a yes. Looking down at my daughter, this perfect little human who's part me, part Derek, I can't help but marvel at how completely my life has transformed. "We've come a long way, haven't we?" I murmur to Chloe, who's now contentedly playing with the buttons on my cardigan, her tiny fingers working with surprising determination to pull one loose. I reach into the diaper bag and pull out the chunky board book we picked up from the children's section last week. Goodnight Moon, a classic that Chloe already seems to love, despite being far too young to understand the story. The worn corners of the book show just how many times we've read it together already, a testament to her fascination with the simple rhymes and colorful images. Ready for a quick story before we head home? I settle her more comfortably on my lap, her little back warm against my chest. Her weight is so familiar now, so perfect against me. I breathe in the sweet baby shampoo scent of her curls and feel that rush of love that still catches me off guard sometimes. She pats the colorful cover with her palm, making a delighted noise that echoes through our quiet corner of the bookstore. Her excitement over something as simple as a book makes my heart swell with pride. Maybe she'll be a writer like her mama one day. In the great green room there was a telephone. I begin, my voice taking on that sing-song equality that seems to come naturally when reading to children. I exaggerate each word slightly, letting the rhythm of the story wash over us both. "And a red balloon." Chloe reaches out, trying to turn the page before I'm done. Her impatience makes me laugh softly. Those tiny hands, so much like mine in shape but with Derek's long fingers, already know what they want. "Patience, little miss. We'll get to the bunny in a minute," I tell her, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Some things are worth waiting for, you know. The best parts always come when you least expect them. The familiar routine of reading to my daughter wraps around us like a comfortable blanket. These quiet moments, just the two of us surrounded by books, are what I live for now. A world away from boardrooms and Manhattan skyscrapers, from champagne receptions and, "Brianna?" The voice hits me like a physical blow, deep, slightly raspy, with that hint of authority that makes the single word, my name, sound like both a question and a command. My fingers freeze on the edge of the page. The familiar weight of Chloe against me suddenly feels different, heavier, more significant. I look up slowly, certain I'm hallucinating, but I'm not. Derek Beckham stands less than 5 feet away, looking nothing like the polished billionaire I last saw in New York. His normally impeccable hair is longer, slightly disheveled, as if he's been running his hands through it repeatedly. He's wearing jeans and a simple dark blue button-down with the sleeves rolled up. The designer stubble I used to trace with my fingertips has grown into something approaching a beard. His eyes, though, those intense blue eyes that could strip me bare with a glance, those haven't changed at all, except now they're moving between my face and the child in my arms with an expression I've never seen before. "It's really you," he breathes, taking a hesitant step forward. Christ, Brianna. I've been searching for you for 2 years. I can't speak. My throat has closed up entirely. My arms tighten instinctively around Chloe, who's oblivious to the earthquake happening around her, still happily patting the book in front of her. I hired investigators. I searched every database. I thought, his voice breaks slightly. I thought something had happened to you. That you were. I finally find my voice, though it comes out barely above a whisper. How did you find me? Your book. He gestures vaguely toward the front of the store. Anna Carver. I read it recently and something about the writing. He swallows hard. I know how you write, Brianna. I know the rhythm of your words. Then I heard your recent interview you gave for that book blog. I'd recognize your voice anywhere. Chloe chooses this moment to look up. Curious about the new voice, she stares at Derek with her big eyes. The color drains from Derek's face as he takes in the child. Really takes her in. I watch as understanding dawns across his features, followed by a torrent of emotions, too swift and complex to name. He starts, then stops, his voice thick with emotion. Yes, I whisper, because there's no point denying it. Not with Chloe's parentage, written so plainly across her features. Derek takes another step closer, dropping to one knee to bring himself to Chloe's eye level. His hand trembles slightly as he reaches out, stopping just short of touching her. What's her name? He asks, his voice rough with emotion. Chloe, I say softly. Chloe Marie Cameron. He smiles gently. Hello, Chloe. I'm Derek, your dad.
Chapter 22. Derek. I can't take my eyes off her. My daughter. Chloe's tiny weight in my arms feels simultaneously alien and perfectly right, like a puzzle piece I never knew I was missing until this moment. She's studying me with those eyes. My eyes, but with Brianna's curiosity shining through them. Her small hand occasionally reaching to touch my beard with a fascination that makes my heart constrict. She likes you, Brianna says quietly as we walk along the tree-lined street leading away from downtown Missoula. Her voice still carries that melodic quality that's haunted my dreams for 2 years. But now there's something else there. Hesitation. Maybe even fear. She doesn't know me, I respond, unable to keep the edge from my voice. How could she? Brianna winces slightly, and I immediately regret my tone. This isn't how I want this moment to unfold. Not after searching for so long, after lying awake countless nights imagining what I'd say if I ever found her. But the sight of Chloe, this perfect combination of Brianna and me, has shattered whatever script I'd prepared. Chloe reaches up and grabs my lower lip, tugging with unexpected strength. The absurdity of it breaks through the tension, and a laugh escapes me. She's got a good grip, I murmur, gently disentangling her fingers. Strong like her old man. She gets that from both of us, Brianna says, a tentative smile playing at her lips. Stubbornness, too. We turn onto a quieter residential street, the late afternoon sun filtering through pine trees. Montana is nothing like the Manhattan skyline I've been staring at for the past 2 years, wondering where in the world she disappeared to. The air smells of pine and wood smoke instead of exhaust and restaurant steam. How far is your place? I ask, adjusting Chloe in my arms. She's beginning to slump against my chest, her eyelids growing heavy. Just up ahead. That cabin with the blue door. I follow her gaze to a small but charming log cabin set back from the road, surrounded by aspen trees with leaves turning gold. It's about as far from a New York penthouse as you can get, which was probably the point. She's falling asleep, I whisper, feeling the steady rhythm of Chloe's breathing against my chest. Does she usually nap this late? Only when she's completely comfortable, Brianna replies. a note of surprise in her voice. She doesn't usually take to strangers. I'm not a stranger, I say, the words coming out harder than I intended. I'm her father. Brianna stops walking, turning to face me fully. Derek, Why, Brianna? The question that's been burning inside me for 2 years finally escapes. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you just disappear? She takes a deep breath, her eyes shifting to Chloe's sleeping form in my arms before meeting my gaze again. I found out I was pregnant not long after our discussion about telling Jenna, she says quietly. I was terrified, Derek, not just about being pregnant, but about everything it would mean. We continue walking slowly toward the cabin, and I listen as the woman I've never stopped searching for finally explains why she vanished from my life. I was 26, ambitious, climbing the ladder at McDaniel's. You were on the board. The second people found out, my career would have been over. No one would have believed I earned my position. Her voice catches. And Jenna! She was my best friend. We still hadn't figured out how to tell her about us, and suddenly there was going to be a baby. I want to argue, to tell her we could have figured it out together, but Chloe shifts in my arms and I find myself instinctively swaying to keep her asleep. I missed everything, I say instead, my voice low and tight with emotion. Her first kick, her birth, her first smile, her first word. I missed it all, Brianna. You took that from me. I know, she whispers, and I see tears gathering in her eyes. I've lived with that guilt every single day. Every milestone, every moment, I thought about what I was keeping from you. We reach the steps to her cabin, but I'm not ready to go inside yet. Not ready for whatever comes next. I just want to stand here with my daughter in my arms, making up for 2 years of lost time in whatever way I can. She has your eyes, Brianna says softly, and your stubborn chin. Sometimes she gets this look on her face when she's concentrating, and it's exactly like watching you read financial reports. Despite everything, a smile tugs at my lips. Poor kid. Brianna leads the way into her cabin, and I follow closely behind, still cradling Chloe against my chest. The interior is cozy. Rustic wooden beams overhead, a small stone fireplace, and bookshelves lining nearly every wall. It's exactly the kind of place I would have imagined for her had I known where to look. Her room is this way, Brianna whispers, guiding me down a short hallway. The nursery is painted in soft blues and greens, with a hand-painted mural of mountains and forests spanning one wall. A wooden crib sits in the center, and I approach it slowly, reluctant to let go of this little person I've just met, but already love fiercely. I lower Chloe gently into the crib, my movements careful and measured. Her tiny fingers grasp at air for a moment before settling on the small stuffed elephant nearby. My throat tightens as I watch her sleep, the steady rise and fall of her chest, the way her eyelids flutter with dreams. She's perfect, I murmur, unable to tear my eyes away. Every detail fascinates me. The dark eyelashes resting against her cheeks, the slight bow of her lips, the wispy curls clinging to her forehead. All the board meetings I've commanded, the business empires I've built. None of it compares to the magnitude of this moment. Brianna adjusts a small blanket over Chloe's legs. She usually sleeps about an hour this time of day. I nod, still staring. I could watch her for days. I did when she was first born, Brianna admits with a small smile. Barely slept. Just kept looking at her, making sure she was breathing. We stand in silence for a few minutes, two people connected by this tiny sleeping human, the tension between us temporarily suspended. Finally, Brianna touches my arm lightly. Would you like some tea? Or coffee? Tea would be good. I follow her back to the main room, stealing one last glance at Chloe before gently pulling the door halfway closed. In the kitchen, Brianna moves with practiced efficiency, filling a kettle and pulling down mugs from open shelving. I take a seat at the small wooden table, watching her. So, I say, testing the waters, you're a writer now. Brianna's hands pause momentarily before continuing to measure loose tea into a strainer. I am. It started as a way to process everything that was happening, but then it just took off. Anna Carver, I say, watching her reaction carefully. I've read your debut. Fantastic work. She turns to me, surprise evident on her face. You have? More than once. I lean forward, resting my elbows on the table. I'm a big fan. You never read romance novels before, she says skeptically, bringing the mugs to the table. I do now. I accept the steaming mug she offers, especially ones about a powerful businessman who falls for a young woman who challenges everything he thought he knew about himself. A smile spreads across her lips. I needed the pen name. For anonymity. I figured that out after hearing your interview, I admit. I take a sip of the tea, the warmth spreading through my chest, a comforting contrast to the tension in the air between us. I've spent 2 years looking for you, Brianna. 2 years of dead ends and false leads. Reading your words was the closest I could get, like catching whispers of you between the lines of every damn page. She smiles, a genuine smile that reaches her eyes, softening her entire face in that way that used to make my heart stop. I'm happy, you know. Not about how everything happened, but I always wanted to be a writer, since I was a little girl with notebooks full of stories, and I actually made it. Sometimes I still can't believe people are reading my work. Your book is incredible. I reach across the table, not quite touching her hand, but close enough to feel the heat radiating from her skin. Our eyes meet, and for a moment it almost feels like the past 2 years haven't happened. Almost. Like we could pick up where we left off, before everything went to trash. The way you capture emotion on the page, it's raw, real. And I just wanted to say I'm sorry, she whispers, her fingers wrapping around her mug so tightly her knuckles strain against her skin. Her voice cracks slightly, and I can see the weight of her choices pressing down on her shoulders. For everything, Derek. For running, for not giving you a chance to explain, but especially for keeping her from you. You deserve to know about Chloe from the beginning.
Chapter 23. Brianna. I wrap my fingers tightly around the warm mug, anchoring myself to something solid as Derek's gaze holds mine across the kitchen table. The weight of his presence, so close after 2 years of absence, makes the cabin feel smaller than it is, more intimate. Yes, I did deserve to know her. His voice isn't harsh, just certain, like gravity or taxes, an undeniable fact. But we're here now. The afternoon light shifts through the windows, casting golden patterns across the wooden table between us. Outside, a light breeze rustles through the aspen leaves, creating that familiar percussion that first made me fall in love with this place, so different from New York's constant cacophony. I missed you, Brianna. Derek's confession comes quietly, breaking the silence between us. He's moved closer somehow, his chair angled toward mine without me noticing the shift. Not just because of Chloe. I missed you. My chest tightens, and I take a careful sip of tea to buy myself time. Derek, your kindness, he continues, eyes roaming my face like he's memorizing it. The way you talk about books like they're living things, how you're never intimidated by anyone, not even me. A small laugh escapes me, especially not you. His smile, that devastating half smile that used to make my knees weak in boardrooms and private elevators, appears. Your intelligence, he adds, voice dropping lower. The way your mind works, always 3 steps ahead. I've never met anyone who thinks like you do. His fingers brush mine on the table, just a feather-light touch that sends electricity racing up my arm. The contact breaks something loose inside me, some wall I've carefully maintained since the day I discovered I was pregnant, and made the decision to leave. "I missed you too," I whisper, the admission feeling dangerous, like opening a door I'm not sure I can close again. Every day, we've somehow migrated to the couch, the tea forgotten on the kitchen table. The late afternoon sun streams through the windows, lighting his face from the side, highlighting the new lines around his eyes, the slight touches of silver at his temples that weren't there before. He looks simultaneously older and more vital than in my memories. When I finally tracked you down, heard your voice on that interview. Derek shakes his head slightly. His hand finds mine, thumb tracing circles on my palm. I thought I was hallucinating. 2 years of searching, and there you were, talking about your book like you'd never disappeared. The memory of that interview, my first as Anna Carver, floods back. How nervous I'd been, Chloe tugging at my pants while I spoke about characters who were thinly veiled versions of ourselves. Had some part of me wanted to be found? Derek shifts closer, his knee touching mine. "I've imagined finding you 1,000 different ways," he murmurs. None of them involved a little girl with my eyes. "She changes everything," I say, my voice barely audible. "Yes." His fingers move from my hand to my face, gently tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. "And nothing." The touch ignites something I've kept banked for 2 years, that flame that always burned between us, regardless of circumstance or consequence. His blue eyes are intent on mine, asking a question he hasn't voiced. "Derek?" His name on my lips feels both familiar and new. He leans forward, cupping my face with gentle hands that could crush corporate rivals, but have only ever been tender with me. "Tell me to stop," he whispers, his breath warm against my lips. But I can't. Don't want to. Instead, I close the final distance between us. The kiss is like coming home to a place I didn't realize I'd been homesick for. His lips are warm, insistent against mine, and I respond with 2 years of longing compressed into this single point of contact. My fingers slide into his hair, shorter now than when we were together, but still soft beneath my touch. His hands cradle my face like I'm something precious, something he might lose again if he doesn't hold carefully enough. The tenderness of it makes my heart ache even as the kiss deepens, becomes more urgent. I taste coffee on his tongue, feel the slight scratch of his 5 o'clock shadow against my skin. When we finally part, I'm breathless, dizzy with the taste of him. My hands remain clasped behind his neck, unwilling to let go now that I've found him again. The space between us feels too vast, even in inches, and I find myself leaning into his warmth like a plant seeking sunlight. "Are you?" My voice catches and I clear my throat. "Are you staying in Missoula for a while?" Derek's fingers trace invisible patterns on my lower back, each touch reigniting embers I've tried for 2 years to extinguish. His eyes, those piercing blue eyes that could make billion-dollar deals crumble or form with a glance, search mine. "I only planned a few days." His admission falls between us like a weight. "I just came to find you." The clock on the mantel ticks loudly in the silence that follows. Outside, shadows have lengthened across the yard. Somewhere in the distance, I hear the neighbors' wind chimes singing their metallic song. Everything ordinary and unchanged, while my world shifts on its axis. "Stay with me tonight." The words tumble out before I can overthink them, raw and honest. "Please, I've missed you so much, Derek." My request hangs between us, vulnerable in the fading light. His thumb brushes across my cheekbone, and I lean into his touch. "I know I don't deserve it," I continue, my voice barely above a whisper. "After everything, but I'd like you to stay." The memory of our past entangles with this present moment. The way we once were, the secrets kept, the choices made. 2 years stretch between us, filled with milestones he never witnessed. Chloe's first steps, her first words, her first laugh. So much lost time that can never be recovered. Derek's eyes hold mine, steady and unwavering. The setting sun catches the angles of his face, softening the hard lines of his jaw, illuminating the slight crow's feet that frame his eyes. Evidence of a life lived intensely in my absence. I notice a small scar near his eyebrow that wasn't there before. Another mystery, another story untold. Brianna. My name in his mouth has always sounded like something precious. His hand slides from my cheek to cup the back of my neck, drawing me closer until our foreheads touch. His breath mingles with mine, coffee and possibility. There's nowhere else I want to be. When he kisses me again, it's different from before. Less urgent, but somehow deeper. A promise rather than a question. My fingers curl into the fabric of his shirt, anchoring myself to him, to this moment. Yes, he murmurs against my lips. I'll stay. Relief floods through me, loosening knots in my chest I didn't realize were there. I press my face into his neck, inhaling the scent that's uniquely his. Expensive cologne, layered over something earthy and indefinable that I've never found anywhere else, though I've caught myself searching for it in crowded rooms. His arms tighten around me, strong and secure. The solid weight of him against me feels like reality, asserting itself after years of dreams that dissolved upon waking. This is real. He's here. He's staying. Thank you. I whisper against his skin, feeling the steady rhythm of his pulse beneath my lips. Derek's hand strokes through my hair, gentle yet possessive, and I close my eyes against the rush of emotion that threatens to overwhelm me. Outside, the day fades into twilight, shadows lengthening across the cabin floor. But here, in the circle of his arms, I feel found after being lost for so long. Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 24. Derek. Morning light filters through unfamiliar curtains, painting golden stripes across rumpled sheets. I wake slowly, consciousness returning in gentle waves rather than the usual jarring alarm that punctuates my workdays. The first thing I register is warmth. Brianna's back pressed against my chest, her curls tickling my chin, our legs intertwined as if afraid to separate even in sleep. I breathe her in, that intoxicating blend of jasmine and something uniquely her that I've searched for in every crowded room for 2 years. Being here feels surreal, like I've stumbled into an alternate universe where I didn't lose her, where time folded back on itself to give us another chance. Brianna shifts slightly in her sleep, one hand curled beneath her pillow, the other resting over mine where it wraps around her waist. The sharp angles of my businessman persona feel miles away in this cocoon of soft sheets and shared breath. Here I'm just a man holding the woman he never stopped loving. A soft coo filters through the baby monitor on the nightstand, followed by a string of babbling that makes my heart stutter. Chloe, my daughter. The reality of her existence still hasn't fully penetrated the armor I've built around myself since Brianna disappeared. I carefully extricate myself from our tangle of limbs, moving with deliberate slowness to avoid waking Brianna. She murmurs something unintelligible before burrowing deeper into the pillow. The sight of her, hair wild across the pillowcase, face softened in sleep, wearing nothing but my dress shirt, nearly pulls me back to bed. But another giggle through the monitor draws me forward. I pull on my boxer briefs and undershirt, padding barefoot across the wooden floors that creak slightly beneath my weight. The hallway is lined with framed photos, moments from a life I wasn't part of. Chloe's first Christmas. Brianna holding a tiny bundle at what must be the hospital. My chest tightens at the empty space beside her where I should have stood. The nursery door is slightly ajar, and I push it open. A mobile of silver stars hangs above a wooden crib where my daughter, stands waiting, gripping the rails with tiny hands. She sees me and pauses in her babbling. Those familiar blue eyes, my eyes, widening with curiosity. Not fear, not recognition. Just the open interest of a child encountering something new. My breath catches in my throat. "Good morning," I say softly, approaching the crib with careful steps. Seeing her now, fully awake and alert, the resemblance is unmistakable. That determined chin. The assessment in her gaze that I've seen in board meetings and mirror reflections. Mine. Chloe tilts her head, studying me with a seriousness that seems impossible in someone so small. Then, without warning, she smiles, a wide, gummy expression that transforms her little face and knocks the air clean out of my lungs. "Da!" she says, bouncing slightly on chubby legs. Not quite da-da, but close enough to make my throat constrict painfully. "That's right," I whisper, reaching into the crib to lift her. She comes willingly, curious hands immediately finding my face, patting my cheeks and grabbing at my morning stubble with fascinated fingers. "I'm your dad." She weighs almost nothing in my arms. This tiny person with my DNA who until yesterday existed only as an abstract concept. Now she's solid and warm, smelling of baby shampoo and sleep, examining me with unabashed interest. "You're perfect," I tell her, voice rough with emotion I rarely allow myself to show. She responds by grabbing my nose, a delighted giggle bubbling up when I pretend to bite at her fingers. I settle into the rocking chair beside the window, adjusting her on my lap. Sunlight catches her wispy dark curls, Brianna's contribution, creating a halo effect around her head. She babbles something incomprehensible, tiny hands gesturing emphatically to emphasize whatever point she's making. "Is that right?" I ask seriously, fighting a smile. "Tell me more." She launches into another stream of sounds, occasionally pausing to gauge my reaction, as if checking whether I'm properly following her train of thought. I nod along, completely captivated by this miraculous creature who somehow belongs to me. "You know," I confide, keeping my voice gentle, "I missed the beginning of your story, but I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere." Chloe responds by leaning forward suddenly, pressing her forehead against mine in a gesture so trusting it makes my chest ache. Her small hands pat my cheeks again, and I'm struck by how completely defenseless I am against this tiny person I only just met. I lean back in the rocking chair as Chloe continues her animated monologue. Her tiny hands gesture wildly, painting invisible pictures in the air between us. The morning light catches the subtle auburn highlights in her dark curls, another piece of Brianna woven into her being. "That's quite the story," I respond seriously when she pauses for breath. "Very compelling argument." Chloe's face lights up at my attention, tiny eyebrows raising in delight. She scoots forward on my lap, nearly overbalancing in her enthusiasm, and I steady her with practiced hands that somehow know exactly what to do despite not having done this in decades. "Duh!" she exclaims, pointing toward a stuffed elephant sitting on a nearby bookshelf. "You want that?" I ask, following her gaze. "The elephant?" Her whole body wiggles in affirmation, and I find myself grinning as I reach over to grab the plush toy. The moment it's in her grasp, she clutches it to her chest with surprising strength, giving it a squeeze that makes its trunk squeak. The sound startles her for a split second before she dissolves into peals of laughter that feel like sunshine breaking through clouds. "You like that noise, huh?" I squeeze the elephant's trunk again, producing another squeak that sends her into fresh fits of giggles. "I've got to tell you, your taste in entertainment is top-notch. Much better than some of the board presentations I sat through last week." She offers me the elephant, an invitation to play that feels monumentally important. I take it with appropriate solemnity, making it dance across her knees while adding sound effects that grow increasingly ridiculous just to keep that smile on her face. Her laughter, uninhibited and pure, unlocks something in my chest that's been rusted shut for years. We're so engrossed in our game that I don't notice Brianna until she speaks from the doorway. Well, this is a sight I never thought I'd see. Her voice is soft with sleep and something else. Wonder, maybe. I look up to find her leaning against the doorframe, still wearing my dress shirt, hair tousled in a way that makes my fingers itch to touch it. The morning light catches her just right, illuminating the gentle curve of her smile, the warmth in her eyes as she watches us. "Mama!" Chloe squeals, bouncing on my lap without making any actual move to leave it. "Good morning, sweetheart," Brianna says, crossing the room to drop a kiss on Chloe's head. Her scent, jasmine and sleep-warm skin, washes over me, and I have to resist the urge to pull her onto my lap alongside our daughter. "And good morning to you too," she adds, brushing her fingers across my shoulder, in a touch so casual it aches. "Morning," I reply, voice rougher than intended. "Hope we didn't wake you." "The bed got cold." She smiles, then stretches, the hem of my shirt rising to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of thigh. "I was thinking about making some breakfast. Hungry?" "Starving," I admit. "Ba-ba-ba-ba," Chloe contributes seriously, waving the elephant for emphasis. "Exactly what I was thinking," Brianna laughs. "Pancakes it is." She turns to leave, and something tightens in my chest at the domesticity of it all, the slice of life that could have been mine all along. "Need any help?" I ask, not ready to let her go. "Just keep our daughter entertained," she calls over her shoulder. "That's help enough." Our daughter. The words settle inside me, both a balm and a brand. I look down at Chloe, who's now attempting to stuff the elephant's ear into her mouth with determined concentration. "What are we going to do?" I murmur, too quietly for Brianna to hear from the kitchen where pans are already clattering. The question isn't really for Chloe, but she looks up at me anyway. Blue eyes. My eyes. Studying my face with unsettling perception. I bounce her gently on my knee, trying to reconcile this perfect morning with the reality waiting for me in New York. Board meetings, quarterly projections, a corner office with views of a city that suddenly seems hollow compared to this sun-drenched nursery. And Jenna, my daughter, who doesn't know she has a sister, who'd be devastated to learn I kept this secret, even unintentionally. The thought of her hurt, betrayed expression sends a chill through me despite the warm morning. From the kitchen comes the sizzle of butter hitting a hot pan, the domestic percussion of a life being lived, a life I'm currently borrowing but don't quite belong to yet. The scent of coffee drifts through the air, mingling with promises I'm not sure I can keep. "Bae?" Chloe questions, patting my cheek to regain my attention. "Sorry, Princess," I murmur, focusing on her again. "Just thinking about complicated grown-up stuff." She offers me the elephant again, a simple solution to complex problems. "If only it were that easy," I tell her, accepting the toy and making it dance across her tummy until she giggles again.
Chapter 25. Brianna. I'm elbow deep in pancake batter when I hear them coming down the hall, Derek's deep murmur mixing with Chloe's delighted squeals. The domestic symphony of it all makes my heart swell until it feels too big for my chest. These past few days have been like living in a bubble, a perfect snow globe of family life that I'd given up hoping for. "Someone's hungry," Derek announces, entering the kitchen with Chloe perched on his hip like she's always been there. My breath catches at the sight of them together. He looks softer somehow, the hard edges of the billionaire businessman smoothed away by our daughter's tiny hands. His hair is mussed from sleep, stubble darkening his jaw, and there's a smudge of what might be drool on his shoulder. He's never looked more handsome. "Mama?" Chloe reaches for me with grabby hands, though she makes no actual effort to leave her father's arms. "Just a minute, sweetie." I pour batter onto the hot griddle, watching perfect circles form. Breakfast is almost ready. Derek steps behind me, one arm still securely holding Chloe, while the other wraps around my waist. The heat of him against my back feels like coming home. "This is nice," he murmurs against my hair. It is. I agree, throat suddenly tight. I don't say what we're both thinking, that it can't last, that his life is waiting for him in New York, that we're playing house in a snow globe that's bound to shatter. Days blend together in a haze of domestic bliss. Mornings spent making breakfast with Chloe babbling from her high chair. Afternoons exploring the woods around the cabin. Derek carrying our daughter on his shoulders while pointing out birds and trees with the same intensity he probably uses in boardroom presentations. Evenings curled on the couch, Chloe asleep between us, talking in hushed voices about everything and nothing. We're careful to avoid the difficult topics. His return to New York, what happens next, the inevitable moment when our bubble bursts. Instead, we exist in the beautiful now, storing up memories like squirrels preparing for winter. But winter always comes. I wake on the 5th morning to find Derek already up, his suitcase open on the bedroom floor. The sight hits me like a physical blow. "You're packing." My voice sounds small, even to my own ears. He turns, his expression a complicated mix of regret and resignation. "I have to get back. There's a board meeting tomorrow that I can't miss." I know. Of course I know. I've always known this moment was coming, but that doesn't make it any easier. I watch as he folds his clothes with practiced efficiency, each item disappearing into the suitcase like seconds ticking off a clock. His movements are methodical, precise. The businessman reasserting himself over the father and lover who shared my bed these past nights. "What happens now?" I ask, the question that's been hovering between us finally taking form. Derek pauses, a shirt half folded in his hands. "I don't know exactly, but I'm going to figure it out." That's pretty vague. I pull my knees up to my chest, suddenly cold despite the morning sunshine streaming through the windows. "Brianna." He sets the shirt down, crossing to sit beside me on the bed. "Look at me." I do, finding his blue eyes, Chloe's eyes, steady on mine. "I just found out I have a daughter. I just found you again after 2 years of thinking you walked away. Do you honestly believe I'm going to just go back to New York and forget about you?" "No," I whisper. "But it's not that simple, is it?" He sighs, running a hand through his hair. "No, it's not. There's Jenna to consider, and McDaniels Industries. Your life here. But we'll figure it out." "How?" "I don't have all the answers yet, but I know I want you and Chloe in my life." His hand finds mine, fingers intertwining. "Both of you. Always." I want to believe him. God, how I want to believe him. From the nursery comes Chloe's morning babble, the sweetest alarm clock in the world. "I'll get her," I say, needing a moment to compose myself. The rest of the morning passes too quickly. Breakfast feels like a countdown, each bite bringing us closer to goodbye. Derek keeps Chloe entertained while I clean up, his laughter mixing with hers in a soundtrack I want to record and play on loop after he's gone. When his phone chimes with the rental car arrival notification, my stomach drops. "They're here," he says unnecessarily, and I nod, not trusting my voice. He stands in the entryway, overnight bag slung over his shoulder, looking around as if committing every detail to memory. I hold Chloe on my hip, her little hands playing with my necklace, blissfully unaware of the significance of this moment. "I'll call as soon as I land," Derek promises, reaching out to stroke Chloe's cheek. "And I'll be back as soon as I can." "We'll be here." My voice wavers despite my best efforts. He steps forward, cupping my face in his hands. "This isn't goodbye, Brianna. It's just until next time." I nod, but the tears come anyway. slipping silently down my cheeks. Derek brushes them away with his thumbs before leaning in to kiss me, soft and sweet and full of promises I hope he can keep. Da. Chloe reaches for him, and he takes her in his arms for one last hug, whispering something in her ear that makes her giggle. When he hands her back, the loss feels tangible, a physical ache in my chest. "I'll call tonight," he says again, backing toward the door. "We'll talk every day." Another nod. More tears I can't seem to stop. "Brianna." His voice drops, intensifies. "I love you. Both of you. Remember that." Then he's gone, the door closing behind him with a soft click that sounds like an ending. Chloe and I stand at the window, watching him load his bag into the rental car. He glances back at the house, raises his hand in a final wave that we return, my large hand guiding Chloe's tiny one. The car disappears down the driveway, leaving only dust motes dancing in the sunlight, and the echo of promises I desperately hope he'll keep. I carry Chloe to the living room, her weight an anchor keeping me from floating away on waves of uncertainty. The couch cushions welcome us as I settle her on my lap, facing me. Her eyes, so heartbreakingly like her father's, study my face with innocent curiosity. "Mama?" Her tiny hand pats my cheek where another tear escapes despite my effort to contain it. "Just a little, sweet pea." I capture her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. "Mama just misses Daddy already." The word daddy feels strange and wonderful on my tongue. For so long, it was a concept I never thought Chloe would know. A ghost, an absence, a question I dreaded her asking someday. Now it has Derek's face, his laugh, his strong hands that held her so carefully. "Da?" Chloe asks, her head tilting in that inquisitive way that reminds me so much of myself. A sob catches in my throat. "He said he would come back, baby." But will he? Can he really? The practical part of my brain, the part that's kept us safe and stable these past 2 years, catalogs all the reasons this fairy tale can't have a happy ending. "Your daddy loves you so much," I tell her, smoothing back her curls. "And I love him. I love him so, so much." The truth of it hits me anew, knocking the breath from my lungs. I've never stopped loving him. Not really. I just buried it under layers of hurt and practicality and the daily demands of single motherhood. The living room windows frame the Montana landscape. Wild, untamed, so different from the concrete jungle where Derek thrives. My gaze drifts to my laptop sitting on the side table. Manuscript open to chapter 12 of my current work in progress. "I don't know how we can make this work," I whisper, more to myself than to Chloe, who's now contentedly playing with the buttons on my cardigan. "Your dad lives in New York City. He helps run this huge company. He has meetings and galas and business trips. And Jenna. He has Jenna still. Jenna, my sweet and kind friend, who I betrayed when I started a romance with her father. And we're here, with our little house and your swing set and my books." I gesture around our modest living room with its overflowing bookshelves and scattered toys. "This is our world, sweet pea." Chloe looks up at me, blissfully unaware of the chasm between the two lives her parents lead. What if our worlds have become too different? The question hangs in the air between us. What if they can't fit together anymore? A romance writer should believe in happy endings. I've crafted dozens of them for my characters. Love overcoming all obstacles, differences bridged, hearts united against all odds. But real life isn't a romance novel. Real life has board meetings and mortgage payments and complicated family dynamics. "Da!" Chloe points at a framed photo on the bookshelf. Me with Jenna at a book fair last year. She's spotted the Beckham blue eyes, though she's pointing at the wrong person. "That's your sister Jenna, sweetie. That's Daddy's daughter." My stomach twists at the reality of what I've done. Not just keeping Chloe from Derek, but keeping her existence from Jenna. My friend, my reader, the person who's cheered on my writing career without knowing she was supporting her sister's mother. Derek told me that she was the reason why he picked up my book in the first place. Another tear slips down my cheek, landing on Chloe's arm. She pats at the wet spot, then pats my face again. No, Mama. I pull her close, burying my face in her curls that smell of baby shampoo and innocence. I'm trying, baby. I just don't know how to make this work. How do we bring these worlds together? Your dad in his penthouse, us in our little mountain home. Him in boardrooms while I write stories in my pajamas. Chloe squirms in my embrace, more interested in the toy rabbit peeking out from under the coffee table than her mother's existential crisis. I can't imagine life without him now. I confess, watching her crawl down to retrieve her bunny. Not after these days together, but I also can't imagine how we fit into his world, or how he fits into ours. Our little snow globe of pretend family life has shattered, leaving me to deal with the sharp edges of reality while still longing for what those perfect days felt like.
Chapter 26. Derek. The Manhattan skyline sprawls before me, a familiar concrete kingdom I've conquered a dozen times over. From the 63rd floor of McDaniel's Industries, I can see half of New York, the city that never sleeps, the epicenter of ambition and power. And all I can think about is a modest cabin in Montana, and the two people who've turned my world upside down. I tap my Mont Blanc pen against the quarterly report, the rhythm matching my restlessness. Board members drone on about profit margins and expansion opportunities, their voices fading in and out of my consciousness like a badly tuned radio station. My phone sits face up beside my legal pad, screen dark but presence heavy. No new messages from Brianna. Derek, your thoughts on the Shanghai proposal? My attention snaps back to the boardroom. Nathan McDaniels, founder, CEO, and my protege of a couple years, watches me with concerned eyes. Around the table, 12 executives wait for my response. The numbers look promising, but I'm concerned about the political climate. Words flow automatically, muscle memory from decades of meetings just like this one. We should consider a phased approach, test the waters with the electronics division before committing to full infrastructure. Nods around the table. Nathan gives me an approving smile, but his eyes still hold questions. I've never been distracted in the boardroom before, not even during my divorce from Jenna's mother years ago. But I've never been in this position before, where the love of my life and my child are states away. The meeting continues. I contribute when necessary, sign what needs signing, shake hands with the appropriate people, all while a parallel track runs in my mind. Chloe should be waking from her nap right about now. Brianna said she's been trying to stack blocks higher than 3. I wonder if she's wearing the little overalls I bought her. When my phone finally vibrates, I nearly lunge for it. A photo message from Brianna, Chloe grinning with blueberries smeared across her face, caption reading, "Someone enjoyed her afternoon snack." Something urgent, Derek? Nathan's voice cuts through my momentary escape. I pocket the phone, ignoring the ache in my chest. No, just checking the time. The lie tastes bitter. When the meeting finally ends, I retreat to my office. Corner suite, floor-to-ceiling windows, furniture selected by a designer who charged more than some people's annual salary. It used to feel like a throne room. Now it feels empty. I loosen my tie, drop into my chair, and pull out my phone again. The blueberry-faced image of my daughter makes something twist inside me. My daughter. The words still feel new, miraculous, terrifying. I scroll through the photos from Montana. Brianna reading to Chloe on the porch swing. Chloe asleep on my chest. The 3 of us reflected in the lake, Brianna's head on my shoulder. Evidence of 5 perfect days that now feel like a dream. The daily calls aren't enough. Video chats where Chloe presses her face too close to the camera. Brianna's voice distorted by distance and technology. I want to smell Chloe's baby shampoo, feel Brianna's warmth against me at night. My calendar glares at me from the desktop. Meetings, conferences, business dinners stretching endlessly into the future. The infrastructure of a life I've spent decades building. A kingdom with no queen, and until recently, no little princess. How do you reconcile two worlds that were never meant to intersect? The answer isn't in my office. I grab my jacket and head out, nodding to my assistant that I'm done for the day. The elevator descends, numbers ticking backward like a countdown, and I find myself not heading to my penthouse but pulling out my phone. Jenna? It's me. Are you free for coffee? 20 minutes later, I'm seated at a corner table in Elmwood Cafe, a place near Jenna's apartment that she's always loved. Neutral territory with memories that belong to her rather than me. The barista knows her by name. I've ordered us both drinks and I turn my cardboard cup between my palms, watching the door. When she enters, the sunlight catches her blonde hair, so different from Brianna's dark curls, from Chloe's tiny ringlets. Dad. She slides into the seat opposite me, unwinding her scarf. Her smile is tentative, eyes searching my face. This is unexpected. 2 visits in 1 month? I'm starting to think you're dying and haven't told me. Very funny. I push her latte toward her. Can't a father want to see his daughter? Sure, but usually that father sends his assistant to schedule something 3 weeks out. She studies me over the rim of her cup. You look different. Different how? I don't know. Less. She gestures vaguely. McDaniel's Industries. More human. I feel my lips twitch despite myself. I've always been human, Jenna. Debatable. Remember when you took those international calls during my high school graduation party? That was 1 time. It was 3 times, and you missed the cake cutting. There's no heat in her voice, just the resigned affection of someone who's long ago accepted disappointment as the status quo. The guilt stings fresh. How many moments have I missed with her? How many am I already missing with Chloe? I've been thinking a lot lately. I wrap my hands around my coffee, anchoring myself. About what matters. Jenna tilts her head, a familiar gesture that suddenly reminds me painfully of Chloe. Is everything okay? The company's fine. It's not about work. I take a deep breath. How do I even begin this conversation? It's about life, priorities. Jenna's gaze sharpens. She's always been perceptive, too perceptive sometimes, much like her mother. Is this about that trip you took? The one you were so cryptic about? Yes. I set my coffee down, fingers flexing against the cardboard. It was to Montana. I found Brianna. Her eyebrows shoot up. Brianna, as in, my friend Brianna, you're... She stops herself, looking away briefly. Yes. Wow. She takes a slow sip of her latte, processing. How is she? It's been what, almost 2 years since she disappeared? She's good. My voice softens automatically when I think of her. She's living in a small city called Missoula. Beautiful place. Mountains everywhere. She has a cabin by a lake. Jenna's lips curve into a slight smile. That sounds like her, always talking about escaping the city someday. Her eyes study my face. And you just... found her? How? I hesitate, remembering the book cover that changed everything. She's been writing. Publishing, actually. Publishing, like articles or... books. A novel. I can't help the pride that swells in my chest. She's Anna Carver. Jenna's coffee cup freezes halfway to her mouth. Wait, Anna Carver? Whispers in Winter, Anna Carver? The book I couldn't stop talking about for weeks. The very same. Damn. She sets her cup down with a thunk, coffee sloshing over the rim. My dad is dating a best-selling author, who used to be my best friend. This is like some weird Lifetime movie. I choose my next words carefully. There's more, Jenna. Something in my tone makes her straighten up. More than your long-lost girlfriend being a secret literary superstar. She has a child. I swallow hard, feeling like I'm standing at the edge of a cliff. A daughter. Her name is Chloe. Jenna's expression softens. That's wonderful. Brianna always wanted kids. Then her eyes narrow slightly, mental math happening behind them. Wait. How old? 1 year. I meet her gaze steadily. She's my daughter, Jenna. The cafe noise fades to a distant buzz. Jenna's face goes through a kaleidoscope of emotions, shock, confusion, realization, something unnameable. Her fingers curl around her coffee cup so tightly I worry it might collapse. You have a baby. Her voice is barely audible. I have a sister. I nod, unable to find more words. And Brianna never told you? Until now? She didn't know how to reach me. Or maybe she wasn't sure she wanted to. The admission hurts, but it's honest. I don't blame her. What happened between us was complicated. That's one word for it. Jenna looks down at her coffee, then back up at me. Her eyes are shining with unexpected tears. What's she like, Chloe? The question breaks something open in me. I pull out my phone, finding the photo gallery I've been obsessively scrolling through for days. She's incredible, smart, stubborn, fearless. I slide the phone across the table. She looks like Brianna, but she has my eyes. Jenna takes the phone with both hands as if it's something precious. She studies the first photo, Chloe standing unsteadily on the cabin porch, grinning with 2 tiny teeth visible. Oh my God, she whispers. She's beautiful. She swipes through more photos, lingering on one of Chloe asleep against my chest. I watch my daughter's face as she discovers her sister, preparing for anger or resentment. Instead, her expression softens with each image. I want to meet her, Jenna says suddenly, looking up from the phone. Both of them. I want to see Brianna again. She pushes a strand of hair behind her ear, a nervous gesture from childhood. Do you think she'd want to see me? She asked about you. Often. This is true. Brianna's concern for Jenna's feelings was constant during our reunion. I think she misses your friendship. I miss her too. Jenna hands the phone back, her fingers lingering. It was weird how she just vanished. Book club wasn't the same without her arguing about character motivations. I slip the phone back into my pocket, relief washing through me. So you're okay with all this? Jenna leans back in her chair, studying me with new eyes. Dad, I forgave you both for the affair a long time ago. It hurt, but I understood it. These things happen. She traces the rim of her cup with one finger. Finding out you have a sister, a family I didn't know about. That's a lot to process, but I'm not angry.
Chapter 27. Brianna. I adjust the laptop on the kitchen island, angling it to catch the late afternoon light streaming through the cabin windows. The Montana sun paints golden rectangles across the hardwood floor, warmth and serenity that belies the nervous flutter in my stomach. Chloe's baby monitor sits beside me, the soft white noise of her deep breathing a comforting background soundtrack. The familiar chime of an incoming video call sends a Pavlovian surge of anticipation through me. I smooth my hair unconsciously before accepting. Derek's face fills the screen, his office backdrop, a stark contrast to my rustic kitchen, the tailored suit, the Manhattan skyline visible behind him. They belong to a different world than my cabin by the lake, a world I once belonged to, but one I don't want to return to. Hey, beautiful. His voice, even filtered through technology, wraps around me like a familiar embrace. Hey, yourself. I lean closer to the screen, drinking in the details of his face. You look tired. Rough day? Board meetings? Acquisitions? The usual. He loosens his tie with one hand, a gesture I've come to recognize as his transition from business Derek to just Derek. Nothing worth talking about. How's our girl? The possessive plural makes my heart skip. Our girl. Finally down for her nap. She spent the morning determined to climb every piece of furniture in the living room. I'm convinced she's part mountain goat. Derek's laugh is warm, his eyes crinkling at the corners. She gets that from you. I've seen you scale bookshelves at Barnes and Noble. That was one time, and they put the Atwood novels way too high. I shift slightly, tucking one leg beneath me. It's not my fault I needed someone tall and handsome to come help me. At your service always. The playfulness in his expression shifts to something more serious. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something important. My stomach tightens. That sounds ominous. Not ominous. Just... He runs a hand through his hair, silver strands catching the light. I saw Jenna today. The name hangs in the air between us. Jenna, my former best friend, his daughter, the woman I betrayed. Oh? I try to keep my voice neutral, but my fingers grip the edge of the counter. How is she? Good, she's good. Derek pauses, his eyes searching mine through the screen. I told her, Bree, about us, about Chloe. The world narrows to just his face on the screen. My heartbeat drums in my ears. Everything? My voice comes out barely above a whisper. Everything. That we're together again. That Chloe is my daughter. That you're Anna Carver. I close my eyes briefly, imagining Jenna's face as she learned the truth. The betrayal compounded. The secret child. The literary alter ego she'd unknowingly praised. How did she take it? I managed to ask, opening my eyes to find Derek watching me intently. Better than I expected, than either of us might have expected. His expression softens. She wants to meet Chloe, Bree, and she wants to see you again. She's not... I swallow hard, disbelief warring with fragile hope. She's not angry? She said she forgave us both a long time ago, for the affair. Derek's voice is gentle, careful. Finding out about Chloe was a shock, but she called her beautiful. She actually seemed excited about having a sister. Unexpected tears prick at my eyes. I blink them back, trying to process this unexpected gift. I never thought... I was so sure she'd hate me forever. Hate us. I couldn't imagine her wanting anything to do with Chloe. You underestimate her capacity for forgiveness. She's grown a lot in the last couple years. Pride colors Derek's voice. We all have. I reach out, touching the screen where his face is, wishing desperately I could feel his skin beneath my fingertips instead of cold glass. I've missed her, I admit softly. Even while I was writing to her through my books, knowing she was reading them but didn't know they were from me. I missed her real laugh, her ridiculous book club snacks, the way she could always tell when I was lying about liking a novel. She mentioned book club, said it wasn't the same without you arguing about character motivations. A laugh bubbles up through my tears. That sounds like her. This could be good, Bri. Derek's voice is warm with possibility. All of us together. A family. Family. The word echoes in my chest, expanding with dangerous hope. I think of Chloe sleeping upstairs, her tiny features so like Derek's when she concentrates. I think of Jenna, who once knew all my secrets except the biggest one. Do you think it's possible? I whisper. After everything? I think it's worth trying. Derek's certainty steadies me, as it always has. We've all been circling each other for too long. Maybe it's time we stopped running. The monitor beside me crackles with the first signs of Chloe stirring. I glance at it, then back at Derek. She's thinking about waking up, I say, feeling the familiar tug between two loves. I should go. Go get our girl? His smile is wistful. Give her a kiss from me. Always. I pause, my hand hovering over the keyboard. And Derek? Thank you for talking to Jenna, for giving us this chance. I end the call with a reluctance that weighs on my fingertips as I press the button. For a moment, I stare at the black screen, seeing only my own reflection, hair slightly mussed, eyes brightened by unshed tears. The possibility of reconciliation with Jenna feels like a fragile butterfly I'm afraid to cup too tightly in my hands. The baby monitor crackles again, Chloe's soft whimpers growing more insistent. I push away from the kitchen island and head to her nursery, each step carrying me away from the conversation, but not from the swirling emotions it stirred. The nursery is bathed in filtered afternoon light, dust motes dancing in the golden beams that slip through the cracks in the blinds. It's nothing like the sleek designer nursery I might have had in New York. This one has mismatched furniture. I refinished myself during those long, quiet months of pregnancy when it was just me and my thoughts and the growing life inside me. Chloe stands in her crib, gripping the rails, her face lighting up when she sees me. Her hair, dark like mine, but with Derek's slight wave, sticks up in places from her nap. There's my beautiful girl, I whisper, lifting her into my arms. She feels substantial against me, heavier each day, more present in the world. Sometimes I marvel at how something so small can anchor me so completely to the earth, to this life I've chosen. Mama, she babbles, patting my cheek with a chubby hand. I press my face into her neck, breathing in that indescribable baby scent, powder and warmth and something uniquely Chloe. Daddy says hello. I murmur against her skin, delivering Derek's kiss with my words. He misses you. Settling into the rocking chair by the window, I adjust Chloe in my lap so she's facing me. Her eyes, Derek's eyes, regard me with that peculiar intensity that sometimes makes me wonder what she understands that I don't. Your sister wants to meet you, I tell her, testing how the words feel in my mouth. Your big sister, Jenna. Chloe babbles in response, a serious stream of nonsense that makes me smile despite the tightness in my chest. I know, it's complicated, I answer, as if we're having a real conversation. But maybe it doesn't have to be anymore. The rocking chair creaks gently as I push against the floor with my toes, a rhythmic sound that's become the soundtrack to many of our quiet moments. Through the window, I can see the lake stretching out like a mirror, reflecting the vast Montana sky. It's beautiful here, peaceful in a way New York never was. But sometimes in moments like this, the isolation feels tangible. I hug Chloe closer, feeling her solid warmth against my heart. There's a hope blooming there, tentative but persistent, a hope that maybe, just maybe, Derek and I could build something lasting from the complicated mess we've made, that we could be a family, not just in these snatched video calls and occasional visits, but in reality, every day. It's a faint hope. So many things could go wrong. The distance, his life in New York, my life here, the history between us that's never been simple. What do you think, little one? I whisper to Chloe, who's now contentedly playing with my necklace. Think your daddy and I can figure this out? The alternative, that Derek might be feeding me beautiful lies, that he might walk away again once the novelty of finding us wears off, is too painful to dwell on. I've survived that heartbreak once before. The day I realized I was pregnant and alone, my career in shambles, my best friend lost to me. The day I packed what remained of my life into my luggage and rode away on a train until the Manhattan skyline disappeared. I couldn't survive it again. Not now, not with Chloe. We're going to be okay, I promise her. Not entirely sure if I believe it myself. Whatever happens, we have each other. Chloe looks up at me with complete trust, and I hold that gaze like a lifeline. If nothing else, this little person needs me to be strong, to hope, to believe in possibilities. So I will.
Chapter 28. Derek. The sleek glass table in Nathan's corner office reflects the skyscrapers outside like a dark mirror. I drum my fingers against the polished surface, my resignation letter centered perfectly in front of me. The weight of the decision sits comfortably on my shoulders, lighter than I expected after 48 hours of deliberation. Nathan strides in 15 minutes late, his tailored suit and confident gait reminding me of myself at his age. I'd mentored him 3 years ago, seeing the hunger and brilliance behind his ambitious eyes. Now, he's the youngest CEO in McDaniels Industries history. Derek, sorry to keep you waiting. He extends his hand, which I shake firmly. The merger is giving the legal team fits. Let me guess, tax implications on the overseas holdings? Nathan's eyebrow arches. How'd you know? Because I've seen that movie before. I gestured toward the chair across from me. We need to talk. He settles into the leather seat, his expression shifting from casual to concerned as he notices the envelope between us. That looks ominously official. I slide the envelope toward him, my resignation from the board, effective immediately. Nathan freezes, hand hovering above the envelope, eyes locked on mine. The silence stretches between us as his professional composure fights against genuine shock. This is a joke, right? His voice drops an octave. Did Johnston put you up to this? Because if he thinks this is funny, it's not a joke. I lean back in my chair, the decision already feeling right in my bones. I'm stepping down, completely. Nathan opens the envelope with careful fingers as if expecting it to explode. His eyes scan the single page, brow furrowing deeper with each line. What the actual hell, Derek? He drops the professional veneer entirely. We're in the middle of 3 major acquisitions. The European expansion launches next quarter. The next board meeting is Thursday. He runs a hand through his meticulously styled hair, disrupting its perfection. Where is this coming from? Is it your health? Are you sick? I can't help the small smile that tugs at my lips. I'm fine. Better than fine. Then what? A better offer? His tone sharpens with accusation. After all we've built here, I'm moving to Montana. The statement hangs between us, simple and absolute. Nathan stares at me like I've just announced plans to colonize Mars. Montana, he repeats flatly. As in, mountains and cowboys Montana? The very same. To do what exactly? Start a cattle ranch? The sarcasm barely masks his confusion. To be with my family. The word feels new on my tongue, precious and still slightly foreign. My daughter and her mother live there. I'm done with the commuting, the video calls, the weekends. I want to be there full time. Understanding dawns slowly across Nathan's features. The woman you mentioned, Brianna? I nod, surprised he remembered her name from our brief conversation months ago. And you have a child together? Since when? Since before I knew about her. My throat tightens at the admission. Her name is Chloe. She's 15 months old and already climbing everything in sight. Nathan sits back, processing. His eyes drift to the wall of windows showcasing the empire I helped build. The towering skyscrapers. The endless movement of the city that never sleeps. You're walking away from all this. Not a question, but a statement of disbelief. For a woman in Montana, for the love of my life, I correct him gently, and for a chance to be the father I should have been from the beginning. Something shifts in Nathan's expression, the ambitious executive giving way to the man who once told me, drunk after closing a particularly brutal merger, about his own absent father. You know, he says slowly, I built my whole career trying to impress people who couldn't care less, chasing validation from suits in boardrooms. He glances at the family photo on his desk, his wife, and infant twin boys. Sometimes I wonder what my kids will remember about me when they're grown, if all they'll know is the back of my head as I walk out the door to another meeting. It's not too late to change that narrative. I lean forward. For either of us. Nathan goes quiet, contemplative. Then he takes a deep breath and picks up my resignation letter again. The board is going to lose their collective minds, he says, but his voice has lost its edge. Fitzpatrick will probably have an actual coronary. Fitzpatrick has been threatening coronary since 1995. He'll survive. Nathan laughs, shaking his head. You'll be missed around here, Derek. More than you know. He sets the letter down and meets my gaze directly. But I can't fault you for choosing what matters. Not even a little bit. Thank you. The simple acknowledgement means more coming from him than it would from anyone else. So, Montana, huh? He leans back, a hint of his usual confidence returning. Do they even have Wi-Fi there? Or do you communicate by carrier pigeon? I'll manage to call in for emergency consultations, I say dryly, but only true emergencies. Not Nathan doesn't understand the quarterly projections emergencies. That happened once. Twice last month alone. The tension dissolves as we fall into familiar banter. For a moment, I glimpse what I'm leaving behind. The mentorship, the camaraderie built through late nights and impossible deadlines. But then I think of Brianna's smile on my screen yesterday, of Chloe's tiny hands reaching for me, and I know I'm running towards something far more valuable than what I'm leaving behind. Nathan stands, a complex blend of emotions crossing his face. Well, I guess this is really happening then. He extends his hand, but instead of shaking mine, he pulls me into a firm hug, patting me solidly on the back. Good luck out there in the Wild West, he says, voice gruff with sincerity. Montana better appreciate what it's getting. I return the embrace, surprised by how much this farewell affects me. We pull apart, and there's a moment of awkward male silence. Too many things to say, and neither of us quite equipped with the vocabulary. Thanks, Nathan. I meet his gaze directly. For understanding, not everyone would. Yeah, well. He shrugs, trying to downplay the moment. Just promise me one thing. When those Montana winters get brutal and you're knee-deep in snow, don't call me complaining. You made your choice. Deal. I smile, knowing his joke masks genuine concern. But if you need advice on those European acquisitions, I'll figure it out. He straightens his tie, resuming his CEO posture. That's what you trained me for, right? With a final nod, I turn to leave, feeling the weight of a chapter closing. Years in this building, thousands of meetings, billions in transactions, and now, my last exit. The elevator descends smoothly, each floor ticking away another fragment of my corporate identity. By the time the doors slide open to the marble-floored lobby, something has shifted inside me. The pressure that's lived between my shoulder blades for decades begins to dissolve. I hand my access badge to the security guard, Manuel, who's been at that desk since before my first executive promotion. Leaving early today, Mr. Beckham. Leaving for good, actually. I place the small plastic rectangle on the counter, taking a new direction. Manuel's eyebrows rise in surprise. After all these years? Well, I hope it's something good, sir. The best. I tap the counter twice. Take care, Manuel. You too, Mr. Beckham. The revolving door spins me out onto the sidewalk, and for the first time in years, I exit the McDaniels Industries building without immediately checking my phone or hailing a cab to another meeting. Instead, I stand still, looking up at the towering glass structure that has consumed my life. Pedestrians stream around me in the typical New York midday rush, all purpose and hurry, faces set in expressions of determined focus. I recognize myself in them, the man I was just yesterday. always looking ahead to the next goal, the next achievement, the next acquisition. A peculiar lightness spreads through my chest. Freedom, not just from obligation, but from the narrative I've been living. The air seems fresher somehow, even with the taxi exhaust and hot dog vendors and all the familiar urban scents. I loosen my tie, a small act of rebellion. My penthouse awaits, and with it, the task of dismantling the life I've built here. The thought should be daunting, but instead it feels like shedding a skin that's grown too tight. The walk to my building takes 15 minutes, a route I rarely traveled on foot before. I notice details I've overlooked. The pattern in the stonework of the old bank building on the corner, the vibrant colors of the flower stand I've passed hundreds of times without seeing. My doorman does a double-take when I stroll in mid-afternoon. "Mr. Beckham, everything all right, sir?" "Better than all right, Frank." I can't stop the smile that spreads across my face. "I'm moving." "Moving?" He looks genuinely distressed. "But you've been here since the building opened." "Time for a change. Big Sky Country calls." The private elevator whisks me up to the penthouse, its familiar hum a countdown to my departure. My phone buzzes, 3 separate board members already hearing the news, demanding explanations. I silence it without a second thought. The doors open to my expansive living space, all sleek lines and curated luxury. I've entertained senators here, closed billion-dollar deals, impressed countless associates. But as I move through the rooms, all I can think about is Brianna's cozy living room with its overstuffed couch and Chloe's toys scattered across the floor. The warmth of that space compared to the careful sterility of this one. I pull out my suitcases from the closet, focusing first on what truly matters. The photos of my parents, the watch my grandfather left me, the first edition books I've collected over the years. The rest can be shipped, sold, or left behind. As I carefully wrap a frame containing Chloe's tiny handprint, excitement bubbles through me. Montana, a new beginning, a real home.
Chapter 29. Brianna. I'm stretched out on the living room floor with Chloe, surrounded by a scattered rainbow of plastic building blocks. My daughter's tiny fingers work with surprising dexterity as she connects 2 pieces, her face scrunched in concentration. "That's it, sweetie. Now try the blue one." I nudge a cobalt block toward her chubby hand. Chloe babbles something that sounds vaguely like "boo" before grabbing the piece and immediately putting it in her mouth instead. "Not for eating, silly girl." I gently extract the slobbery block from between her gums. "For building. See?" She watches, wide-eyed with wonder, as I stack 3 blocks into a tiny tower. The simple joy in her eyes makes my chest tighten with emotion. These quiet afternoons together, just us in our little cabin with the Montana mountains framed in our windows, have become the highlight of my days. The crunch of tires on gravel outside pulls my attention away. Derek isn't due for another day, and we rarely get unexpected visitors this far out. I scoop Chloe into my arms and move toward the window, peeking through the curtains. My heart skips at the sight of a sleek black SUV. But instead of the usual rush of excitement, confusion washes over me. He's early, and there's someone in the passenger seat. "Looks like Daddy's here early," I tell Chloe, whose little body squirms with excitement at the word Daddy. "And he's brought someone." I adjust my oversized sweater and run a quick hand through my curls, suddenly conscious of my casual Saturday appearance. Before I can do anything else, the front door opens. Derek has his own key now, and his familiar voice calls out, "Brianna, we're here." "We?" I round the corner into the entryway, Chloe balanced on my hip, and freeze. Standing beside Derek, her blonde hair shorter than I remember but her blue eyes unmistakable, is Jenna Beckham. 2 years of silence. 2 years since she discovered Derek and I had been seeing each other secretly. 2 years since I sent her that letter, exposing the truth between myself and her father. "Surprise," Derek says softly. his eyes searching mine for a reaction. Jenna steps forward, her designer boots clicking against the wooden floor. For a moment, we just stare at each other, the weight of unspoken words hanging between us. Then she surges forward and wraps her arms around Chloe and me, her body trembling slightly. "I've missed you so damn much," she whispers, her voice breaking. "I've been such an idiot." The familiar scent of her perfume, still the same after all this time, brings a rush of memories. Book club meetings, midnight conversations, shopping trips where we laughed until our sides hurt. My best friend. Jenna. Her name comes out strangled as I return the hug with my free arm, balancing Chloe between us. Chloe, curious about the new person, reaches out and pats Jenna's cheek with her tiny hand. Jenna pulls back just enough to look at my daughter, really look at her. And that's when the tears start flowing down her face. "She's beautiful," Jenna whispers, trying to smile through her tears. "She has his eyes. And your nose." Jenna reaches out hesitantly, asking silent permission to hold her sister. I transfer Chloe into her arms, watching as my daughter studies this new face with solemn curiosity. "Hi, Chloe." Jenna's voice trembles. "I'm your sister, Jenna. I'm so sorry I haven't met you before today." Chloe responds by grabbing a fistful of Jenna's hair and tugging, making Jenna laugh through her tears. "She's got your direct approach to life," I say, finding my voice at last. Derek moves closer, his hand finding the small of my back. The warmth of his touch centers me in this surreal moment. "There's more news," he says quietly. I glance up at him, registering the unusual casualness of his attire, jeans and a simple button-down instead of his typical suit. His expression holds a mixture of excitement and nervousness. "I resigned from McDaniels," he states, watching my reaction carefully. "From the board. From all of it." The words don't compute immediately. Derek Beckham, the man whose identity has been intertwined with McDaniels Industries for years, just said he walked away. "You... what?" I blink, trying to process. "But the board meeting next week? The European expansion? You told me about these things. You mentioned how important it all was. Not my problem anymore." His smile grows, the lines around his eyes crinkling. "I want to move here, Brianna. Permanently. With you and Chloe." The steadiness in his voice tells me this isn't impulsive. This is Derek after he's analyzed all angles, considered every variable, and made his decision. "You're leaving New York?" My brain still struggles to align this new reality with everything I know about the man standing before me. "For Montana?" "For you," he corrects, his fingers tracing patterns on my back. "For her." The room spins a little. I reach for the back of the couch to steady myself, overwhelmed by the cascade of revelations. Derek, walking away from his empire. Jenna, back in my life. Everything I've wanted colliding at once. "You're really leaving it all?" I managed to ask Derek, still processing. Derek's fingers find mine, intertwining them with familiar strength. "Already signed the papers yesterday. Nathan will be fine. I'm keeping some shares, but operational control is transferred." "He's been insufferable about it," Jenna chimes in, bouncing Chloe gently in her arms. "Kept going on about Montana air and family priorities all through the flight." Her tone is teasing, but the softness in her eyes when she looks at her father reveals her support. My gaze shifts between them, the Beckhams, together again, and somehow, impossibly, including me now. "I'm staying in the city, though," Jenna clarifies, adjusting Chloe as she reaches for a strand of her blonde hair. "Someone has to maintain our social standing in Manhattan, but I'll be visiting. A lot." She looks up at me, vulnerability flickering across her features. "If that's okay with you." The hesitation in her voice, so uncharacteristic of the confident Jenna I'd known, makes my chest tighten. Of course it's okay, I say, reaching out to touch her arm. This is your family too, Jenna. Her smile brightens the room. Good, because I have about 2 years of big sister spoiling to catch up on. Chloe, as if understanding she's the topic of conversation, lets out a delighted shriek and pats Jenna's cheeks with both hands. Derek moves to the window, gazing out at the mountains with an expression of contentment I've rarely seen on his face. I've already spoken with the local architect about expanding the cabin. Nothing too ostentatious, he adds quickly, catching my raised eyebrow. Just enough space for my office and maybe a proper playroom for Chloe. And guest rooms, Jenna adds pointedly. Plural. I'm still trying to absorb it all when Jenna gasps suddenly. Oh, I almost forgot. She carefully hands Chloe back to me before darting out to the car. She returns moments later, clutching a hardcover book, my book, with a triumphant expression. Anna Carver, she says, waving the novel. My best friend, the distinguished debut author. I cannot believe you didn't tell me. Heat rises in my ears. I wanted to. So many times. She was too busy becoming a literary sensation, Derek adds, pride evident in his voice. The New York Times review was particularly glowing. Jenna flips through the pages, her expression growing more impressed. I read it on the flight again, twice. It's amazing, Bree. This romance with the complex female lead who doesn't take crap from anyone, I loved it. Thanks, I murmur, surprised by how much her praise means. Jenna's literary opinion always mattered profoundly to me. It was therapeutic, writing it. And successful, Derek adds. Her agent called yesterday about interest from film studios. What? Jenna practically shrieks. Movie rights already, after one book? Nothing signed yet, I clarify quickly. It's preliminary interest. Still, Jenna bounces on her toes. That's massive. We need to celebrate. Chloe, startled by Jenna's excitement, begins to fuss. I sway gently, calming her with practiced ease. Look at you, Jenna says softer now, watching me with my daughter. Mom, award-winning author, living this gorgeous mountain life. You've really done it, Bree. Something warm unfurls in my chest at her words. The validation I never knew I needed from the friend I thought I'd lost forever. Derek comes to stand beside me, his arm slipping around my waist. She's extraordinary, he agrees, pressing a kiss to my temple. Which is why I couldn't stay away anymore. Phone calls weren't enough. The weight of his words settles around me like a blanket. Derek staying with us forever. Not just visiting between business trips and board meetings, but here. Present, permanent.
Chapter 30. Derek. I lean against the kitchen door frame, watching Brianna move gracefully around her domain. The cabin's modest kitchen somehow looks perfect with her in it. All warm wood and natural light, nothing like the sleek stainless steel monstrosity in my Manhattan penthouse that rarely sees use. She's chopping vegetables with practiced efficiency, her curls gathered in a loose ponytail, occasionally blowing a stray strand from her forehead. Need any help? I ask, already knowing her answer. You can open the wine. She gestures with her knife toward a bottle of Cabernet on the counter. Glasses are in the cabinet above. The domesticity of this moment hits me with unexpected force. How many times have I imagined exactly this? Being here with her, not just for a weekend visit, but permanently. Jenna's entertaining Chloe in the living room, I tell her, reaching for the wine opener. She's building some kind of block fortress and narrating it like it's a royal palace. Brianna's laugh is soft. She's always had a flair for the dramatic. I pour 3 glasses, a small one for Jenna, who isn't much of a drinker, and bring one to Brianna. As I hand it to her, I can't resist pressing my lips to the curve where her neck meets her shoulder. She smells like rosemary and something uniquely her. "This cabin suits you," I murmur against her skin. And it does. "Don't distract the chef." She bumps me with her hip, but leans into my touch. "Dinner's almost ready. Can you call them?" In the living room, Jenna has Chloe on her lap, reading from a colorful board book. My daughter's together. The sight squeezes something in my chest I didn't know could be squeezed. "Dinner's ready, ladies." My voice comes out rougher than intended. Jenna looks up, her face alight with joy that I haven't seen in years. "Come on, princess." She scoops up Chloe. "Food time. I'm starving after all this architectural brilliance." At the rustic oak table, we gather like we've done this 1,000 times. Brianna's prepared a simple but delicious meal: herb-roasted chicken, roasted vegetables, and fresh bread from the local bakery in town. "This beats Manhattan takeout any day," Jenna declares, loading her plate. "I might need to steal your recipe, Bri." "Bold of you to assume she'll share her culinary secrets," I tease, cutting a small piece of chicken into tiny bites for Chloe, who sits in her high chair between Brianna and me. Brianna rolls her eyes. "It's hardly a secret. Salt, pepper, herbs from my garden out back." "You have a garden?" Jenna looks impressed. "City girl gone country. I never thought I'd see the day." "Says the woman who once declared nature was only acceptable through floor-to-ceiling windows," Brianna counters, her eyes sparkling with joy. "In my defense, I was 17 and had just ruined a pair of Louboutins in Central Park." I watch them slip back into their easy banter, marveling at how quickly they've reconnected. 2 years of silence melted away over roast chicken in this wooden cabin. Chloe bangs her tiny palms against her tray, demanding attention. "Yes, Your Highness?" I turn to her, offering another piece of chicken that she eagerly grabs. "She definitely gets that commanding presence from you," Brianna notes dryly. "The Beckham temperament," Jenna agrees solemnly before breaking into a grin. "Poor Montana won't know what hit it once Daddy's fully relocated." "I'm planning to maintain a low profile," I protest, reaching for my wine. This earns synchronized snorts from both women. "Derek Beckham, low profile?" Brianna shakes her head. "The man who once rented out an entire restaurant for a date? That was different." I defend myself, remembering that magical night when I'd wanted to impress her. "Besides, I'm reformed now. Montana Derek is practically a minimalist," says the man who just mentioned expanding the cabin. Brianna's eyes dance with amusement. "Practical additions only," I insist, though we all know better. Jenna laughs, reaching over to wipe a bit of sweet potato from Chloe's cheek. "Give it a month. He'll have built a helipad out back." "Absolutely not," Brianna and I say in unison, then exchange surprised glances before dissolving into laughter. Chloe joins in, not understanding the joke but delighted by our collective mirth. Her uninhibited giggles send us into another round of laughter. I take in the scene. My grown daughter reconnected with her best friend, my youngest happily making a mess of her dinner, and Brianna, radiant in the home she created, looking at me like I've given her the world when in truth she's given me everything that matters. Never in my carefully structured life did I imagine finding this kind of joy in a modest cabin in Montana. The billions in my accounts, the corner office with its view of Manhattan, none of it compares to this table full of laughter and joy. After dinner, we migrate to the living room. Brianna tucks a drowsy Chloe against her shoulder, swaying gently as she paces the worn hardwood floor. My daughter's eyes droop further with each step, her tiny fist clutching the fabric of Brianna's sweater. The intimacy of this moment, this little family tableau, tightens my throat. "I think someone's ready for dreamland," I say quietly, coming to stand beside them. "Almost there." Brianna's voice is a soft melody against Chloe's hair. She fights sleep like it's her sworn enemy. "Another Beckham trait," Jenna chimes in from her perch on the oversized armchair, legs tucked beneath her. "Dad used to work 36 hours straight during acquisitions." "Still would if necessary," I admit. brushing a finger along Chloe's plump cheek. When Chloe finally surrenders to sleep, Brianna disappears down the hallway to the nursery. I pour another round of wine for the three of us, settling into the comfortable silence broken only by the crackling fire. Brianna returns, collapsing onto the sofa with a contented sigh. Successfully transferred to crib without waking. I consider that a parenting gold medal. Olympic-level achievement, I agree, handing her a glass. She takes a sip, then sets it on the rustic coffee table. A flicker of something crosses her face. Determination, maybe excitement. So, she begins, tucking her feet beneath her. I've been meaning to tell you both. I have some plans for Anna Carver. Jenna perks up immediately. Your author alter ego? Spill! My publisher wants to arrange more public appearances. Interviews, book signings, the works. Her eyes light up as she speaks, hands animating her words. My readers have been requesting more interaction for months. I watch her transformation with fascination. This is a side of Brianna I've glimpsed only rarely. The confident creator, passionate about her work. About damn time, I say. Your last book deserves every bit of recognition. It's not just about promotion. She tucks a stray curl behind her ear. I've been wanting to connect with my readers for so long. I didn't know how to do it, with Chloe being young and needing my full attention. She glances toward the hallway where our daughter sleeps. I can adjust my schedule for whatever you need, I offer immediately, already mentally rearranging meetings and calls. Jenna practically bounces in her seat. Oh my God, this is amazing! I've been telling all my friends about your book. They're obsessed. We need to plan your outfits for these events. Brianna laughs, the sound warming the room more effectively than the fireplace. Always my fashion consultant. Someone has to make sure you don't show up in those horrific comfort sandals you love so much. They're practical. They're crimes against humanity, Jenna declares with mock solemnity. I sit back, content to watch their playful bickering, savoring this moment of normalcy. Part of me, the controlling CEO part, wants to interject, to ask about security arrangements and publicity management, but I restrain myself. This is Brianna's domain. I'm also working on new material, she continues, reaching for her wine again. 2 projects, actually. One's almost finished. A standalone historical romance set in 1920s New Orleans. The other's just taking shape. Jenna clasps her hands together. Finally. I've been dying to know what comes next. Will there be another book following Claire and Gabriel's story? Please say yes. Maybe. Brianna's smile turns coy. I don't want to promise anything yet. Such a tease, Jenna groans, then levels a finger at her. As your #1 fan, I demand inside information. #1 fan? That position's already taken. I raise my glass in a mock toast. Please, you're biased by association. Jenna rolls her eyes. I've read the book 3 times and run the largest Anna Carver fan account on Instagram. This is news to me. You what? Anna Carver Books has 30,000 followers, she announces proudly. I review each release, post theories, fan art, the whole package. I turn to Brianna, who shrugs with a smile. I checked it out and she's really good at it. My publisher wants to collaborate with her on official content. The idea of my daughter, the same girl who once considered reading a form of torture when she was a teenager, running a literary fan account is both surprising and strangely fitting. The Beckham drive channeled into something she's passionate about. I could help coordinate your tour, Jenna offers eagerly. I have contacts at several major bookstores from previous charity events. I watch them plan, heads bent together, voices overlapping with ideas and possibilities. For the first time, I see how naturally our separate lives could weave together. Brianna's writing career, Jenna's social connections, my business acumen, all complementing rather than competing. I never thought I'd ever get to experience something quite like this. And now that I have, I'll fight tooth and nail to keep this for the rest of my life.
Chapter 31. Brianna. I stand at the front porch of our cabin, waving until Jenna's rental car disappears down the winding road toward the airport. The past few days have felt like a beautiful dream, reconnecting with my best friend, watching her bond with Chloe, seeing the genuine joy in Derek's eyes as he witnessed his daughters together. A part of me had worried about introducing so much change so quickly, but Chloe flourished with the extra attention. And the cabin somehow expanded to accommodate all our personalities. A cool Montana breeze brushes against my cheeks as I linger on the porch. The mountains in the distance stand unchanged, a reminder that some things remain constant, even as life transforms around us. The wooden swing creaks softly in the wind, beckoning me to stay outside a moment longer. She get off okay? Derek emerges from inside, Chloe perched on his hip. Our daughter is clutching her favorite stuffed elephant, her eyes still heavy with the remnants of her afternoon nap. Yeah. I smile, turning toward them. She texted that she'll call when she lands in New York. Mama! Chloe reaches for me, and I take her from Derek's arms, pressing a kiss to her forehead. She smells of baby shampoo and the cinnamon rolls we baked this morning. Hello, sunshine. Did you have a good nap? I brush her wild curls from her face, marveling at how much she resembles both of us. She was out like a light, Derek says, leaning against the porch railing. I think her big sister Jenna wore her out with all those dance parties. I laugh, bouncing Chloe gently. I've never seen someone with so much energy. No wonder she's built such a following online. She's a natural entertainer. Gets that from her mother, Derek mutters, but I catch the proud smile he tries to hide. These past days have healed something between them too, an unspoken tension that dissolved in shared meals and whispered conversations by the fireplace. It's quiet now, I observe, glancing around our property. The setting sun casts long shadows across the meadow that stretches behind our cabin, painting everything in warm gold. Too quiet? Derek asks, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I shake my head. No, just different. It feels like home. His expression softens at my words. That's what I was hoping for. Chloe squirms in my arms, pointing toward the ground. Down! Whoa, you're growing up too fast. I set her down on the porch, and she immediately toddles toward her collection of pine cones, arranged in a careful line along the railing. Derek watches her for a moment, then takes my hand. Walk with me? Just to the edge of the property and back. We can keep an eye on her from there. I nod, and we step off the porch, close enough to watch Chloe, but giving ourselves a moment of relative privacy. The grass is soft beneath my feet, still holding the day's warmth. These past few days, Derek begins, his voice lower than usual. Watching you with Jenna, with Chloe. I've never been happier, Brianna. Me too. The words come easily, truthfully. It feels right, all of us together. We reach the old oak tree that marks the boundary of our immediate yard. Derek stops, turning to face me. The golden light catches in his silver hair, and for a moment, I'm transported back to that first night we met in that bookstore back in New York. How the lights had emphasized his distinguished features. How my heart had raced when he looked at me. I've been carrying this around for days, waiting for the right moment. He reaches into his pocket and my breath catches. I think this is it. Derek drops to one knee before me, opening a small velvet box to reveal a stunning ring, an emerald-cut diamond set in platinum, flanked by smaller stones that catch the fading sunlight. Brianna Cameron. His voice is steady, though I can see the emotion in his eyes. It's been a long time coming, too long. Now that you're back in my life, I don't want to waste another moment. I love you. I love our family. Will you marry me? My heart pounds against my ribs, joy bubbling up inside me like a wellspring. The ring glitters, but it's the certainty in his eyes that takes my breath away. The same certainty I feel blooming within me. This is what coming home truly means. Yes. The word escapes my lips instantly, a heartbeat of certainty. Yes, of course I'll marry you. Derek's face transforms, years falling away as joy lights his features. His hands, those strong, capable hands that have built empires and cradled our daughter, tremble slightly as he removes the ring from its velvet nest. I was hoping you'd say that. He slides the ring onto my finger, the platinum band cool against my skin. The diamond catches the fading sunlight, sending prisms dancing across his face. I flex my fingers, watching the stone sparkle. It's substantial without being ostentatious, elegant yet distinctive, exactly what I would have chosen for myself. It's perfect. You know me so well. I've had a while to pay attention. He rises to his feet, his gaze never leaving mine. And a lifetime ahead to keep learning. I throw my arms around his neck, breathing in his familiar scent. His arms encircle my waist, lifting me slightly as he holds me close. My feet barely touch the ground as our lips meet, the kiss soft and reverent at first, then deepening with promise. When we break apart, both slightly breathless, my eyes immediately seek out Chloe. She's still happily arranging her pine cones on the porch, occasionally talking to them in her adorable toddler babble. Look at her, I whisper, leaning back against Derek's chest as his arms wrap around me from behind. She has no idea her whole world just shifted. For the better, he murmurs against my hair. Everything I do now is for her future, for all our futures. I turn in his embrace, resting my hands on his chest. What do you mean? Derek covers my hands with his own, his thumb brushing over the new ring on my finger. I've made a decision, Brianna. I'm entering early retirement. Retirement? I blink up at him, surprised. Derek's work ethic is legendary. His company has been his life for decades. So you won't do consulting for McDaniels or anyone else? I thought you loved what you did. I love you and Chloe more. His voice carries absolute conviction. And Jenna, too. I've missed too much of her life already. I don't want to make the same mistake with our daughter. The weight of his words settles around us like a blanket. This man, who negotiates billion-dollar deals over breakfast and commands boardrooms with his mere presence, is willing to step away from it all. Completely. I've built something substantial, he continues, his eyes crinkling at the corners with his smile. Now I want to spend as much time with my girls as possible. All of you deserve that, and honestly, so do I. But McDaniels will continue without me breathing down everyone's neck every day, he chuckles. I've spent the last several months restructuring, promoting from within. There's a solid leadership team in place. I'm done. They don't need me anymore, I made sure of it. I study his face, searching for any hint of reservation or doubt. There is none. Only peace and certainty radiate from him, along with that familiar intensity that's always drawn me to him. You're sure about this? I ask, my voice soft with wonder. I've never been more sure of anything, except asking you to marry me. He cups my face in his hands. This is what matters, Brianna. You, me, our daughter. Building something lasting together. My heart swells with emotion so intense, it's almost painful. I rise on my toes, pressing my lips to his in a kiss that tries to convey everything I'm feeling. When we part, I rest my forehead against his chest for a moment, gathering myself. You're an amazing, considerate father, I tell him, meaning every syllable. Both our girls are so lucky to have you. I'm the lucky one. His voice rumbles beneath my ear. And I intend to prove it every day. A squeal from the porch pulls our attention back to Chloe, who's now standing and pointing excitedly at a butterfly that's landed on the railing near her pine cones. "Look," I whisper, taking Derek's hand and leading him back toward our daughter. She sees beauty everywhere. "Just like her mother," Derek says, squeezing my fingers gently, the new ring a pleasant pressure between our clasped hands.
Chapter 32. Derek. I closed Chloe's storybook and set it on the nightstand beside her crib, watching as her eyelids grow heavy. She fights sleep like it's her sworn enemy, small fists rubbing at her eyes even as they drift shut. The soft glow of her unicorn nightlight casts gentle shadows across her face, highlighting those long eyelashes she definitely got from her mother. "Good night, princess," I whisper, leaning down to kiss her forehead. "Daddy loves you." She mumbles something unintelligible, already slipping into dreams. I stand there a moment longer, watching the steady rise and fall of her chest, marveling at how something so small could completely reorient my universe. For decades, I measured success in acquisitions and market share. Now I measure it in moments like these. I back out of the nursery quietly, pulling the door until it's just slightly ajar, enough that we can hear if she wakes, but not enough to disturb her with hallway light. The cabin is quiet now, settled into that peaceful lull that comes after a toddler finally succumbs to sleep. Brianna's waiting for me in the bedroom, perched on the edge of our bed. She's changed into one of my t-shirts, the hem skimming her mid-thigh. The sight of her wearing my clothes still does things to me, awakening a primal satisfaction I never knew I could feel. "She's out?" Brianna asks, looking up from her book. "Like a light. That playground trip this afternoon wore her out." "Good." Her lips curve into a smile that sends heat coursing through me. "Because I wanted some time with my fiancé." That word, fiancé, hits me right in the chest. I've been married before, but this feels different. Monumental. Right. I cross the room in 3 strides, taking her book and setting it aside before kneeling between her legs. My hands find her thighs, warm skin beneath my palms. The diamond on her finger catches the lamplight as she reaches for me, threading her fingers through my hair. "Have I told you how beautiful you are?" I murmur against her neck, inhaling her scent. Vanilla and something distinctly Brianna. "Only about 12 times today." She tilts her head, giving me better access. "Not nearly enough, then." I trace the line of her collarbone with my lips, reveling in the small shiver that runs through her body. My hands slide beneath the t-shirt, finding nothing but bare skin underneath. "Damn, Bri." My voice is rough with want. "You trying to kill me?" She laughs softly, then gasps when my thumb grazes her areola. "Maybe just test your restraint a little." My restraint is hanging by a thread. I push her gently back onto the bed, following her down. The mattress dips beneath our combined weight. Brianna's eyes are dark with desire as I hover over her, her legs falling open to cradle my hips. The thin cotton of her borrowed shirt does nothing to hide how her body responds to me. I capture her lips with mine, swallowing the small sound she makes when I rock against her. "We have to be quiet," she reminds me between kisses, her hands already working at the buttons of my shirt. "I know." I help her with the last few buttons, shrugging the fabric off my shoulders. "But you're not making it easy." Her fingers trace the planes of my chest, nails scraping lightly down my abdomen. "Good." I strip her of the t-shirt in one fluid motion, revealing all of her at once. The swell of her chest, the curve of her waist, the stretch marks from Chloe's birth. Every inch of her is a testament to strength and beauty combined. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. For a moment, neither of us moves. We stay connected, hearts racing against each other, breathing in sync. The world narrows to just this, Our shared warmth, our mingled breath, the feeling of completeness that comes from being joined as one. Eventually, I ease myself to the side, keeping one arm wrapped around her waist to pull her with me. She curls against my chest, her curves fitting perfectly against the harder planes of my body. My fingers trace lazy patterns on her spine as our breathing gradually returns to normal. "I think we managed not to wake her," Brianna murmurs against my chest, her lips brushing against my skin. "A miracle," I chuckle softly, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Her engagement ring catches the dim light as she drapes her arm across my torso. That diamond, though impressive, pales in comparison to the woman wearing it. Looking at her now, warm and sated in my arms, gratitude hits me with overwhelming force. 2 years ago, I thought I'd lost her forever. I'd convinced myself that I could move on, that I could forget her eyes and that smile and her incredible intelligence. What nonsense that was. What wasted time. "What are you thinking about?" she asks, tilting her face up to meet my gaze. "How goddamn lucky I am that we found our way back to each other." Her expression softens. We were always meant to find our way back. I tighten my arm around her, drawing her impossibly closer. Fate, chance, destiny, whatever brought her back into my life, I'll be forever grateful for it. This woman changed everything for me, gave me a family I never thought I'd have, a love I never thought I deserved, and a daughter who has given me a reason to live again.